And welcome everybody to this amazing day 3 as it is the final moments for this Illini Esports Invitational. It has been a long time coming. I am your host, Rich Red, here with two wonderful casters alongside me. It is Orbital and Ultcharge to join me on the desk this final morning before we get into an extensive day for all of you watching at home. 3 titles, technically 4 since we have the completion of yesterday's being brought into today because we have 4 grand finals trophies to give today. And we're going to actually go a little bit more into that format so you can see how we've gotten to this point throughout the weekend. And we're going to start specifically off with League of Legends in that format and understanding how it went through the course of the week. And really at this point we can, see what those groups look like. And you can even touch on it as well, the format, as we've gotten to this point, Orbital.
Of course, we've had a really fun time here. It's been, we started out with groups. It was 4 groups of 3, 12 teams all that came out here today. And it's been fantastic. We had the likes of Northwood, we had the likes of MSU, as well as the Illinois State University. The Redbirds came out to play, and then IWU as well. I love that name. I will never stop liking that name. It's very fun. And then, of course, both Illini schools, Blue and Orange, came out to battle it out. We are now into the final rounds of these as well. We only have, I believe, 3 more series to actually go. It's been best of 1s in the bracket stage, so it's been very tight. A lot of these teams really battling it out. Grand finals will be best of 3, and that'll be played later in the day. Actually, our last finals and the last trophy to give out at that time. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
It really is. And then we have Rocket League that we can talk a little bit as well. We'll have Ultcharge dive into the format, and we can put that onto the screen for all those at home and here so they can see what that looks like and really talk about what we've gotten into so far this week.
Yeah, so it's 16 teams to start out, and we're heading into just the final 3 matches. So it's going to be just the the semifinals, and then the grand finals later on. And it is so tight. We've got the top teams in the country, and it's our 1, 2, 3, and 4 seed left. So the competition is as tight as it can get. And just on stream yesterday, we had an go all the way to 7. It was GVSU versus Redbirds. Redbirds clawed their way back, threatening to bring that one back home in 7, but GVSU closed it out on stage, and that's how we ended. So I'm so excited to jump into it.
Absolutely. And then we can round it all out by discussing the Smash Ultimate segment to this because, again, we had to take a little bit of the 1v1 competition and bring it into today, and we can also see the conclusion of the crew battles as well. You can take a look on the screen in that far left corner. It was over 120 participants, all being a best of 3, leading up to the top remaining 32, who got that extra opportunity with best of 5s. 2 groups specifically, though, and we talk about crew, and they have 5 teams per group that have worked over the course of Friday and now going into today, Sunday. All have been best of 1s until we get into that top 8, which is that double elimination bracket. And that's going to be exciting because, again, we get to actually award these students with these trophies, and they get to walk home with that pride of the title. And I got to be honest, these trophies are pretty cool. Like, realistically, I think they are very, very well made. So let's go a little bit into a deeper dive to what we had, because you've both been able to cast a lot of the games. You touched a little bit on some of the teams when we talked about the formats. We'll go back to Orbital first, just so that we can at least get the League of Legends, because that's the latest of the day. That'll be what we get to end the show with. So is there expectations after what you've seen for 2 days? What does it look like? What are your thoughts leaning into it? You had a tri-cast even yesterday with AJ, the president, and being able to have them participate as well. How's the experience been so far?
Well, number one, the experience has been amazing. The Illini Esports Invitational, getting to come out here, being able to see this wonderful arena. This thing is ridiculous. We all have been kind of starstruck when we walked inside. I looked up and I was like, I can't see the ceiling. This is fantastic. So a really nice arena. So experience-wise, it's been phenomenal. The teams have also elevated it up to a next level. The likes, again, of the Redbirds and Northwood coming out in the winners finals. This is a predicted finals matchup as well. These 2 teams are very well known, very high pedigrees of teams, and currently in another league that they play in, Northwood is currently 7-0. They have not dropped a single game in that league, and the Redbirds are just right behind it in a different group, I might add, but they're 5-2. Both of these teams have come out of their group stage here at the Illini Esports Invitational as the first seed, so they are looking to be the reigning champions and continue onwards. Other teams that are currently in it, though, are MSU and IWU Orange. And so we were talking about AJ. The Illini teams actually had a lot of fun playing against each other, and they got to face off on an official stage. And for schools, that, to me, is always very special, right? These 2 teams, they scrim against each other for hours and hours and hours, but very rarely do they get the chance to actually face each other in competition. So for them, it was a lot of fun. It was very silly as well, but I do also have a heart for MSU. Zethel, the mid laner, stole a pen Penta from their top laner and then gank the mic as well. So I have a very, like, it is now my favorite moment, and I'll always be a Zethal fan. I lots of different. My guy.
It's a favorite moment, but also one of those moments that you can feel the salt in the wound a little
Oh,
bit.
easily.
It's
I've done
just-
it. I've done it to my teammates as well, so it's like icing on the cake.
But here's the difference: is like we've probably done it online among remote locations. This is on a main stage environment where you are looking to try and obtain this trophy. So that I think it's more so rock salt than just regular table salt.
Oh yeah. This is. It was also specifically one that you could see the team trying to give over. Levacious, the top laner, Kari counted him as, new faker coming out here. The team tried to set up the second Penta, and it was just straight up denied. So it was not just an accidental. This was a message.
Okay, well, speaking of messages and what we had, at least from the League of Legends realm, I'd like to see also the Rocket League dynamic of things, a little bit more of a dive into that all charge and what you have expectation-wise leading through the rest of today. We saw some very interesting matches, even just the last one that we had before swapping game titles yesterday, how intense and long run that was, and the opportunity to come back when they were fighting for it. What was that just tension like leading in now into today for the ones that were able to continue to move on?
Yeah, I mean, to close out the broadcast, that last game really just set the bar for how the rest of this is going to go, that it is going to be tooth and nail right down to the bitter end, and all of these games that are left could go 7. We were lucky to see both of the teams that we're actually going to see in the semis today. We have GVSU, who we saw play in that game against Redbirds, of course, and then Oakland, who's over there practicing right now because they've got to gear up and get ready to take on Akron. Oakland really got to show it off in their stage game, and their offense came alive. It was something we were worried about because they slipped up against Redbirds, a team who they were originally favored to beat. They lost in a series to them in 5 games, so we were hoping they would find it on the stage, and they did. All these stories are developing. Northwood, the #1 team in the country, they don't have Lion Blaze, their very best player, probably the best player in the country, so things are wide open, and I haven't even talked about how hungry Akron is to get to the final and to trounce Northwood and finally beat them on a big stage again.
Well, and you could even see in the background too, as we're talking about those other 2 game titles, there is Smash as well, which we are not going to be having them wait too much longer because we want to give them the opportunity to be on that stage. So we are grateful enough to have our 2 casters, and I appreciate both of you for being here this morning with me to kind of give a heads up of what's been going on over the rest of this week. And now we're going to enter in with both Huey and Loki to continue on for those crew battles, which we have first of our grand finals trophies to hand out. So we're going to be heading it on down to them.
All right, well. Thank you for the best intro I could have asked for. I'm joined here by Huey. I'm Loki, and we've got an amazing match in progress right now on that main stage between Northwood and the home team.
It's a very close match right now. If I'm not mistaken, I think it is 4-3 right now, and we're cutting into the finals. So this is the top of the top, the cream of the crop. So these are going to be even more intense than what we had going on these last 2 days.
Yeah, and the matches have been incredibly close, incredibly intense throughout. We've been seeing constant Game 5s in singles all the way throughout the bracket. Crew battles going down to the wire with insane comeback runs, like last stand, last stock, 10 stock victories coming out in these crew battles. And so coming into this one, where it is literally the best talent that we could possibly find, I could not be more excited.
Yeah, definitely for sure. It is going to be best of 5.
Best of 3.
Best of 3.
Best of 3
so
crew battles.
Instead of 15, that is 30, possibly 45 stocks that you're going to have to get through. That is a lot of work for these guys. But if anyone's going to be able to do it, it's going to be these teams for sure.
Oh yeah, it's less of a battle, I think, at this point, and more of a crew war. Bring the forces in, bring the army, rally your troops, and try to break through this. And the part that I love about this best of 3 with the crew battle is we need to talk about this mental aspect of the crew battle, right? Trying to learn, trying to adapt, trying to counterpick. When you've got 45 stocks to counterpick and mind game through, that's a whole lot of mental going on.
That's a lot going on. Also, that is endurance. It's also, it's day 3. It's very early. These guys have been playing for almost 72 hours, give or take, sleep and traveling and all that. But for the long, this is at the end. So everything that you're going to have to give, you got to give now.
Oh, yeah. Like, nothing is left on the table.
For sure.
You at most have 3, maybe 4 if we get the grand final reset matches left. There's no reason to leave anything there, And today, exhausted in the best possible way.
Leave with no regrets, man. And you see those trophies up there. They are looking
That's so
Ah,
cool.
man, I cannot
I'm
wait.
so jealous. The Smash one, it's all like they got the red and the twirl and the teardrop. It's beautiful.
So I was saying that is the blood, sweat, and tears just crafted into a beautiful trophy. One that really I would love to see just on the mallet there.
Absolutely. I think actually what we're waiting for right now is that last game just concluded.
Okay.
So we're waiting for game 2 to get started here. You can see the teams reconvening and going over that mental game that we talked about, trying to find the new strategy, who's going to lead off this time, because I think that leadoff person is so incredibly important because they set the tone for everything that comes after it. And it's the one thing where you don't get to counterpick it or know the matchup going in.
That is true, honestly. I never really thought of it that way. I always thought for the anchor being more important because you want to come out, you want to start strong, but you want to finish strong as well too. That early lead definitely can make a huge advantage for your team to kind of finish out the rest of it. You get a 3, 4, 5 stock lead.
Yeah.
That's two to three people ahead that person now has to go through. So no, that's actually a really good point to kind of bring up there.
Yeah, and the big thing that I say with that too is because of that mental aspect, because you're trying to get those counter picks, every time you lose stocks, every time, 3 stocks down, that's another person off, that's another character off, that's another skill set off that you can't then use to counter pick later. And so I think that's why you really need to get ahead as soon as possible so that you have more just options than the other team.
Do you think stage selection is as important in singles coming into crews as well?
Ooh. Stage selection. I mean, I'm of the opinion that so many games are won and lost in stage select.
Okay.
Whether it's crews, whether it's singles, whatever it is. I think so much you got to have the stage select on your side, which is another reason why you got to win first. Because if you trade matches and you're the person who won first, you get to choose the stage for the last game.
That does make a lot of sense. So yeah, so stage selection is going to be important. Coming out of the gate is important. So should we just go straight for the aggressive? Do we go for the zoners? What is a really good coming out of the gate for crew battles?
Well, from what we've seen here, this region likes to be aggressive.
Oh my gosh.
Midwest is sending it.
Yeah.
The crew battles day one, every single person just ready to go. I don't think I've ever seen matches go that fast and be that close just because no one wanted to leave anything behind.
I honestly, as you should, I feel like it's almost like in boxing or in fighting. Once you start getting comfortable with someone else, you just get a little couple test jabs. Once you guys are ready to go, just full send it, man. And just get ready to go. 45 stocks, though.
Yeah.
That's unimaginable, honestly.
I mean, and Smash is an exhausting game to play, too. It takes so much energy in.
sure.
Like, if you play something like League, you're used to these 40-minute long matches. If you're playing Smash, longest you've done sometimes is 7 minutes.
And I think we are getting ourselves on the way. MSU with Northwest coming on the way up. We do have Cobble.
I believe this is button check. Button check.
Okay.
Yes.
But Cobble on the Toon Link.
That might be a name difference.
I don't know.
We have seen Copo switch though. We
Really?
saw them try the Puff
Okay.
yesterday, going into a big combo, very fast zoning character that didn't seem like it would be a great pick with King K. Rool. Didn't really work out for them. They ended up going back to the King K. Rool and just. Their King K. Rool is amazing.
Oh,
Honestly,
yeah,
I don't ever want to see them on something
Croc
else.
gang, baby.
He's insane with he's insane on the sticks. The movement that they managed to have on King K. Rool, a super heavy character, reminds me of movement that you'll see on like Zero suits. It's so good.
As you should. Just because you're a heavy character does not mean you should not have the movement options as everybody else. And you got to be moving like that, especially with someone on the lower tier on the side there as K. Rool.
All right. There is the stage. We are set here with Northwood versus MSU, the Spartans coming down from Michigan. Northwood bringing us here. And we are going to see the King K. Rool coming right back at you.
Hey, so you just got a button check with Toon Link. That's completely fine. Couple locking in. And with the red color, as usual, you love to see it. I think we're going to get an update on that title there in just a bit. But right now, we are on our way for our first round.
MSU coming out from A. That's going to be, I actually don't, that's a secondary pick from that Link squad that we've got.
Oh, yeah, nice, man. Honestly, I really enjoy the Link picks here, man. really good control, not the zoning options, and has some really good close range counters as well too.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of the Lynx here really rely on those up-close aerials, rely a lot more on those brawling, using the boomerangs and projectiles, not as much for zoning, but to facilitate those combos first and foremost, which not the style we typically see, but I could not be more excited to run with it.
Yeah, no, I really enjoy the extension coming from it. Oh my gosh, going deep there for that down air, almost getting it too. Couple putting in the work right now.
Papa now off stage, trying to get through this Link barrage.
Oh,
is going to be
man.
so brutal. Hit up that forward tilt will come through there, add on a little bit more damage. Bomb, not going to connect, drops it down, still can't find it. No worries though, they managing to keep Coppola on the ropes here, getting back on with that neutral air back on the stage. Almost does it for him, but that bomb, it does linger.
Oh yeah, for sure. Did ledge guarding was insane coming over from Link there. Big damages there, and is going to scoop up the up smash there to get the first stock of this crew battle.
Up smash from Link is one of the most hype moves in the game. Multi-hit, send it through, and multi-hits are always so good in Smash, especially when you can get multi-hit on a sword.
It's really unfortunate too that multi-hit does have a little bit of a vacuum suction too. So if the first one is hitting, the second and the third is definitely going in there as well.
Now
Whoa,
oh,
nice!
Talk about a catch on the read. That up B is so huge from Link, but it's just not quite enough to get them back to the stage. And I apologize, we do have that home team. That is ISO Hell, and ISO Hell, one of the most explosive Links that you could ever ask for.
Yeah, coming in, and it is 14-14 tied as of right now. ISO Hell with the damage lead as of right now. Just needs to kind of keep the pace. Honestly, a lot of people I've seen going versus Copel and some of the other K-Rool players have been having a lot of difficulty dealing with the Crown, the Bunderless combo here. I really feel with the Boomerang, the bombs, and the arrows, I think Ishohel can definitely keep himself afloat and keep pace with K-Rool.
Yeah, I think the projectile game is pretty even just from these characters. You know, King K-Rool being that super heavy that brings a lot more to the table. It'll be able to counter zoning, but not able to counter a bomb. That recovery trajectory being completely seen, completely read, and just like that, we see that home team going up 1 in stock.
It's kind of actually projected really really hard there on the recovery on K-Rool. It's kind of just one base. He's going to up B. Yeah. He's going to try to aim to ledge. You never really want to aim on stage there from the lag after landing. So honestly, it's kind of easy to kind of predict those moves like that.
At the moment, I want to say ISO was also doing a really good job at kind of keeping Copel away from their own crown.
Yes.
You know, getting rid of that side B, which is one of the biggest parts of a King K. Rool kit. It helps them get in. It can facilitate combos, that huge extra chip damage. That's absolutely necessary. But at the moment, Copel is sometimes struggling to be able to hold on to that crown.
Yeah, honestly, the best ways to kind of handle with the projectiles, almost any projectile, is with parry or with shielding. Do you want to just be careful with shielding? That does add on a lot of shield damage there or shield pressure. And once it starts to get too low, it can chip through and actually break and actually cause damage there.
Absolutely. Now Copel's
Nice
got the
move
grab.
there.
There's the up throw. Almost finds the kill. I'm amazed that it didn't, but no worries, comes pretty quick there after that aerial sends it on through. But now Copel at 73. We have seen them though, Copel, in amazing endurance with their character. They live to ridiculously high percentages. So if you're a Northwood fan, don't be too terribly worried for them.
That's just a heavy life right there. 118 feels a lot better on K-Rool than it does for almost any character. Add in the rage and that extra damage that just as a heavy character does, it can really flip a game over that seems to be a lost one.
You see now with ISO Hell has got that ledge trap.
Oh,
they've been
no.
brutal with. Oh, the counter! ISO Hell knew, and you are gone off of that aerial.
That was a really good attempt coming from Copel, knowing that's a very dangerous ledge game spot there for him there. And just going to try to get the counter, and unfortunately he's just not going to land, and Link executing perfectly on that punish there to set the pace and the lead for his team.
And there they do have that 1 stock lead now. That percentage, any they got, gets reset back to 0. And with that, UIUC able to set the pace
Heck
a little
yeah.
bit more here. I'm interested to see who Northwood brings out for that counter pick. They do have a very, very deep and a very, very interesting squad. They've got Copel, which went super deep into that top 8 singles yesterday. They've got Frostbite, same deal.
Ooh, man.
Northwood had an exceptional showing in singles.
For sure, man. So you had a lot of single players kind of out showing and styling out over in singles. So as of right now, it is a 1-stock lead.
Yes.
It is advantage. As of right now, I don't think it's too much to be worried if you're a Northwood fan.
No. I also want to point out UIUC also doing amazing in singles.
yeah.
Burst going all of the way. You know, we got Queen Vamp there who rolled through pole play. They were such an explosive player to watch. And I think both of these teams really are so diverse in their talent, not just showing up in these crew battles, but also doing an amazing job in singles. Just shows that diversity and that, you know, experience and that kind of veteran status these teams bring to the table.
It really just shows off how skillful these guys really are out there, man. And really, the thing is, if your guys are topping most of singles to then come into crews and you guys are together, now you guys don't even have to fight against each other. You guys are together as a squad.
It's like, it's exponentially better, and it just builds and builds and builds. So getting into this next one, here it is. We've got Roy versus Link, the 2 swords on the table. Oh, 10% added on. I think we're going to need to...
just quick check real quick.
Yes, button check indeed.
So we will have Frostwall over for Northwood here. Isohel will be on the 1-stock here.
Frostbite coming off of that Roy mirror.
Yeah, for
Losers
sure.
final single
sure.
Roy mirror, which
went all the way. So we
all the way
had
to 5.
four top 8. We had 5 back to back to back to back to back 5 game 5s. That's insane. I can't even believe that the rarity of that actually happened. That's like, I think we have a better chance of winning the lottery.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like I've won the lottery with the quality of Smash games here. Like it is incredibly hype. All of these teams bring so much energy to every matchup.
Here we go. My favorite part of crew battles here. As we get to it, we're gonna get the countdown from the players pretty soon.
Can we hear it? Are we sending it?
1, go!
Send it! Let's go! Already, we got Frostbite here on this Roy looking to get the entry. Huge parry into up B. Frostbite not scared at all to send that up B on stage. I love just how brave and courageous this player is. That confidence, so vital in these Smash games.
Add a shield option, up B added shield is a fantastic option. So to get the parry, to even have those frames even open faster for you, it's even a better option coming out of parry. So I think that was a really good explosive start. 94 already locked in. This ledge game though, oh my gosh. You don't want to play these ledge games with ESO.
ESO living on the ledge right now, getting so much value out of it, and now just lengthening that 1 stock they have so much more. At 56%, no worries. Boomerang comes in, opens up a little bit of a jab combo. Neutral reset now. Lots of nairs being thrown out, but Frostbite's confident on the shield. Good read with the smash attack. They were explosive with those as well. That forward smash, they will charge it up even on stage for these reads and grab huge kills off of it.
I'm honestly surprised that ESO was even able to get a stock off of Frostbite with a 3-1 disadvantage, but this ledge control is insane. What do you do trying to get back onto this ledge versus ESO? It is so difficult having to deal with the bombs, having to deal with the projectiles, and even with the range of his sword as well. Yeah,
and it's not just that, you know, explosive play from the ledge guard. You're also trying to do it as
Look at
Roy.
that, look at that, look at
that. And the ledge guard comes through once again. ESO sends him with the boomerang and follows with the aerial.
This lead is now extending. UIUC now 2 stocks ahead. 120 right now. If ESO can find this and lock this in 1-3, he will get a reset on the damage, so he will get a fresh bill of health here.
Absolutely. And that stock lengthening out, you got to conserve your resources as much as possible to hit it up. But now at 150, they do have almost full raids, so that kill percent gets even lower. But the tilt into aerial, that is a Roy staple, and Frostbite makes it out with a stock.
Honestly, ESO can't even be upset with those results.
Oh, that's
you
huge.
came in at a huge disadvantage. You only had 1 stock to then tie it up. That's completely fine. Continuing the lead here. And now we're at 10-12. just about a player ahead now for UIUC.
I mean, anytime you're spending 1 stock to get 2, you're going to come
That's
out ahead.
worth, man.
Absolutely.
That's worth.
Absolutely. Like,
Your profit margins are in the green there.
you're making progress.
You know?
And so we do get to see that Roy stay on the table.
Heck yeah.
For UIUC, though, they've got a pretty diverse setup. They've got that Olimar, Kirby 509, who went insanely deep, Wii Fit, Falco, Inkling, Bayonetta. I kind of want to see this Olimar.
Yeah, I think Kirby
bring on
would
the table here.
be a really good answer. Kirby might actually be the anchor for the team, so
That
he
would make
might
sense.
actually be coming down all the way at the end. But we shall see once I think the team's kind of strategizing as of right now, as of what to do. 10-12 right now. With the double and limb, I wouldn't be too worried. I wouldn't be too concerned.
Yeah.
Obviously, you are at a deficit, but it's not at a deficit that I feel that can't be overcome.
Yeah, and loser.
Especially where we're at right now. We're in top 3, top 5 right now. Like these are the best of the best. You guys, there's no fluke that you guys got here. You guys got here, and you guys are here for a reason. You know, these guys have definitely been on both sides of on lead and from behind. So I don't think this is nothing new or out of the ordinary for them.
No, and winner of, or as I was, loser of this game will go on to face that Michigan State Spartan squad.
Spartan.
Which also incredibly strong. I think every team has been represented
for sure.
so well here.
There's not an easy team or a
There's
free
no
win.
more easy
There's no more.
path to
I
grand
don't honestly
finals.
think there was any easies.
Oh, God,
Pools
no.
have been ridiculous. Getting to top 32 was insane, man. Singles was intense. Like, you got to game 5 times in singles. That just doesn't happen because one person's better than the other. That is almost evenly matched completely on upper and lower bracket. You can't ask for much more, man.
Yeah, and I've spent a lot of time talking to the players, doing interviews with the coaches and such. All of them bring so much energy to it.
Yeah.
And anytime you ask them a question, it's such an in-depth, like, detailed answer that they have for it. And you can tell they've spent so much time just studying this game, building up their knowledge, building up their versatility as players to be able to do these crew battles. And one of the main things that they keep hitting on is, like, singles is great, singles is fun, but the main thing that I love about Smash is the community with it.
Yes.
And crew battles is a chance to turn that community, turn that group that I have into a fighting force.
For sure. Usually, most of the time, you are just fighting your own fights.
Yes.
You don't have a team to kind of fall back or to support on. Usually, you just kind of battle it out. You play against your friends most of the time and call it a day. To have a team and 4 other people behind my back, that gotta feel fantastic to kind of be pushing it forward over here.
Absolutely. So it is going to be that Sora coming out. Sword v. Sword.
Yeah.
Here.
So I think this is Kirby 509.
I believe you're correct.
Because we did see him swap into Sora during singles yesterday. And I gotta say, I really like kind of these Sora picks out here. I wouldn't say a niche character was super exciting. A lot of people were playing Sora. 2, 1, go! Let's go. Round 3 on the way. Like I was saying, though, a lot of people were playing Sora when Sora was released, but I don't think a lot of people stuck with it.
No, I feel like Sora is one of those characters that just, like, needs a little bit more time in the oven, you know, find a little bit more of those techs, a little bit more of those strategies. But they absolutely dominate this aerial game, which I think is a huge game to take away from someone like a Roy. And especially if you get them off stage, that 3-hit aerial combo can really just send Roy all the way off to, you know, off the screen to the blast zone. And not really any way that they can get back from that.
And off-screen Blizzaga, too, can really spell death for Roy as well. And kind of having it for the projected recovery there with the up B, very well known. It's really easily countered, too, and exploitable. So not having a lot of that aerial options there should make this a little difficult over for Frostbite.
Frostbite, though, is still doing a really good job with this ledge guard. Eventually, going to get back onto the stage, but it seems like Frostbite still has such great control of the ground right now in another ledge guard situation, waiting for this Sora to approach, and there it is, that down tilt leading into so much.
So we saw Link first with the ledge.
Oh
my gosh!
That is massive!
So we saw Link first with the ledge guarding. Now it's Frostbite's turn to just block that stage off and gets a massive down air through the stage, no less, to set the deal here. And I don't think Kirby was ready for that at all.
Absolutely not. Kirby now back to that 0%. Frostbite extending their stocks as much as possible. That was almost bad. At a low enough percent, though, it didn't get the right hitbox to continue it.
Oh, that back air whiff? Oh, okay, there we go.
There it is, there it is, there it is.
Yeah. I was like, come on, bro.
I was like, that should turn into a kill on Roy. I don't care how good the Roy is. You're playing Sora.
Yeah,
you got to find that offstage
heck
hit.
Heck yeah, for sure. Oh, man, that was a little nerve-wracking there. Frostbite able to get one stock. Again, you're on one stock. If you get 1 for 1, that's a fair trade, man. That's coming from League, too. Like
they're in the lead right now, so 1 for 1's always going their way. It's going to be up to Northwood to start extending those stocks, to start finding more off of it. UAC right now can just kind of play their game.
Yeah, honestly, as long as they keep the pace going, this should be completely fun. I don't think there's really any wrong or any, like, really pivotal actions that could have been like, oh my gosh, if one thing was completely done, this can be a completely different story. It's just so close right now, and still, fact of the matter, they gotta go it again.
They gotta go again.
Like, you gotta do it again, and that I think that's the craziest part right now, man. That once you get through this 15, hey, how is everybody?
Hey.
Welcome back. Once you get through this 15, you gotta do it again.
Yeah. I mean, either of these teams, at minimum, one more game after this. Whoever loses is going to have to find 2, possibly 3 for the that grand final reset and coming through with it. It's going to be a long day because normally we have a whole lot of Smash. We do have all those games coming in, but they're broken up by other teams. Not today. It's only going to be those 3.
And once you go through that, you're going to go through it right over again. So everything that you've learned within that first 15 should be nice and fresh.
Hopefully.
So then the counter action and the counter picks and the counter plays are going to be that more intense once we get into that second round.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel that the energy just continues to build throughout the day with every single loss, with every single win. It adds to that mental pressure because you can feel the end coming closer.
Oh, this is the end. There's no next day.
We're in the third act. This is Championship Sunday.
This is the finale, man. You want to come out strong. You want to finish strong. And you need to continue going strong. Because like we mentioned earlier, man, endurance. Yeah. This is day 3. I can only imagine how that grind, that heaviness must be starting to feel. You know what I'm saying? And you got to continue to perform at 100%, even though you may not feel 100%. Yeah.
Well, this region is insane with that energy, with that endurance. I've got to say, I don't think I've seen a region this wide, this far, be this intense about the game as we see here in Illinois. People from Iowa coming, people from Michigan coming, people from all over coming just to be here and compete with these teams.
Even the skill level, honestly, there hasn't been a very wide point. But obviously, we're going to have winners and losers, but they've been so close. These have been nail-biters going for last hit for hit, or one smash changes it all. And honestly, you can't ask for much more. The shutouts really kind of, I feel like that shows the dominance. It really shows your performance of how much you've been improving. But when it's going back and forth and it's neck and neck, that's so cool for an area, man. You love it.
Northwood has locked their player in, getting set up for it once more. It's going to be Joker coming out for Northwood. That's going to be Nokun.
Nokun coming in with the Joker. The worst skin though. Why do you have the Aketsuki skin, bro?
Because Akechi.
No.
Akechi. You gotta get the stylish wear. Early on though, it's going to be
I think we're gonna have a little mix-up though, but that will be Kirby there. Oh, if I'm not mistaken.
It might be Burst plays all the swords.
You know what? I do forget to mention that Burst swords. I always forget to add Sora in that. The Keyblade's a sword.
It is.
Arsene just about to be online. 71% Arsene. That's not the most optimal, but honestly, Arsene is here. You didn't lose the stock. It's going to flip.
We do see Sora now trying to get in, having a little bit of trouble though against this Arsene. Right, such good projectiles to deal with, and that tilts are brutal. That jab.
Wow, nice grab pick up yet again. Yeah, once Arsene gets onto the field, it is a completely different story, unfortunately. And now the fading is, ooh, nice. Be able to get the dash in just a bit early there, just before the Arsene left. And now, as you can see, that lead, that damage lead definitely changed there a bit.
Yeah, the worry is though, now that, you know, they're in kill range, they don't have the Arsene to get that extra power to roll through them. They got a lot of damage off it, great Arsene, but now they have to figure out how to build it back up or get a kill just with clean Joker.
I think the best bet as of right now is not to don't chase. Don't forget, you do have Kingsguard in the down B to soak up some of the damage. The meter is almost there at 128. Just has to be a little careful there because, as you said, they are within that killing threshold. So anything from Burst's Arsenal should be able to seal the deal and get that stock. Nice DI there. The Arsene weight keeping him afloat there. That was insane. Nukun is back with his big brother. Nice dash to get rid of that neutral there. Now he's just going to have to seal the deal here with Burke. Oh, tries to go for the Kingsguard. I think a little risk, but gets the back air there to seal the deal there. 9-11 right now between the two. A 2-stock lead over for UIUC.
Insane back air. Gonna see that Arsene take their lead. 174 now.
And a dream right now. That was such a low nair, and that's going to start the combo up there. Back air is going to hit as well. Big damage coming in. Down throw. Going to keep mixing it up there, and he's going to keep going at it with this stock. Back throw from here should be it. There we go. Oh, man. 180 choker.
Extended it up to 200
on
that throw.
You can't ask for much more on your first stock for sure. Now, Nukun's most optimal route would to close this out right here on this second stock, and I think he's definitely in the realms of possibility to be doing this. About 60% right now on the Arsene meter. At 21%, he should be able to get it around 50-ish% or so, unless Burst gets a huge back air or a mean combo to around 70. Even still, though, I think that's pretty optimal on Nook's side.
Yeah, and keeping that with pace, they'll be very highly in kill range. That comes on time just perfectly. Adds on a little bit more damage. Burst in danger. Nokun. That is a great Aga. Adding on a little bit more. Can they find the upper? They can't. They can't get it through. That down air off of Sora just covers a little bit too much of a disjoint to find. Huge Tillot's coming through, looking for that little bit more. Burst in such danger now being on this ledge. There's the neutral game. Parry comes through. Up air to follow up with it.
Oh, he got rid of Arsene there.
He did.
That was insane. That was a really good reaction move there. That could have definitely been punished and sealed the deal there. But honestly, that move, keeping Burst alive and able to get those enhancing moves and Arsene off the field there.
Burst now on this ledge once more. We've seen ledges be the name of the game so far. Getting so many kills around the field. And the back air comes out with the pistols beforehand to follow in. And Burst, as I was Nokun, gets Burst off the table.
Nice gunplay to the back air on the platform. Just knowing exactly where Burst was and having the timing for that was amazing. The double pistol to the back air. Very nice finish. I think we are now 8-10.
8-9.
8-9.
One stock dropped
and
3 players left on the side of UIC. So 1 stock difference. All we have in this winner's final.
And taking out Burst, that's definitely a big feather in the cap.
I mean, they won.
Singles. You won singles.
They are certified the best player at this land, according to earlier today and yesterday. They're the person to beat.
To take them off and get them out of this first round, I think that's a very huge advantage there.
Absolutely. Still a lot of talent left on this UIC roster. Of course, we still haven't seen, Kirby, still haven't seen Queen Vamp, still haven't seen Cypher or SVP come through. And with those subs as well, they still have a little bit of diversity in their choices to be able to run through different characters.
I really love how we're getting these crew angles
Oh, it's
here.
so good.
And we get to see the strategy there, and everyone just kind of teamed up. strategizing, making the next play. Oh, like singles, you don't get that in singles for the most part.
You don't get to see the team
you don't get
build
the
around
mid
each
coach
other.
either
No.
during singles. So when you have your set going, you have your set, bing, bang, boom. After the set, then you can kind of go over what's going on. This in-between strategy adds in a different factor into these crew battles versus singles.
Waiting for it now. Who would you want to see up against a Joker?
I feel Kirby really
Kirby?
has
Yeah.
a really just overall, because you got to remember.
Kirby can be applied to anything.
Exactly. You got to remember Joker has 2 stocks right now. So once you get through Joker, you got to remember who's left.
Yeah.
All right? You don't want to get rid of Joker and then fall into a huge counter pick. You don't want to lose. You don't want to gain 2 to lose 3.
Exactly.
So you got to think another step ahead, and then you got to figure out. I guess the best way to try to strategize is figure out their gameplay. Like who's gonna come after Joker and who's left after Joker, and then compare from there. And hopefully, if you guys completely strategize it right, then you can go down, break it down, and figure it out from there.
Yeah. So from Northwood, we still haven't seen So Good Pop, and we still haven't seen Sensational. So Good Pop, traditionally a Wii Fit trainer. Sensational brings forward a
Sephiroth.
Captain Falcon and a Sephiroth.
Yeah. So as of right now, I feel Kirby is really good. I would honestly say keep him at back. I feel like fourth, fifth position is probably the best spot for him.
Waiting for it now. They do have that player locked in.
Let's see.
I could not be more excited. Falco,
Hey, is that
that's
the
going to be
Cypher?
Cypher.
Hey,
That's going
hey.
to be Cypher. I love this Falco pick, honestly. Into Joker, take the speed to him, take the aerial to him, get them down
Get that rush down,
before they
baby.
build up. Arsene can really get a whole lot of percentage at you and stay out of that
Yes.
90 to 130 range while
Yes.
Arsene's on the field.
Go! Here we go. Nook is locked in, ready to go. 3-2. And you know what I think was hilarious? We saw Cypher come up to stage. We're like, ooh, that looks familiar. But as soon as we heard the Falco lock in, we're like, that's
There it
Cypher.
is, that's Cypher. That's Cypher. Cypher running through it on Falco. We've seen so many good Falcos from this region as well. I don't know that I've ever seen so many Falcos.
No, not a lot. Not a lot of space birds are really floating around that much no more. So it is really nice to see some of the love from one of the original characters.
Absolutely. Okay, now with that Arsene out,
Here we
not
go.
going to be able to find kill range and probably not be able to get Cypher into kill range during this time. Just looking to add on that percentage
Oh
right
my
now.
gosh.
Huge aerial trade, though, adds on a lot of percentages. Gets
Here we
them
go.
up. Oh, can't find the aerial. Can't get the back air off of that one. And that's been the huge play from Cypher, is that tilt into aerial, into back air.
So honestly, it's a lot of the drag downs and then those tilts into aerials,
Yep.
man. And really, like, you gotta figure out, like, you gotta close the gap to get that close. Oh my gosh, nice down tilt to open on that open shield there, just to seal the deal there. 3-1 right now, 91, not too bad. With Arsene being gone and that meter will have to be near reset, if he could get a really nice combo to 50, he might be able to find a gimp and be able to handle Nook before Joker even is spawned out.
Having some issues right
It's
now
okay,
with this
it's okay.
recovery. The
Oh,
down
no, it's
air!
not.
The run off down air. We've been waiting for it. There it is. One of the hypest plays we can see from a Joker. I love the runoff. Now, though, Cypher, though,
Okay, here we
aiming
go.
for that combo. Not getting the follow-up, not getting the regrab they were looking for on that platform. Still, though, Nair coming through, adds on a little bit more. That multi-hit's huge. And another ledge guarding situation. Nokun able to get right back up with the grab to throw Cypher off. Now, Cypher in disadvantage against Arsene. The jump back on stage, getting out of the situation, back into the aerial play. But those dual pistols are so brutal to deal with, and they add on so much damage.
Also, you gotta remember the King's Guard becomes the King's Counter there.
Yeah.
So you saw Cypher wanting to get a little aggressive there, but I think we saw a little bit of a hesitation because he didn't want to get countered. Usually Cypher and Falco are fantastic off air, but you gotta respect that counter, and that can really seal your deal or force you into a tech situation.
There it is, down air into back air. That will kill every day of the week. And Cypher stays alive, 2 stocks on the table, trading out 1 for 1, and that will maintain that lead.
Heck yeah. So now
Or as I was 2 for 1, they got 2 stocks off of it.
So
My
that's
bad.
a full player lead. We are now 6-9 right now.
6 to 8.
Nice.
They did lose 1.
Oh, they did 6-8. Oh. but still, that's a 2 lead right now.
Yep.
2 players left.
Not.
You gotta be all right. You gotta be feeling all right, man. Especially you got Cypher. You got Cypher there. Or Cypher looks fantastic right away. Cypher looks warmed up, ready to go. Doesn't seem like this is day 3. Doesn't seem like they've been here forever. Like it's so impressive to me.
Oh yeah.
Because honestly, I'm sitting here talking about games, and I can feel it. I'm exhausted. You know, so I can't even imagine the pressure or everything that is going on through the traveling. You know, you're expected to play at this level, and you're expected to do well at this caliber. So there's a lot riding onto these players, and they look so calm, cool, collected. Like, looks like nothing's bothering them. It's just a regular Sunday to them. You love to see it.
All right, well, there's that Falco locked in. Hey. Captain Falcon means Sensational has approached the controls. They are on the sticks. We see a Falcon v Falcon.
two different styles of birds, but kind of going for the same bit. And
Ooh.
I think we're just gonna get a full reset.
Yeah, we gotta reset that one. This has become a surprise button check.
It's okay. Honestly, the thing is, it's just out of habit. As soon as that 3, 2, 1 go went,
Just
he's like laser.
Like, yep.
You see the Falcon.
You gotta have the quick draw on Falco.
That was really, really nice there. As we are just gonna, as we said, it was just a quick button check. So we're gonna get ourselves locked in. So we do know who we have going on right now. As we're gonna get ourselves locked in.
All right,
So
getting set up into this
there
next
we
one.
go.
We're gonna have that quick stop be given.
Bastion will be it right there. It is 3-2.
One, go! Sending it on through. Already opening with that blaster again. This time on the right timing. And opening up with some aerials will get them set up. Those Falco multi-hit aerials can add in so much damage. But don't worry, it's Captain Falcon, and they've got the aerial combos for days.
You know what I really enjoy so much about Captain Falcon? Captain Falcon is so hype, man. You get those quick combos and the knees coming through, the up airs, it gets so intense, dude. But my guy, Cypher, just putting in the work right now. 57-119. It doesn't even feel that he's at a stock disadvantage right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's just classic Smash with the Falco, Captain Falcon. With being a huge Melee fan myself, anytime a Captain Falcon comes to the stage, I am so excited. Now, though, another ledge guarding situation, but Cypher's right back onto it. That up B, though, grabs on with the command grab, adding in so much more. And now Cypher at kill percent. Both of these characters looking for the kill move. Back throw, not going to do it.
This area's going to be scary.
Oh, can't find it on the fair.
Yeah,
and Captain Falcon finds it with the down air through the stage.
Yes, now we're getting 6-7 as of right now. Oh, no, he was really low there. Zephyr putting on that ledge pressure. I wouldn't want to approach Zephyr.
No, absolutely not.
There. That was really beautiful work, though, to set the pace going. Cypher just going to take it in strides and get a beautiful 69 combo there. He's going to keep going. Oh!
Below the stage!
What an angle. Knowing Sensational, because gotta kind of have to mix up that up B to gotta get the recovery. He still read that 9 perfectly, man.
Right back into it now. Both characters, one stock. They were about even, 5% to 0% when Cypher hit the ground. Now Cypher at 64 looking to get back on. That up tilt would do a little bit now, trying to throw out those forwarders and nairs. Get a little bit more. Grab on the ground. Transfer it off stage. Can you find a little bit? Ooh, almost
here we go, back
there again. That throws Sensational off stage.
He needs one more.
Ledge guarding opportunity now. Can they find the next backer? Oh, no, just barely on the aerial. Not meeting the target.
Here we go. Nice jabs there, man. My gosh, go for the knee.
Oh,
no, the down air, baby.
The down air.
Oh, my gosh.
Down air is the best move in Captain's Falcon kit, and I will fight anyone who says otherwise.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Beautiful work there. It doesn't even feel like you guys are behind. We're tied up now.
It's 2 players to 2 players. 1 stock left on Sensational. Off of those amazing below the stage plays by Cypher there. Talk about being a bird, hey, just willing to dive down. I'll fly back up. I got this.
Like we mentioned earlier, Falco's recovery is very projected. You see the up B charge, You already know which angle he's going to go for. Yeah, obviously he's got to go to the ledge. Side B is also available. You can mix a little bit with the dash based on how much you input or have influence on the control stick.
Yeah.
But for the most part, you're going as far as you can to the right or left, depending where you are on the stage. Then you're going to up B, right, left angle towards it. So it's very easy to get those beautiful down airs, which, you know, K-Rool has, Captain Falcon has. And you say the down air on Falcon is beautiful, I'm sorry, though. I got to say, the knee is where it's at. I'm sorry.
It's a good argument.
The knee is just the showstopper. Even when, like, the smash hits, it, like, freezes and everything.
Yeah.
Like, oh, man. Like, you already know, like, when that knee hits, that's it. It's done.
You're done.
It doesn't matter.
Stage,
It doesn't matter.
like, nice
Neutral,
high.
off stage. It's such a clip. It's such an edit. You're like, Ma, get the camera.
I feel like Captain Falcon players' eyes kind of light
Yeah,
up
it's a
anytime they
signature.
see that nice
It's a
high
signature.
recovery. They're like, "Oh, you're done.
Oh, yeah,
you're done.
see it.
I've
You
got
see
you."
the gleam in their eye.
And we have seen that kind of, you know, go back in the favor sometimes. Sometimes a little bit over aggressive. Don't read the air
Yes.
dodge right.
This
And
is.
if you go out that far looking for the knee, it's a huge risk.
Yeah.
But you gotta go for the knee.
Always.
You gotta go for the
always
knee.
got to go for the edit. You always got to go for the clip. Honestly, it's such a iconic signature.
Absolutely.
That is actually my locals symbol. It's
Is
just
really?
for
Yeah.
Virtual Fight Night. It's just the Falcon as a silhouette, and it's just like you know what it is.
You know exactly.
You see that silhouette. You see the knee position. You're like, I know what that is. That's Smash. That's Captain Falcon. You know what I'm saying? You know what it is.
Absolutely. So leading into it now, 2 players left on each side. Sensational on the stage right now. That means So Good Pup's going to be bringing up that anchor position for Northwood. UIUC though just waiting.
You know what's another thing?
That's Inkling. That's SVP.
A lot of Wii Fit trainers too.
Yeah,
honestly.
a lot of Wii Fit trainers.
Love that, man. Big shout outs to the Wii Fit trainer players out there.
All right.
I like the niche mid-tier kind of characters here. We're gonna get the double drop here. UIUC SVP was really one of the ones I was saying to definitely keep a lookout. We're gonna get the countdown.
2, 1, go!
Let's go. 4-6 right now. Sensational needs to get 2 at least to tie things up before losing this stock and passing it on over for the last Northwood. Gotta say though, I don't feel on either side, us, Northwood, or UIUC, this isn't really the end yet. Because even if you win this round, even if you get that reverse win, or you lock it in 6-5 lead, you gotta do it again.
Got to do it again. No matter what. Yeah,
and
just
now,
no matter what, you're going to have at least one more.
And you gotta have at least one more. And now you got the knowledge. You figured out, all right, this is how they kind of have things going. This is who they're playing. You kind of see where everyone is at. And so now it's 4-6 this first round. It's definitely, if it doesn't go down to last character, last stock, game 2 will definitely for sure go down 1-1. Ooh, SVP starting to cook a little bit though. Nice combo across the stage. I'm gonna continue it there for about 80% on the paint. Dude, nice parry to the tilt for Sensational, but not gonna be able to follow or mix it up with the up smash as well. Gotta be careful on that painting ground. It slows you down a bit.
Yeah. I mean, Inkling, in those insane aerial combos, exactly what we're looking for. Both of these characters want to find a tilt into it, just an aerial trip. Send them all the way home.
91 right now. This is very scary for SVP. It's got to kind of approach and close the gap. But the thing is like, do you really want to get close to a Captain Falcon? Like, you're kind of making the job easier for him because that's what he's looking out for too. I love this extender coming from SVP. Usually kind of closing out with the jab, adding on that extra paint. So then once he goes again with the next interaction, the knockback is that much more.
You gotta get the extra smash.
Ledge
On
guarding.
the edge
Oh, no,
now.
grab.
Just going for this quick grab, get the back
Down
off.
air. Oh my gosh, that was scary. SVP with the instant recovery. Nice grab to the up throw. Okay.
That can
give
lead to the
himself a
kill.
float.
We've seen the downer come out before. SVP's recovery a little bit too
Yes!
quick. There's the up B, send them home. And Sensational evens out this stock count a little bit more. Still at 117 though. So SVP looking for a little bit more. The throw into up air.
Nice.
Classic Inkling. And SVP trades out 1-for-1, maintains that 2-stock lead.
Spinning the bucket like a basketball over there. Nice use of the iframes. Coming right out of the gate, still invulnerable, and going straight for that nice 3 combo. Going for the up air finish right now. No pressure.
No pressure at
Barely an
all.
inconvenience.
No, yeah, no worries, no worries, no worries. It's just another day at the office.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
All right.
5-3 right now. This is going to be the last player for Nerfwood for this first match, first round. 3 to
Second
5.
round.
3 to 5's not
we
bad.
did not get
Oh,
the
we
first
didn't
round.
get
We
to
didn't
see
get the first
So
round.
wait, who won the first round?
That's a good question. We have not yet been given that information. By the way, going to be that So Good Pop. They're on the Wii Fit trainer.
Yes.
Wii Fit into Inkling seems really interesting because we see those Wii Fit trainers really playing that ledge
Yeah.
a whole lot, relying on soccer ball, relying on Sun Salute, deep breathing in order to find their way, find their tempo, kind of get that chip damage before starting to close it in. Whereas Inkling just immediately wants to take you off stage. Like they're like, oh, you're gonna play the ledge, we're gonna play
I'm
the kind
throwing
of
you
stage.
off the ledge then,
Hell,
like.
yes, we're gonna go on a trip.
No
Fred.
neutral. Yeah, no neutral game. We're taking you straight over to the ledge. We're trying to take you on the outside. I want to say, though, I feel Wii Fit can kind of play the zone game a little better, honestly. With the deep breathing, you have the sun projectile as well to kind of push through.
Which Sun Salute can kill. Kill
It
at very
definitely can.
low percentages
Yeah,
as well.
You got to respect it, and I feel like a lot of people don't respect it as much as you should.
All right, on to PS2. SVP gonna dip that one and get set up back on the platform. We're ready for it. Count us down.
Oh,
Missed it
they
a little.
already went, man. They're like, no countdown, all hands.
No pause, no hesitation.
Deep breathing already locked in right now. Nice parry from SVP. Just like as we mentioned, I said a lot of people don't have the experience, and there he goes parrying, not even shielding it. And having the timing locked down is that much better. But the zone game coming over from So Good Pop, keeping it 0-74 right now. Oh, did you see that?
The soccer ball
Overball
reflect off the
ledge,
stage
bro.
to try to give the recovery. Adds on that little bit more damage. Can't find the kill off of it quite yet.
sneaky.
And now SVP trying to camp
Here we
that
go.
ledge. Gonna get grabbed out, pushed off. Don't worry, they have the soccer ball. That's such a good tool to get out of these ledge guarding situations. And that get up attack will put SVP back onto the ledge. Shield getting extremely
that's just
pressured.
getting really
Had to
low.
have parry that
parry,
one.
though.
Soccer ball doesn't find the kill.
deep
No, not
spike.
off of Inkling. Recovery's too good.
The deep spike there. So
Oh,
good.
the Sun
Pop,
salute at close
the sun,
range.
baby. My gosh, the shotgun sun there. Not a lot of reaction there. SVP actually coming up with the attack off the ledge there. Thinking that So Good Pop was in that range to get hit with the attack. Was not. That was a charge, but I barely saw the sparkle of the charge.
Yeah, just throwing it right there. I love just pulling those huge projectiles off at close range. Just being able to throw that stuff out is massive.
Nice.
Now, though, So Good Pop really needs to convert this without losing another stock if they want to have that even 3v3 to finish us out here. SVP, not in a great situation. Starting to trend up in that percentage and a huge ledge guarding here. Soccer ball with the smash attack to add on to it. So much force, so much damage, and SVP just can't get back onto the stage.
This is insane. Look at that. Look at the ball set up there. He lets it bounce, and that throws in an extra bit into the mini game there, because then the extra attacks then cause it to bounce in weird ways. And honestly, So Good Pop knows where it's gonna go. SVP doesn't play Wii Fit like that, so they're a little iffy onto where it's gonna be landing. Nice coverage there on the ledge.
SVP does know this matchup. There's a Wii Fit trainer on both of these
true.
teams. So they've had the practice. They've been able to see it through. But this matchup knowledge not really coming out at the moment. SVP still trying to find a way in. They need to find a kill here on So Good Pop quickly. Because after a kill range, if they allow another deep breathing to go through, any good aerial, any good hit from a Sun Salute will be all she wrote.
I like these charges over into the air. Very sneaky. I feel like these deep breathing are kind of trying to force SVP off the stage.
Oh, there it is with the
Hey,
dash.
That's not it. Nice DI there. 139 across the stage. I don't think it's going to fully do it. Does get the full sun charge salute. Gonna just toss it forward because SVP trying to close the gap there. Really nice hit to the nair. And there we go.
Such consistent kill move for
I love the
Wii Fit trainer.
GGs. I
Right
love
off
the
stage.
respect from the players.
Oh yeah, this is such
yeah.
a friendly community.
Yeah.
Like I love seeing them talking after each game, you know, trying to give each other the note, trying to work each other through, and all of them just so clean. And after all of that, after we've gone through 8 players, we're ending with a 3-stock ending.
It's just too close here. There's no more really shutouts. It is just even.
We could see a Wii Fit near here.
Oh
Judo's
my
still on
gosh,
the table.
Please, please. We didn't get to see the Roy mirror, so at least let us get this, you know.
Wii Fit Trainer mirror to lead us in to that last one. Is that first Wii Fit locked in.
Yeah. And so this will be winners finals. Winner of this will be moving over straight into grand finals. Doesn't have to go to lower bracket.
Olimar! We've been
go.
waiting for him.
There it
It's
is.
the Kirby
It's the
coming
guy.
in on this. Olimar did amazing in singles, now bringing up the anchor for this UIUC squad. No need to count down here. They both got 3 stocks, just sending it right in.
I gotta say, Kirby is a fantastic Olimar player. Full control of the Pikmin. That is, I feel like, a very niche mechanic there, and just has a beautiful timing. Knows exactly where to put them and position them without really punishing himself.
Yeah, they're searching for that purple Pikmin right now. They had one before. They're trying to work through it. And do keep in mind, with these different properties of the Pikmin, when you attach them, it takes different attacks to get them off.
Yes.
That fire Pikmin, for example, not going to get hit off by things like Sun Salute because it can just roll through it.
Oh,
Right
nice
now,
grounding
though,
there.
the
Nice.
ground
Up.
into the
Oh.
smash. It is clean, and it will find a kill. Northwood, their first lead of this set, of this game, coming right here.
And now you see So Good Pop heading more into a zoning position there, using the volleyball, trying to get the Sun Salutes there. Gonna mitigate some damage too with the deep breathing exercises too.
Trying to find that entrance. The purple Pikmin is on the table. That can kill at percentages like this. If they find the good smash, and there it is!
Good call.
Waited
good
for it,
read
wanted
there.
it, just threw it out in the middle of the stage with the run up.
Here comes the Durable Purple that Kirby is known for. We might even be able to see the triple purple that we got to see yesterday.
Getting those 2 purple and getting like a white Pikmin that adds in that huge damage over time is absolutely huge. The Pikmin do rotate, so you do need to make sure, you know, you're waiting for the purple Pikmin at the right time. That's why it's so important to have 2 of them, is it just continuously opens up those huge smash attacks. Another thing that Kirby excels with with the purple Pikmin is they don't attach when you throw them. They just do
Yes.
the knockback. And so anytime someone's coming in and Kirby fan doesn't want to fight that neutral, they just throw the purple Pikmin. It's an amazing get off me.
They're the big boys. A lot of shield pressure too added on to the purple Pikmin when you're trying to defend against it. And honestly, I feel like that can really throw you off because you get so used to defending against the yellow, the white, the red, that when that purple comes in, you're not ready for it. And honestly, that was really good there on So Good Pop. That was a beautiful approach to kind of get this lead and extend it even further. A sub 50 stock there. You can't ask for much more out of that. But right now, Kirby is just trying to set this and reset here as clean as he can right now. 5% off the purple. Gonna throw the yellow blue off stage, going for the down air. Oh my
Ooh,
God.
doesn't
It was
throw
so
it out.
close.
Yeah, decides to get back to that ledge real quick. Got to play a little bit safe. You're on their last stock. There's no choice but to play it safe. Now
Got the
rolling
double
in. So Good
purple.
Pop has that big aerial, but they need to act quickly.
Cool.
Double purple is on the table. Deep breathing to add in a little bit more damage. Trying to find in. Ooh, that tilt almost connected. That micro spacing from Kirby, just enough to keep them alive.
Ooh.
Red Pikmin going to be sent out. That next attack will be with the purple. Can't find it there. That
Good
throw
spike.
gets them off stage. Looking for the spike. No. Kirby fan, but the read onto the stage. Sends Kirby fan away. So Good Pop wins it for Northwood.
What beautiful yoga positions and stretches to get Kirby off there. UIUC so close, keeping the lead all the way to the end. Northwood finally being able to make that way and make their mark and get that game.
Get that
Hey,
game
hey, welcome
through.
back, everyone. How is everyone doing here?
I
over
know
at
you were missing
Invitationals?
this beautiful.
Nah,
movie that
it's
we've got
it's
here for you.
us. It's us. Look, we kind of look like we're matching a little bit too, man. A little bit. Got the blue going too. Very nice. So I think we're gonna get an update on the score there. Is that the 1-1 or 1-0? Oh, that is the
2-0. So
2-0.
Northwood gonna be moving on to Grands. We're gonna be seeing Michigan State UIUC
Yeah.
for that losers finals.
So a little unfortunate when you're getting over into winners finals. You're that one step away.
yes.
So now Northwood being able to get that nice little relaxation for a bit. They get to sit at grand finals. You don't really have much to worry. You
No.
mess it.
Yeah,
Now
you're there.
you're
Just
gonna
get prepped.
now you're gonna be able to watch and be able to see what your opponents are gonna do. You're gonna be able to rest And as we get ourselves ready to go and get ourselves ready for that lower bracket, be sure to keep it locked. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh, never mind. I apologize. We're not going to a break. We are going to switch out the casters in a moment, though. We're going to take a step back, allow Soy and Treasure to come in and get their sets in.
Ooh,
And
man.
then for grand finals, it will be Soy and I here. But be ready for that. We're going to go to a quick break to get that swap.
What you gonna do? 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 What you gonna do?
welcome back to the Illini Esports Invitational. My name is Shen. Joining me is Treasure. And Treasure, we're getting ready for losers finals of the crew battles here for SSBU, and this should be a fantastic duel.
Absolutely. Things have been starting to heat up at this point. UIUC and MSUA not quite having that chance to match up against each other yet. Having gone through just about the rest of the entire playing field, both of them have a bit of a vendetta, an axe to grind, because sitting in grand finals is the team that we were just watching, Northwood. They are even with UIUC already through the weekend. They've got a back and forth record throughout this season of crew battles leading up to this event. And on the other side, MSUA also has been knocked down into losers side by Northwood, so they both have a lot to come back to going into grand finals, but they have to test each other first in losers finals with everything on the line.
It's such a huge moment for both of these schools. They both want that run back, that rematch against Northwood. And it's interesting, too, because Michigan State, this A squad, came in as the #1 seed. When we made these pools, they were our top seed, but they got knocked down early by Northwood, who was a 4 seed. And UIUC, they got off to a slow start for the day, but they have heated up since. Their players have really come into their own as of late. Burst, in particular, with their performance in singles, has really had a fantastic run through this weekend. But we'll have to see how that matches out here because, again, this is losers finals. This is do or die for these two teams to have their chance, to have their shot at grand finals on the big stage.
Yeah, it's so intense. I mean, Burst actually winning singles all out in grand finals, and with a quickness to it, his Sephiroth was absolutely shutting down the plethora of Roys that we had going through top 8, or at least the two of them. Felt like so many more with Revolver and Frostbite just wrecking through so much of the competition, but they just couldn't keep it up against Burst, who is a real big crown jewel to UIUC. Unfortunately, he was not able to stick it out against Northwood, so now in loser's side. He is also backed by Kirby 509, a big representative in the top 8 as well throughout yesterday in singles. But MSUA is not lacking in talent as well. Dice on the Falco was really amazing to watch as well.
Dice made top 8 of that singles bracket as well, and there were a lot of players that came very close. Hawk went down to the wire against Kirby to qualify for top 8.
He had amazing matches yesterday.
Last stock, last hit against that Olimar, and if one move went differently, it could have gone either way. Hawk was that close. So Michigan State, they had a ton of players, right? They brought 2 teams, and numerous players from their squads got that close to being that, on the main stage, but just a little bit short. So a lot of talent on this Michigan State squad. Curious to see what the lineups will look like going into this matchup. But UIC also no strangers, right? Like you mentioned, Kirby's been playing fantastic, and they've really been on the grind on this Olimar. They have a number of matches. I feel like if we had the chance to go through and look at all of the matches they've had to play, I feel like they've had to play the most. I feel like they've just gone to game 5 against just about everybody. But we'll have to see how they do in this battle in particular. Also, you got players like Fade stepping into this lineup, aka Queen Vamp, who have really come into their own, especially in that singles bracket. That Bayonetta looked fantastic. We didn't get to see them at the start of the day for UIUC, but they will be playing here in this crew battle, and that is a whole nother weapon for Michigan State to have to deal with.
Yeah, I don't know quite all of the UIUC players we have right now. They filled out all of their extra spots, so using 5 in the match for their 15 stocks to count all up 3 each. They've got a couple extras on the sidelines. They added it was at least Noodle
the Wii Fit. There was SVP also in the lineup on that Inkling who you saw moments ago go up against Northwood. And there's one other on there. I believe it was a Rob player if I'm remembering correctly. But either way, UIUC, the hometown team, they've got a full roster. They've got 7 players here, so if they want to make some substitutions between each set, they can. A reminder that this is a best of 3 here in losers finals, so if one crew battle ends, it's not the end of the world for the losers side. They would have to win the next 2, though, which is a tall task.
Yeah, it's grinding. You got to take down 30 stocks without losing 15 in either of those reset games, so that is a tedious fight to make, but I think if anyone's up to it, it's these 2 teams. And they're starting to get ready here, closing up on that first game. And it looks like it's Noodle from UIUC coming out as our starter. So we'll be seeing some Wii Fit right off the bat, just like we saw in the last match, because we saw Noodle and So Good Pup both up in that same match. So those 2 have been doing a great job throughout the tournament. I mean, I've been seeing them just have amazing games all the way through the beginning of Friday. These 3 days straight of these two players just running through brackets.
These players have been on the grind all weekend long. Not only have they been preparing for this event, but also on top of that, you know, you look at these players and the weekend that they've had, everyone's showing up here very early to start every single day.
Yeah.
It's like we show up to prepare for these events, you know, starting at 10 a.m., but they're here at 9 o'clock already setting up, already playing, and already getting those hands warm. And everyone here on stage, hands already warm and ready for this crew battle. Like you mentioned, Noodle likely stepping in the lineup here first for UIUC, the Wii Fit. An interesting character because it feels like this character's got a lot of potential, but we don't frequently see it. There's not a ton of Wii Fits that we see really make those large leaps, especially in crew battle formats. So to see that open up here, very intriguing to see who Michigan State have locked in for that opening match.
Yes, we've got Hawk, and he is indeed locking in Rob, as we would expect from him. This is a little bit of an interesting matchup. They both have quite a bit of zoning potential, but absolutely the ability to box when it comes down to it. Starting out Pokemon Stadium 2, a reasonable place to go, not a stage we get to see very often, right?
Classic Starterville here for the side of UIUC, I believe, ending up getting this stage pick. But either way, first match of losers finals here of this best of 3 crew battle. Noodles Wii Fit already putting in a lot of work, quick 84% dealt up. Also, with that deep breathing, continuing to chip away at this stock. And that's one of the big concerns I have with this matchup is that Hawk is just such a big body, and that is something Wii Fit can exploit.
Yeah, he's done a great job of just following Hawk around, not giving him any quarter. Noodle is a little bit more warmed up, having come off of a competitive set just now. Not necessarily playing all of them or the last match, but he's already had some time up here on the stage, and Hawk's got to catch up with that. He's got this back throw, looking for a low option with his neutral B, but doesn't get in. The Nair drags him down, but he's able to escape.
71% right now onto Hawk. Make that 80 with the gyro in hand for Noodle. Noodle just doing a great job of mitigating the amount of damage they are taking in the process of all these kind of range projectiles. But right now, Noodle with stage control. They'll get forward aired away. Gyro, I like the angle there, lingering, making sure that that low recovery was not as safe as it looked. Now stalling out along the ledge, but the timing by Noodle on that down tilt, perfect.
Yeah, he just cannot vary the up B recovery quite enough. There's a lot you can do with it, but the timing's all just going to come down to what Noodle can work with. It's like recovering in a 2-frame. You just have to rely on your opponent. Missing it, the up smash is going to pick up and do away with the first stock from UIUC. Hawk gets this one, stalling up at the top of the stage. His top is away, but he's able to take it back with his Nair, and now he's looking for some fares of his own.
For something here, pressuring shield. Soccer ball will land. He'll pick up the gyro as well. Just mitigating the amount of use of that gyro. Feels like, you know, when you're going up against Diddy Kong, you want to be or have the banana in your possession. It feels like Noodle's got the same game plan here. Get that gyro to be yours to use. Don't allow Hawk to set up that gyro combo.
Hawk just can't manage to land something off of these. Ooh, forward airs. He's doing a great job of landing in neutral. He's looking for a down tilt roll read, but he didn't get it there. And a little more damage trading back and forth. This dash attack looks a little scary, especially if a soccer ball were to careen past and hit Hawk, especially close to the blast zone here. He's setting up his top, looking for an opportunity to close in Noodle, and that's exactly what it's going to do, allowing for a great full hop up air.
Falling up air means last stock a piece, but it's quickly taken off the board. It's going to be Noodle's forward air that takes down Hawk, and that's the first member of Michigan State off the board.
Yeah, a respectable start there for Hawk as well. He was able to get a stock right before going down himself. That's a big thing to get, especially if you're already at 134%. You really want to give that value to your teammates, because only getting one stock, despite putting so much damage on Noodle, it feels a little bad, and you start losing a little bit of pressure there. So the tempo is still keeping as even as you can. Someone's got to go down one in this first matchup. That's just the reality of it. You can't both die, so you can't have a 3-3 in the start.
We'll have to see who Michigan State opts to lock in next. When you look through their lineup, Hawk off the board, Dice another option. You've got Linus, I believe, is or is how you pronounce that tag. Rosa, Minmin, and Bowser is what we've seen from them this weekend. Crash on the Terry has been very good. And then suspects Kazuya and Diddy Kong have really put in work this weekend, especially to get Michigan State to this point. Suspect had a very strong start to the day. Dice, we mentioned earlier, with the big bracket run through singles, and they also started off Michigan State very hot. They were the opening match of crew battles, and they took, I believe, 10 out of 15 stocks in the opening battle. So Dice has been locked in all weekend long. when you're going up and you need one stock off of this Wii Fit trainer, is there a character on that list that kind of sticks out to you?
Yeah, well, I don't know if I'd even be picking around the Wii Fit trainer. I think right now, while MSUA is up there contemplating, thinking about what the game plan has to be, they have to think about not just this next match, not just this one stock that they have to take off of Noodle, but they're contemplating what the end game plan is. If they choose Dice here, well, what's going to happen from UIUC? Who are they going to bring out? So they have to do a lot of this deep thinking, especially when so much is on the line. I mean, they're guaranteed third place at this point, but they have the potential of going all the way to first still.
Very much so. It is a long grind to get there, though. When you look at the lineup for UIUC after this Wii Fit trainer, you've got Burst, who we mentioned has a whole pocket full of characters. Kirby's been rocking the Olimar all weekend long. ISOHEL's Link has looked very, very strong. And then Cypher was the name that we missed out on last time, but his Falco has also been very strong. So there's a potential for a Falco Ditto later. SVP.
That would be really amazing. I would love to see that. Cypher versus Dice.
Especially with the way those two Falcos have played, because we talked about Dice. It feels like he is very much locked in on getting those up tilt combos, but Cypher feels a little bit more read heavy in getting those kind of forward air drag downs instead. Feels like Cypher is more about kind of the free flowy creative, whereas Dice is very bread and butter.
Yeah, I love that consistency from Dice. It really just creates value every single time he's going up against his opponent. And Cypher is a little bit of an enigma to me. I never know what Cypher's going to be doing out there. Anytime I'm watching his matches, I'm just ready for a surprise.
We'll have to see. We're going to get surprised as to who this next player is for the side of Michigan State. They'll be locking in that player momentarily, but it is just the opening match for them today. But they've been, like we mentioned, playing off stream, grinding friendlies until this very moment, so their hands are warm and ready to go. But it has to be hard, right, to play at your first match of the day against a team that has already warmed up from that winners finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And UIUC was playing pretty darn hot, still losing narrowly to Northwood there in the end. It was a 2-0. Close 2-0. Gotta add the caveat, of course.
Total of stock differential there. That last game was, a 2 stock. I think the one before that was also a 2 stock. So
yeah,
maximum 4 stock difference in 2 crew battles. That is crazy good.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So continuing on this, like, loser side here. The stakes are getting high, and UIUC, brand new here, but MSUA has had to take match on loser side already to get to this point, so they're a little more used to that pressure that's been put on them.
Yeah, very much so. As when you look at the runs that both of these teams have had, you know, Michigan State, again, their only loss was to Northwood on that winner's semis side, and on the flip side, UIUC, while they dropped down, you know, off of that last loss on winner's side, they've been so good, so consistent to get to this point. The Rosa Luma on screen tells me that this is Linus stepping into the ring, and this is actually, I think, the first time all weekend that Linus has opted to go with Rosa and Luma. They've been typically going min-min. In singles, they were going Bowser for a lot of their matches, so I have to see how Rosa Luma is ready here against Noodle's one-stock Wii Fit.
Yeah, it's going to be bringing some consistency to the team. A lot of extended hitboxes, making it really hard for Noodle to get back to the stage. Landing on the platform, though, he's going to take some trades with Luma, trying to stop deep breathing, but it still goes off, unfortunately. We'll say sayonara to Luma as he heads off down off the bottom of the stage to return another time.
Back throw. Won't be able to get too much off the back of it, though. Going for the down air, but well-timed by Noodle to get off of that ledge. Falling there will lead to some combos, and once again, Luma knocked away momentarily, but still on stage. The back hit of forward smash will knock Luma away, but Linus, good positioning, able to punish. Trying to find a way to stall out here. Clipped by the up B, and now things start to get a little dangerous as Luma is gone now. So Linus, all that kill power off the table here. They're gonna have to find something really strong, a good read, and they will find it with the up smash there. Able to take down Noodle and tie up our stock count once again.
Yeah, absolutely. That's big right there. Linus making sure not to lose a stock before taking away that one from Noodle. That's exactly what you want. You don't want to be, well, you want to even it up. That's exactly what it's going to be. We're back up to a 4-player even split across both teams. 12 stocks on the board. So nothing too concerned to be about there. Noodle is looking to find any bonus there. He doesn't really expect too much, but if he can win out that 1v1 pretty quickly, find a stock, that's great. 2 of them would be crazy good, but just not in the books for him on this one. We're seeing a little bit of contemplation over here in the UIUC dugout as they contemplate who exactly is going to be going up next.
should be interesting to see because, again, Rosa Luma is such an interesting character to deal with. It feels like they just play a different game at times than the rest of the cast. So when you look at this UIUC lineup, they're going to have to consider not only how do we deal with this Rosa, but like you mentioned, down the line, down the depth chart. Who else could be, who else is the issue that they're going to have to deal with? And we'll have to, that is what they are debating at this very moment. UIUC, again, a very strong run, taking down numerous top seeds. They were seeded second overall when we made the pools in the first place. And again, fantastic run through pools, getting all the way to that winners finals. And that was the first game that they dropped, was to that Northwood squad moments ago. So already coming this weekend, playing very hot, and we'll have to see who they opt for. Again, their depth a little bit larger than MSU, because MSU, they brought 2 teams, but there's no substitutes on those teams. So they have that ability to kind of flex their lineup and play around with a couple different iterations. And it looks like, based on who's walking up to stage, I believe that is Fade.
Yep. Yeah, and that is interesting because UIUC, in addition to having those 2 extra players that they can sub in and out as they need and as they choose, they also have quite a few players that have a variety of characters that they can play at a very high level. So that does add a little bit more flexibility to them. I think strategically they have one of the things in the back of their mind is they know there's a Kazuya on the other side of the team, and no one on that team has a great matchup into Kazuya. He's a really strong character, taking a forefront place in the meta, of course. So as far as I heard earlier while they were talking to me about this a little bit, Kirby 509 is pretty much their go-to solution for Kazuya. Not the only one who can deal with the character, of course.
Right.
But they want to keep him as an ace in the hole and make sure they've got that counter later on, and thus I think it's going to be hidden a little bit from MSUA.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, right, when you look at your opponents and you do that kind of scouting, you try and come up with the answers, and you try and get to that point where you can get to the comfort matches, right?
Yep.
So if that is the case, and they want Kirby to match up against that Kazuya suspect for the side of Michigan State, that's a whole other factor to consider. Is, do you try and send them in early? Do you hold the Kazuya back a bit? That's a whole other mind game for Michigan State to play. That being said, Rosa versus Bayonetta here as we get ready for, well, match number 3, I guess, or second players for both squads.
Yeah, kind of a funny match. It's a Smash 4 matchup, actually. 2 characters that were solid high tiers and, well, Bayonetta something much more earlier in Smash 4. But have kind of fallen to that mid-tier area throughout this game. Still capable of quite a bit. I mean, we've seen a lot from both of these players on both these characters, and some others rocking the same lineup as well.
We get ready for this matchup. Small battlefield, the stage selection here, and I'm curious to see how Queen Vamp goes around this playstyle, because we saw Queen Vamp's combo game yesterday in the singles pools was fantastic, especially against the heavyweights, who are those nice tall hitboxes. And Rose is pretty tall, but how do you deal with Luma? How do you get through this defense? In theory, things like the guns should do the trick, but we've seen Linus's defense come up clutch numerous times.
Yeah, it is pretty difficult to break this neutral, especially with Luma up front to break any gunshots and slow down, put you in any hit stun from trying to approach with side B. It's very difficult for a character that already doesn't have an amazing approach. That up air is not going to quite land for her, so Vamp ended up getting grabbed out of this one, unable to find that in against Linus.
Yeah. 90% though on Queen Vamp right now, really struggling to get the combo game going. Rapid jabs will continue to chip away at this percent, and especially with Luma on the table, this is really kill percent for the side of Queen Vamp. They've got to be very careful in their decision making, picking and choosing when to weave in. They're able to just run up, get a grab, knock them off stage once more. Lance should be able to make it back, but Luma gone now. Back throw, won't be able to do the trick quite yet. That will be a kill throw eventually, but it's going to take a long time for it to get there.
There we go. Bats within is exactly what she wants right there. Just going to get hit by the forward air, though. It's going to keep a little bit more distance, and Queen Vamp not quite able to close up the space despite it being a very small stage. Blind's doing a great job of keeping Luma way out in front of him. Ooh. Okay, space is going to be kind of broken there, but Luma is able to fall right back down, just keeping constant hitboxes out. It makes it so hard, once again, for a character with limited recover or neutral closing options.
Yeah, very,
She's
very
got plenty of recovery options.
Yeah, plenty of recovery options, but maybe a chance here. Good ladder up will help chip away at that percent, but no killing blow able to be landed quite yet. It feels like at this stage of the game, Queen Vamp is really looking for some kind of overextension, and there, just a shield drop back air will do the trick. And so stock number 1 off the board, and despite the early deficit, Queen Vamp has battled back and taken the lead.
All right, looking at this combo started, ending a little bit early with the up air, and that's calculated actually because Luma is a combo breaker. You can just throw out in like any normals. Whoa, while in the air, and Luma will put out a little hitbox, and that will knock Queen Vamp out of her side B and her up B going into the combo. We saw earlier on a combo that was really starting to pop off for her this time. Ended up on the other side of Luma though, so these forward airs get to land on their mark, adding a quick 87%, and she's still going. Up air still gonna hit on the last hit, but it doesn't get anything more than that.
That was dangerous though. Good witch time, and this is a forward smash, and that's gonna be the stock taken away. Another one down, and Linus on to their last one. The lead back in UIUC's favor. What can Linus do about this? They've got stage control. They're pressuring once again, but Queen Vamp again able to sneak in, weave around this space, and good parry though is gonna lead to some damage.
Well, I guess just a throw, playing kind of slow here. Linus is really seeking to keep that mid stage and just keep distance, especially after seeing what can happen with those last 2 stocks of his, which have evaporated right quickly.
Good forward airs being landed. There's a lot of good damage, especially with Luma off the table. Do they get him off the top? Maybe. Kill
No way, no way. Oh, right to the corner.
Almost there. The Nair to help get even more damage, but there's the back air, and that's going to be the stock, and Queen Vamp with a huge victory. 2 stock lead now headed to the fight in Illini.
That's an amazing start right there. After 1 stock taken by Linus, he's just basically shut out. He's able to take one off of Queen Vamp, but he's having a hard time keeping pace, especially when she got that read. And I guess that early difficulty that she was having, really not finding any ins until basically 100%. It was just all getting the download on neutral. And you look at those back airs, huge call-outs to the extended Luma plays, because you can actually just close up that as long as you make sure to parry, or you can just roll past Luma. That actually puts you right in the perfect range to get a back air right into Rosalina's head.
Huge plays. Those back airs coming up clutch. But again, like you mentioned, just the download after that first stock, it looked very, very rough. They're up to 160, I believe, when they took that first stock off of Linus, and that is a huge turnaround to be able to survive at those high percents. Because again, this is a format where once you get the victory, your stock resets back to 0. So now all that extra damage that had been dealt gets reset. They were only at about 54 by the time the game ended, but it just felt like after that download had been completed, there was just not really much that Linus could do. All that chip damage that they were able to get seemingly gone by the wayside, and the combo game starting to come online, and we all know how dangerous Bayonetta's combo game can be.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that was really phenomenal from Queen Vamp, is finding ways to get those combos off still. And you have to be really careful, especially. She was spacing her side, or her up Bs, making sure that she'd come out of side B, waiting a little bit to DI, and try and get on the side where Luma isn't. That way it's going to be a lot harder to end up getting hit. And she was really smartly stopping combos a little bit earlier in order to take the stage back and wait to catch Linus's landing options. Even if you're not going to get the full damage of your combo, you can still get something more and keep that dominance over the stage. Well, Linus, he's got really slow float speed. Rosalina is one of the floatiest characters in the game, so it's kind of hard for her to land really safely.
Yeah, the decision making again of picking and choosing when to extend the combo, when to pull back, when is enough, and then being able to pull back. Even the call outs too, like you mentioned, for Queen Vamp. The fact that getting that witch time on the platform was really a huge turning point, right? Getting that first stock off the board was such a massive momentum swing because of the early lead that Linus had. Now we get ready for the next match here. Suspect entering the ring, and that's the Kazuya we mentioned entering on Town and City.
Yeah, so he's got 2 stocks to take here up against Queen Vamp, and then he'll get his reset, is what he's looking for at this point. Timer going down, and they're ready to go. Town and City, a pretty intense one for these two to be at. Get a command grab right off the bat, and that's a neat 40% for Suspect. He's going to be keeping some space. Ooh.
Oh my mercy. So many strong hits are landing right now. Nearly the down smash too, and that could have likely been the stock. So Queen Vamp got to be very careful. Once again, an early deficit, 107 here. Has to find a way to battle back, trying to get some chip damage, but they get grabbed for it. Up throw, won't be able to kill quite yet, but the laser will connect again and nearly do the trick. 150 now on this Bayonetta, but how do they get back to stage? High recovery from the ledge.
Looking for a little spin kick to down or to 2-frame there. It's not going to quite come out for Suspect though. And now Queen Vamp taking some more space. Yeah, that's a confirmed kill right there. Uppy, an amazing kill option for Kazuya. He's getting another grab right off the bat, looking to bring it into a nair. Another one. We're going to just keep training that until we get to the end of the stage. It's going to finally stop as Queen Vamp finds her shield.
Got to be very careful. That shield coming up clutch, but the percent has evened out, but still a stock count in UIUC's favor for the moment. Can they get the stock? Can they hold this lead is the question. Suspect trying to say, no sir, not today. 92% on this Bayonetta and so much kill power in Kazuya's kit. They nearly call out that side B with the up smash. Now a grab coming through on the other end, 90% onto Kazuya. Good follow-up though, and that should be the follow-up into the up smash. That's the stock, and that is a tie game once again.
Yeah, some real dominance there from Suspect just as Fade came out, blazed through a couple stocks. Suspect has done just the same, and he'll be waiting fresh with 3 stocks as he's evened this one up.
Suspect looking very, very strong on this Kazuya. And the combo game, right? It's one thing to know Kazuya's combos, it's another thing to execute them because of the potential mix-ups that you can get. But you saw bread and butter online for Suspect, and the damage can just so quickly rack up with this character.
Okay, well, not as we were suspecting earlier with Kirby 509, we thought might be that counter to Suspect's Kazuya. And Suspect does have a multitude of characters that we've seen over the course of this weekend. He's going with the Kaz, and he's going to be locked into it as per crew battle rules. So that will be the option, and it makes it a lot easier for Burst to choose exactly what he wants. Another player of multiple characters here, and really man of the day today, having just finished up a winning grand finals of singles already. So he's got he doesn't have that much to prove. I mean, he's proved himself already. So now he's just showing up for the rest of the team so he can bring up his teammates to victory as well. So Suspect has a tough matchup here, especially in the dead even 3v3. This is a big one to win, though, if he is able to take down Burst. That would prove a lot for himself.
And I was curious to see what character Burst would opt to go to. We've seen Sora, we've seen Sephiroth from them, but here we get to see the Cloud against this Kazuya here on PS2, though, and it's Suspect already landing some early damage here. Burst gonna have to be very careful, right? That's one of the things that Suspect has proven very strong at, getting that one opening and just exploding that damage.
Forward air landed there, connecting right into a down tilt, a back air, and he's just going to keep this going, connecting with the stage, throwing out his beam laser to see if he can find anything more, and up smash is going to cover that entire platform. It's not a great place for Suspect to be landing. He's got to watch out for it. Another up smash goes out as he just will not let Suspect back to stage.
Rage Drive, though, also online here, so this could be a kill at potentially the right angle, but the up B, wow, turning things around there. Thought he'd be able to snap the ledge, but instead hits Cloud off stage, but now maybe a chance here for Burst to make something happen. They get the back air. Kazuya stalling out, able to snap back to the ledge, gets a grab. This should be, able to mash out. Thought he'd go for the back throw instead, but doesn't have the time to do so. Another up B out of shield gets blocked, and both looking to make a play here. Maybe the follow-up, no, doesn't pull the trigger on anything quite yet.
Suspect has not quite been able to fully capitalize it with that kill that he is searching for, but Burst just keeps landing some unsafe options on shield. Forward area on shield actually gives quite a bit of time to Suspect. Yeah, especially if he's looking for command grabs coming out of it, or even but they might have potential for a wind punch coming on out. Full charge up for Burst right now. Suspect is happy to wait it out. It is on a timer, so he can just wait and force the option out earlier, just as Burst ended up using it earlier. But he's now boxed off Suspect into this corner. He's using forward airs to cover so much ground, but that down air is going to be a mistake, allowing Suspect to close the ground, but he's still back out on the platform.
129 here. You got to feel like this stock might be running out of time, but Burst right now doing such a good job playing defense, just shutting down any approach from Suspect. And Suspect knows they've got to find a way to take the stock offline soon. Rage Drive online, but they get down aired away. How do they land against this fast Cloud? They're able to get around that limit cross slash, but at 133, a low recovery will be once again forced here. How does he get back to stage? Turnaround there knocks him off, and no limit online, so Burst will just fall to his demise, but it's quickly answered via the back air, and UIUC is back in the lead.
Yeah, Burst looking pretty comfortable here. That's a rough SD to have. He just ended up jumping late, I think. I think he still did have jump. or maybe it was stolen on the way down. That would have been pretty unfortunate for him, but those will just happen to players at any level of plays. Putting on so much pressure against Suspect's shield now. Not any punchable stuff until he pushes up too far with that down tilt.
Dangerous spot, able to make it back to stage. And it feels like you can feel the tension between these two players. This match means so much, especially with the number of participants and number of players dwindling down, knowing how close they are to that grand final. Suspect trying to find something here, but they are shut out from center stage. Burst doing such a good job of controlling the pace of this match.
That was amazing recovery right there from Burst. He actually uses B early because there's a lot of risk in that side B coming out, and he called it out really quickly. And there's basically, that was the only option that was going to end up with him coming back, because he does have a lot of recovery options. He can stay out there for quite a while, and using the air dodge to get back that final last couple inches is very big. He evens up the stocks here. Some huge stuff from him. He's down basically 100% on Burst, but already taking 2 stocks is definitely a win for him.
Find something here. We'll see if he can clutch this out, but it's asking a lot. That being said, already dealt a quick 58, and he is shutting down any approach here from Burst on this platform. Nair gets parried, tried to follow him up, but there's that buffered roll dodge away. Now Rage Drive online. This is where things get very scary. In the yellow, maybe a chance here off the command grab. Almost, but not quite enough. And now Limit is online the other way, and he gets
no
so
way,
aggressive.
other corner, he's too heavy. It's not going all the way to the corner though, even. He's still got plenty of time left in him. A parry, looking for the grab, is not going to quite land.
Oh my goodness, and it's going to be the dash attack. No, still not enough. Able to survive. Kazuya is very heavy, but it's not enough. The down air just before the ledge will catch Kazuya, and down goes Suspect, excuse me.
Yeah, that is huge. He's been looking for the down airs over the course of that entire game. Really hoping for it, and actually he ended up losing out the encounters twice for it. He got knocked down underneath the ledge because of the up B poking up above platform when he tried to do it. The nice thing about down air on Cloud is that it is a really long-lasting hitbox, and it's this extended hitbox, so you can just sit there, like basically pogoing on the sword while you cover the ledge, and it makes it really hard to get back. It can 2-frame, especially 3-frame against like teleportation characters, or really stop someone from just stalling out by the ledge. If they're running out their ledge invulnerability as well, you can cover that too. So it's such a great tool there. But Kazuya's up B pokes, so if you're not spacing quite correctly, you can end up seeing yourself dying for it.
We actually saw kind of the flip side of that, right? There was an up B earlier that Kazuya was able to sneak back onto stage and avoid that ledge, and actually knocked Cloud off stage. So that spacing, that timing, vital in a matchup like this. And that time around, Burst getting the better of it with that down air. So they have the lead headed into this next match, giving the Fightin' Illini a lead in this opening crew battle. And Michigan State, they're down to their final 2 members. Hawk and Crash have not been used yet for the side of Michigan State A. Hawk, we talked about the Rob that nearly made top 8 of that singles bracket and has been very good so far. And Crash, this Terry player, could be an interesting matchup against Burst and this Cloud.
Yeah, absolutely. And Burst is the player to be. I cannot overstate that enough. So Suspect already taking 2 stocks off of him is absolute stonks rising, feeling very good right there. There's a dawning matchup to be looking for. You can see that in his face as he gets up there, gives all the fist bump, and we get ready to get into our 4th player from MSUA.
I believe this is Crash stepping up to the ring here for the side of Michigan State. So this is the Terry that is going to be likely locked in to go up against this Cloud. And Terry, when I think of Terry, I think of the go meter. I think of winning neutral 2-3 times, and all of a sudden your opponent's at kill percent, they lose 1 more neutral interaction, and they are just dead for it. And Burst does not have a whole lot of wiggle room with only 1 stock in entering this matchup.
Yeah, and of course that's the exact same game plan that Kazuya has.
Right.
We were just watching. They're both called Shoto characters. They have a very certain game plan. They really want to stay grounded as much as possible and use their crazy, crazy burst options and combos to just tear away the stock. So if he's able to have anything near the success of Suspect, then I think he'll be sitting in a good spot going forward.
I feel like one of the big emphases on this matchup in particular is the battle on stage, because I feel like the game plan for both of these two is get them off stage. I don't want this character anywhere near these platforms, because when these two are off stage, it's so easy, I feel like, for both of these players to take advantage of that, you know, trap them at the ledge, get something. Like we talked about, the down air is probably going to beat out that Terry up B. And on the flip side, right, Cloud's recovery without limit, very, very short, so not a whole lot of distance. And while it's harder for Crash to cover, he certainly has the capability to do so.
Once again, a lot of shield pressure coming out from Burst right off the bat. He's got the Buster Sword. We can just swing around on someone who's holed up in their shield. But it's going to be all regen by this point for Crash. And maybe we return to that same kind of cadence throughout neutral. It's probably going to be something we see repeated quite a bit throughout this set if it goes any longer than this one stock. But Burst is doing a good job of slowing things down, making sure he's not taking very much damage. And he needs to in order to get as much as he can out of this game.
Gotta find something here. Every stock matters, but Cloud, right now, limit about to come online. Roughly 60% here onto Burst. Nair landing on shield, and Crash doing a good job of holding center stage, but waiting for their one moment. Parries the cross slash, but won't be able to get anything off the back of it. Double Nair into the side B will get some extra damage online, and now Burst at kill percent. Oh, and he
Oh my God, what a
waits and
call
reads the
out!
Air dodge, what a call out, what a read, and once again, neck and neck are these two teams.
Spacing backwards against Burst, not going for what he could confirm on there for low effort, just getting the up smash and doing away with that one well before Burst can do any more damage to their roster. That's exactly what Crash was looking for coming into that matchup. Just clean that one up. Once again, evening up the stock count. We got 2 fresh players from each side. Crash getting his a minute or so in the game there of stage side warm up going into this one. Talking a little bit more strategy. They've got 2 players to choose, or well, 2 more players coming up for him. So what he's really looking to do is just keep that going, show that same kind of finesse and prowess going up against these next 2, see how much he can take.
And I love the kind of energy that these Smash teams have brought to the table. In Michigan State in particular, it has been so fun watching them kind of roam around that setup. And that's one of the things, right? Is it feels like it's like moth to a flame. They find each other and they're like, oh, my player is playing, in a singles bracket. My player is about to step up, and they just get so hyped for each other on the stage as they kind of roam around and find each other. And they'll do that. They'll coach each other in between those sets. Once one set is done, they'll say, hey, you need to work on this, or why are you playing like this style? Tone it back a bit, or hey, get more aggressive in these areas of the game. So a lot of coaching for the side of Michigan State. They all know each other very well, and they all know each other's tendencies, and that's what they're working on right now. And UIUC, a very veteran group, all like with Michigan State, they all know each other very well.
Yeah.
But it feels like that experience. It feels like that coaching is not necessarily as much of the case because they all know, what my character does, what the matchup kind of brings to the table. So we'll have to see who UIUC opts to send in here for their
Cypher as the option into Crash. So he's looking to be another really heavily bursting character where one neutral exchange can absolutely be a touch of death from either of these. Falco's up tilt, especially in a character of that middling heavyweight like Terry, is really susceptible to a lot of bread and butter combos. He can't do much to get out of anything once Falco gets a hold of him. His grabs are going to get full value. His up tilts are going to get value at just about every percentage range.
I feel like this type of matchup is just so pendulum-esque. It's so explosive, right? One neutral interaction just means that half your stock is easily gone, and that's what Cypher has been very good at, as they're going to get a couple of these drag-down combos early, quick 48 dealt. Crash looking for their opening to try and respond as they've got stage control, but those projectiles, those lasers, could be something that can really help Cypher hold their lead for a long period of time. But there's that opening. They find the grab on the platform, they get the up B, and just like that, we're back to a tied percentage.
Yeah, basically even, this is a really tense neutral as neither one of these really want to put out too many moves in neutral, so it's very movement-based, not any attacks. Ooh, because you can be punched very easily and very heavily by either of these on dead even percentages. Ooh, Cypher takes that neutral B and almost gives the window of opportunity to Crash to get in for his grab. He gets a power dunk here for some easy 20%.
Good reflect there as well, and now you're looking at kill percentages for really either of these characters, mostly Cypher, as they're at 105 here. You see those jabs being thrown out, but nothing landing quite yet. 90% on Crash. Good up tilt into a back air. Not quite yet, though. Go now online means that surely Terry will be able to convert a stock if they get their opening.
Yeah, both at absolute kill power, and the first stock taken of the set goes to Crash. He's now holding in shield, trying to keep away, but you can't really do that against Falco. He's got the fair, which is great for shield poking. Up B is going to be just enough to get Crash back in here and keeping up the pressure against Cypher as he takes the mid stage, once again holding up in shield, waiting to see something come out. But yeah, the grab, he's just asking to get grabs right there.
Low recovery once again. We've seen Cypher go for these down airs a couple of times, but this time he will catch him jumping with that back air, and that is stock number 1 off the board of Terry.
Yeah, a very even matchup here. These two have an interesting interplay. It's nothing super bold, nothing crazy. It's in the subtleties of the way they are approaching each other. These up tilts are going to come out. I think it's going to be pretty much the same as what we saw earlier. Up tilts and Nairs finding full value, but Crash once again used the wave dash to get down off the platform.
Good early damage online right now. 75 onto Cypher here, and they're looking for their way in. Another forward air used, but another grab comes through for Crash. They're looking for their opening, but instead it's these drag downs again of Nair that are doing so much work. Another up tilt into a back air. Is that enough? Yes,
just close enough to the edge.
No need for Go to be online here, so that's going to make taking this stock for Crash even more difficult. Right now, Falco 113. Cypher continuing to play aggressive at these high percents. Is that uppy going to do it? Yes, it will, and it's last stock scenario once again.
Another one off the top, dead even on stocks once again. It's going to have to be one of these teams coming out and just breaking that standstill. Cypher bringing his way back to stage, avoiding the wave across the bottom of the platform. Grab with a couple pummels, just going to position Cypher off stage. That way Crash can get right back to the center, using his forward air to keep the space once again. He's doing a great job of defending center.
Good grab though. Drag down a forward air. I like the idea, but he ends up landing on the platform, and Terry gets to escape for that reason instead. So now maybe a chance. Crack shoot in. Good damage online here, and I worry about these percents for Falco because of Terry's kill power. And it feels like Cypher's going to have to really work to find that next opening, but they may not have the time to do so, as the jabs will land into the up B, and Michigan State retake the lead.
And Crash taking a phenomenal spot, not just as the one who put down Burst, but taking 3 more stocks for himself, already doubling what his teammates have put down. So really taking that forefront for the team so far in this matchup. He's just got one left though to bring up against Kirby 509 on the other side. This is going to be our final UIUC player. They're down to the wire. It's got to be Kirby 509 taking down not just Crash, but also Dice, another Falco player. We don't get we barely missed, just ships passing in the ninth. These two Falcos for the Ditto that we're fingers crossed for, but the odds just won't be there.
Not today, and excuse me, that is something that Crash has got to be proud about because they are playing fantastic right now. And for the side of Michigan State having that lead, for something that UIUC has been in the lead for most of this series, it feels like. For Crash to have this kind of impact is massive. To take down Burst, to take down this next player, now to get to the last member of UIUC, such a huge turning point. But this is where things get rough because Kirby, like we mentioned, on this Olimar, it is death by 1,000 cuts, but you have to be very careful because Terry with Go online, death by 1,000 cuts means they get to kill power faster.
Yeah, and Olimar is so darn light. He dies pretty darn quickly. So Kirby 509, while a very skilled player and one I would definitely put up on the anchor spot, as a spectator, as a fan of UIUC, as one of his member teammates, it is like he's like the most stressful one to have on your back spot because it is tedious, it is a mental challenge, and he brings that to all of us as we watch. We have to just go, will he get that damage? Will he be able to avoid that kill? He just has to keep finessing. It's outplay after outplay.
So far, so good in terms of mitigating the early damage. That was something that was a huge emphasis in the Hawk series that Kirby played against. They were just getting so much early percentage that it was just so difficult for Hawk to battle back in that matchup. But right now, decently played by Crash here, only 58 taken, and they've already gotten this Olimar up to 84, but Kirby with stage control for only a moment, going for those grabs, looking to find that conversion, looking to try and take the stock early if he can.
We were so close to seeing one of Kirby 509's signature up smashes. Whenever someone lands on with the purple, he had it perfectly timed, he had it anticipated, but he just had just a little less time, not enough time to set it up, and it's enough time for Crash to find that kill. He has just continued this reign of terror. That's the slash on my tick marks across my papers. He's got a solid 5 to himself, almost doubling his value. He's finding another combo here up B to continue this 40% already on Kirby 509. Rising there, and he's just gonna, oh my god, take a crazy call out, taking out another stock. That's 6 in the bag for Crash. He could take this one away if he's just able to find a couple more combos on Kirby 509. Go power already online.
Michigan State is losing their minds on stage, but it's going to be the up air with Purple Pikmin that will shut down the run from Crash, but the damage has been done. It's a 3-1 scoreline. Kirby on their last stock here in the opener.
A crazy run from Crash. There's no way he could not be the MVP for this match, or for this game. Oh, it's game one of this series. We're going to have a run back of all of this at the very least. Kirby 509 taking a lot of damage right there. 2 of his stocks gone, and basically the blink of an eye. Crash has showed us like the craziest callouts I've seen probably all weekend just in this crew battle. The forward smash we saw him do, like in his first stock.
He fought through a whole Pikmin. Like that,
Yeah.
That was insane. And the call out for that play all along the ledge, you think Olimar would be able to get back safely, but the reads that Michigan State have right now are crazy to see.
Yeah, that is phenomenal, and that's exactly what you need from someone playing such a high-impact burst character. You have to have the gumption to go for crazy reads, because that's what's going to get you ahead. And playing the attrition game, especially against someone like Kirby 509, you can't let the attrition game go off. You can't keep taking damage. You can't give them an opportunity to pick up one of those up smashes whenever you get lax. Just the more time you spend in game against them, the worse it gets for you. So something fast and something crazy is just what it takes.
And that is Crash's style. They like to go for those early kills. That's what we saw against Burst, right? Going for those early kill options, trying to get the upbeat kills at around 80, 90% if they can. Going for those kills, trying to set it up on the platform, trying to get those stocks eliminated very, very quickly. Dice entering the ring here as the last member of the Michigan State Spartan squad. This Falco has been locked in all weekend long. Can he close out this final stock off of Kirby 509 and get the first round win for the side of the Spartans?
All right. Little red Pikmin perishing on stage, separate from the rest of his brethren. Oh, a couple more Pikmin going by the wayside there. Now we'll pick up a couple more, get all set back up, perfectly up with the red, yellow, blue. Nice basic primary colors, start things off.
So something I remember hearing in passing is that Kirby 509 has a decent read on this matchup, or at least has experience in this matchup, not just because of the local Falcons, but I believe they've got friends who play this character very frequently, so they are very familiar with the matchup and how to go about it. But Dice's Falco, like we've mentioned, is just a whole nother beast in particular. So the question is, how quickly can they adapt in a matchup like this?
Yeah, Dice has done a great job playing against Olimar. He is really making a lot of use of his shine. It's going to have the extended reflector, and use it especially for purple Pikmin, and that gives him so much time as a rushdown character, and with a fast dash speed as well. If he reflects a purple, it actually put Olimar in enough end like that. He can usually come up with a dash attack, if nothing else. Down tilt doesn't quite confirm at this percent, just slightly out of it. Up tilts look kind of scary, but Olimar is short, and that's going to be actually a big benefit of him. He's tall enough to get hit by the lasers, but not quite enough for that.
I like that use of the down B as well. Don't see that too frequently, but that down B with a little bit of armor, so single hits can be shielded at times. But right now, still a long road back for Kirby. They will find this up throw, but it's not going to be able to take the stock quite yet. Good DI from Dice.
Yeah, and it was a blue one too. So that was the best possible opportunity with the purples and blue to be looking for an opportunity for a grab. Still, the purples are great. These are the kill confirming Pikmin. They do so much damage, they basically turn him into a heavy, especially when you've got 2 of them online. You get that blue one for a little bit more flexibility. But we're going to lose a couple as here, at least the one, as we recover back on. Dice is doing so much to bring this back. He loses his first stock here, but with 97% already on Kirby 509, he's feeling pretty fresh.
Feeling pretty strong, pretty good about it so far. Purple Pikmin online with Flower too, so extra damage going to be a factor here potentially, but really Dice looking to try and take the stock soon here. 127, like you mentioned, the longer this game goes, the more it favors Kirby 509. And so Kirby just trying to slow the pace of this game down, but they might run out of time. The forward air will be enough to do the trick, and it's a 2-stock victory for the side of Michigan State.
Yeah, it does finish this one off. Dice having to play pretty well in order to keep up with 509 right there, but he's still pretty dominant through that second stock. We get a reset here, and we'll put everybody back in. Everybody is here once again because we're going to game 2. While MSUA does have that advantage, game 1 to themselves, that does not mean that they're out of the fire yet. Still fighting it out in losers finals at this point, for the chance to get back for that run back. Both of these teams really want the chance to rematch Northwood.
Yeah, the Northwood sitting in grand finals right now has been playing fantastic, and that's one of the storylines that is interesting to see coming into this matchup. Again, Michigan State, our top seed, entering loser side a little bit earlier than expected, but they've been on a tear ever since. UIUC getting off to a slow start, but heating up as the tournament has gone on, and Northwood, a school that is sitting on winner's side, but they've been a school that has been so close to taking that crown numerous times. They've just never had that right opportunity. There's always been that one team that's playing hotter, that one seed that's just a little bit higher, but this looks like it could be their chance. But we'll get to that when we get there. We've still got at least one more crew battle to get through here as Michigan State, they are one crew battle away from getting that run back in grand finals.
Yeah, crunching down on the throat of UIUC at this point. We see about 15 more stocks could be all that keeps UIUC from elimination from bracket and a sure third place. Already, all these teams are guaranteed in top 3 and in the money, even better. We love to see that for the players, but any more is worth so much more, not just for the money, but for prestige and the confidence of having done your best and really gotten the payout from it off of your weekends.
Especially for a player like Burst, for example, who's won that singles bracket. Winning one bracket is insane. Winning 2 brackets on the same day, that is a whole nother beast in itself, especially at the collegiate level. So UIUC, it's a long road back as they're going to have to find a way to win the next 2 crew battles in order to get to that grand final. And then even if they do, they're going to have to get that loser side run back against Northwood. So that is a tall task. There's a lot of stocks to be taken. But UIUC, they've got a flexible lineup. I'm curious to see what adaptations we see headed into this next set because, like we mentioned, 7 players for locked in for the side of UIUC, so they can flex a few more matchups here and there. And when we've talked to crew battles in the past, or SSBU crews in the past, a couple of them have cited the fact that character variety is such a huge factor in matchups like these. Knowing what types of matchups you can play for is such a huge kind of wrinkle in the game plan for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I think the big thing on the table for UIUC, they have to be thinking, what are we going to do about Crash?
Right.
Crash is the problem. Takes 6 stocks. Phenomenal. He starts with Burst, goes all the way through Cypher, and keeps it going, taking stocks off of Kirby 509. Like, that's 3/5 of the roster that you ended up bringing to that crew battle. Like, that is a wild performance to be bringing down, especially against the caliber of those 3 names as well. I mean, yeah, Burst won. I mean, 1 singles. So that's pretty crazy to be able to get that stock and have that as the beginning to that ripping roar. We'll see if he's able to keep up that same kind of pace as our clear MVP game 1, and we'll see if there's any solutions here. Maybe one of the earlier players that didn't get a chance to go up against him, like Noodle or Vampire Queen.
We also didn't see ISOHEL, who had a fantastic run on the opening day of crews for this UIUC team, right? Their link looked fantastic, which is not necessarily, when you look at the character matchups, maybe not the greatest here or there, but still a very strong player in their own right, can certainly do some damage. So I'm curious to see if that kind of lineup change comes through.
I'm liking what you're thinking there. I think the link matchup at Terry is actually really strong in favor of the link. So if ISOHEL is up for it, that might just be the opportunity. Interestingly, should on paper be pretty good into Kazuya as well, another character that is definitely one to be feared. But my advanced intel tells me ISOHEL isn't actually too comfortable into that matchup, doesn't have a great winning record on Kazuya, so he's definitely going to be trying to avoid them just personally as a player until he's got really shored up that matchup in specific, and it's one that's more relevant all the time as more and more players move over to Kazuya.
We also didn't see SVP in that lineup against Michigan State, and that Inkling could also be interesting to watch because, again, no really other Inklings in this bracket. There were none, I think, locked in for any of the crew battle schools that were participating in this tournament. So another kind of unique matchup to try and work against here as we're getting ready for crew battle number 2. Players locked in for the opener here. Michigan State, if they win, they are on to grand finals. And this time, Kirby, they are staying on stage. They're no longer the anchor. They're leading off. They're the leadoff man.
Yeah, the complete opposite of what we saw previously. He's going to be clanking his Pikmin, this time off of lasers and tops coming out from Hawk. We've gone to Battlefield, which definitely has a large benefit for Rob, especially with his up throws, his up airs, and his up smashes.
So far, again, an early lead built up. And remember, this was the matchup to qualify for top 8 of that singles bracket. So
a great
Kirby,
run back to have.
A very, very strong player and knows how Hawk likes to play. But Hawk also kept it very, very close here. And once again, an early lead built up by Kirby in this duel here on Battlefield. And center stage control and gyro control now for the side of Kirby.
He's doing the top straight up. It's going to keep it busy for the longest amount of time. He was hoping for it coming back down, but it might have just despawned before he was able to get over there and get it. So it's back in Rob's pocket. Hawk has used it up along with the laser. I don't think he's going to have any charge here left, but he's going to land that back here. Not quite killing Kirby 509 at this percent, but he's willing to go very low. No Pikmin left means that Kirby 509 can take the full distance of his up B, and he happily will and totally reset neutral with it.
I like the idea to go for that back air as well. Just barely mistimed it and misspaced as Kirby's able to escape for the moment. Good forward air on the yellow Pikmin, but Kirby gonna find something along this ledge. Landing there was huge, but the down air getting through that platform. Hawk thought he was safe, and in fact he was not. Maybe now a chance here as they'll battle for stage control once again. Shielding that laser, trying to find a way to fight through that gyro. Maybe a chance here, doesn't find the grab, and there's gonna be the up smash, and that's gonna be Kirby dropping the opening stock.
That is so rough for him. He's thrown out kill moves. They're just looking to barely clip Hawk with them, and they just couldn't quite, and ends up turning quite the opposite direction with such a strong move, taking the kill pretty early for Hawk. He's chasing Kirby 509 pretty hard, trying to land one of his tilts. It's not going to work out. Smash Deck finishes off that stock and evens them up pretty neatly. Kirby 509 only on 20% so far as he throws some Pikmin to take on a little bit more.
Very even game here. No Pikmin in hand, only 2 in rotation, so one just spawning, unable to get that next swing and get even more damage online. But look at this gyro combo.
Oh my
into
god, the
side
top
B.
combo!
It's not enough to take the stock quite yet, but look at the threat here. Using a lot of the fuel in the tank on that upbeat to try and linger out there and use that back air, but unable to find the mark quite yet. But certainly Kirby has to feel a little worried after letting that combo happen.
Hawk going for some slow aerials there as Kirby 509 follows him, gets a couple free up airs, throws out some purple Pikmin to try and buy space, but Hawk has gotten in regardless of throw, adds a couple pummels and a smash attack to finish that one up. Kirby gets ahead once again in this opening bout.
Huge stock there as now Hawk on their last one. And a lot of work to do when you look at this Olimar with that one purple in hand. It's going to be hard to take this stock very quickly, and already the damage being chipped away at here. Hawk at 54, Kirby only at 90. It just feels like Hawk has to work so hard to find this stock.
Yeah, Kirby 509 is doing a great job of engaging these options that Hawk has been showing us, like the side B. Rai does a great job of getting up right at the end of it on ledge for his invulnerability, get a grab, and a pretty great punish. He's already built up 75% on this stock with Hawk basically not landing more than 2 moves on this one. He's taking a little bit extra damage over time. Land on Kirby 509, I would not advise.
Very, very dangerous spot, especially with those purple Pikmin, but now they are off the table. White Pikmin will continue to chip away at that damage, one of the more damaging ones, but the good follow-up here. Jab lock, but he dash attacked instead. I think he wanted to run up forward smash there, but now he's underneath the stage, has to get back, and he will try and up air, but still not able to connect quite yet, and now things look very dangerous. As Kirby's able to take the stock, a full 2-stock lead could mean so much.
Oh my
what
God.
a huge down air. You saw the up smash about to come out.
Yeah, just barely before the hitbox came out. It was well into activation. Neither of them getting the full punish off of that moment, but at such high percentages, there's the pummels. I don't think that, does not quite kill. He doesn't get close enough to the platform in order to get the advanced range, and despite Olimar being quite light, it's not enough damage.
Good nair as well, but still not enough to take it. Laser connects 163 on this Olimar. Kirby 509 surviving for so long, but the very last hitbox of that nair will connect and even up the stock count.
Yeah, great move right there. One that's pretty safe to throw out, and especially at such high percentages, you really should be doing so because it's easy to fish 4 kills. He's looking to use that now as a combo start. It really does just about everything for Rob. The one problem is it's low start up.
Dangerous fight here for center stage, and Hawk really trying to bring this one back, but they have to play perfect here. They're at 150. Good throw off stage, good gyro as well. Jump used, chipping away at the damage, and Hawk not really going to care for it, right? They're 1 hit away from death, so they'll take the extra chip damage if it means they can try and take this stock back. But right now, dangerous play here around these platforms, trying to get a grab here, looking for some kind of opening. It's going to take maybe another 2-3 really neutral interactions for them to get back into kill percentage, but they're at 181. Low recovery again. How much jet fuel do they have left? Can they get to the other side? Maybe an air dodge incoming? Oh, there it is.
That is beautiful from Kirby 509. Yeah, he's seen this one before. We've seen him skirting across the bottom of the stage as well. I love the use of the back air, a quick movement to get back over there, but Kirby shuffles his little Olimar feet all the way across the stage, and if it's not a down air, it'll be a down tilt to take that one away, and at such high percent, it's still going to do a lot of damage. I think it was forced attack because the funny shaped hitboxes, and that actually ended up creating him at an even worse angle that the down tilt normally would have, and with no jet fuel left, or rocket fuel maybe, whatever fuel Rob is running on, he didn't have any more of it. He's not going back at all from there.
Yeah, very, very smart. Very well read by Kirby in that situation. And they now hold the lead for UIUC via 1 stock. Michigan State, they're going to have to debate as to who they want to send in. Last time, we saw Dice as the anchor step in to deal with this Olimar. Do they opt to use Dice early this time?
That is a darn good question. Ooh. Yeah, it looks like they're deep in contemplation about this one. So we'll see what the eventual answer is for this. Hawk not getting, well, I guess actually he got the same amount of value as he did previously. 2 stocks off there on the lead, so that's kind of what you're looking for. Kirby509, though, feeling a lot better. He's already 1 stock up on his performance in Game 1, so that is a nice thing for him to be seeing. And he's got the potential to keep doing more. And he's going to start on that 1 stock, but playing from behind, he has no problem with that. Especially what we just saw in that game. We thought it was going to be pretty quick for Hawk, just taking away those first 2 stocks from Kirby509. But he made so much value out of his final life.
Yeah, very much the case as Michigan State debating here who to send in. Down a player, but with the lead. Looks like Linus, or yes, Linus will be locked in as that next member here. The Rosa, Minmin, Bowser stepping into the ring here to go up against this Olimar. Rosa Olimar is another one that we really don't see all that frequently, so maybe he switches things up here and goes with one of those other characters, but based on what we've seen so far, if it is the Rosa locked in, it feels very like a very odd matchup.
Yeah, it's a little funny. They do a lot of sending the funny little guy to go do the fighting
Yeah.
for you. It's the Pikmin versus Luma duel to the death.
The puppeteers.
It's sending all the plushies on your bed to have a death fight in the arena.
We'll have to see who gets locked in for the side of Linus, as it is going to be Rosa and Luma, as we hear in our headsets and we see on stage and we see on screen here. Rosa Luma, Battlefield the pick here, and I like this pick for Rosa Luma, but I feel like Kirby already kind of, comfortable on the stage.
Yeah, definitely having a nice time with it. I don't see it doing a huge amount for like extended combos and such. I'm not sure if I'm missing the value because he is really comfortable going here very often. That's something I gotta put that on a reminder. Gotta put that in notes to go ask him about this one because he keeps coming up every time I'm watching him play because he ends up on here very often. He's just absolutely abusing Luma, and now he can get at the real target, Rosalina, much less protected now without the extended hitboxes from her little friend.
Good jabs, though, will knock them away for the moment here. That's something that I think Linus has really tried to do a lot, is get these grabs and see if they can find a way to follow up, which is going to be easier said than done. But these jabs are really what are getting the chip damage on Linus. Kirby509 will opt to upbeat to the other side of the stage, go underneath that platform, and there's really not much Linus can do about it for now. And they'll opt to just play patient, back away, and absorb those Pikmin.
Oh, yep, forgot about this one. It is a big problem in this matchup. Actually, pretty good option to have Rosalina into most of the options that UAC actually brings. We saw it being really impactful to have Limita combo break up against Vampire Queen, and here against Olimar, it really stops his game plan just throwing out these side Bs, getting lots of chip damage off of the Pikmin. As long as you have some time to throw out down B, and Kirby509 was putting on enough pressure to keep those off, but now he's gone too high, and the Battlefield is definitely not going to be helping him out there, dying off at the top.
That's one of those weird situations, right, where you feel like, okay, I got hit by Nair. It should be fine if I just hold in or hold away. And all of a sudden, Luma's on top of you again with the up air. And even without Luma, that up air's still very strong. And that killed relatively early. They didn't even reach 100%.
Yeah, light characters, they do that sometimes. They just explode when you get the right options. So moving through that, I think it was really interesting to see Linus using his jab, especially the jab string, really well as an anti-aggro tool, because Kirby509, he's got only 1 stock left. He wants to make this one go as fast as possible, try and maybe cheese some out if he can, as much as Olimar has the capability to, especially against someone who's so immune to chip damage. So he knew that that's his game plan. He's going to try and rush down and use some burst options. That's why he kills Luma so fast, get him off the board. That way there's so many less defensive options for Linus, but Linus was really patient in shield, waiting for the right opportunity, looking for parries, and then using his jab strings to just add some extra damage. Nothing crazy off a jab string, but it keeps him off and gives you some time, especially with a long, rapid jab. It takes a while for that to actually finish off, and that's more time off the timer for getting Luma back. And once he had Luma, it made it really, really difficult for Kirby509 to get in again.
And Luma and Rosa and Luma benefit so much from time, not only to allow Luma to come back to stage or respawn, but also just the fact that Rosa and Luma benefit so much from being able to set up those combos, to position Luma in the first place here. So a huge factor is that kind of change of pace for the side of Linus moving forward. Curious to see if that will be the case here as we get ready for our next matchup.
Yeah, Isahel here locking in the Intrepid Link player. This is one where the projectile eating ability of Rosalina is definitely going to be pretty impactful. Both arrows from his bow on neutral B and really, really impactfully, his bomb.
Yeah, that bomb can be absorbed in, and then it becomes yours, I believe. So already we're seeing the bomb thrown out a couple of times. I saw on this link. First time on stream today, I believe. I'm not sure if they were using that Northwood battle, so we'll have to see how they do here against this Rosaluma. Doing a decent job of controlling the pace so far.
I love that. Using Boomerang as an opportunity to bounce bomb off, and I think the bomb would be pretty limited in the matchup, but Icehell's doing a great job of making sure it's going to hit, and he was having crazy mix-up with them, 56% already, and his there we go, first use of the sword, still at 0%. His bomb's been giving him insane value, getting up there with the up air, continuing this thing on, already triple digits, and Illuma dead, throwing out another Boomerang. This could set up for a kill confirmed, and it's the bomb instead, baiting out the down B option. Icehell playing so smart and just cleaning out that stock 0 to death.
Huge stock there from Icehell to take that 0 to death, and they're already working on stock number 2. You can see some of these tricky setups. Even down air, a lingering hitbox means that Linus has no real safe way to approach from the ground, and now continuing to pressure this Rosaluma off stage. Now maybe a chance here, bomb on stage, but they won't get the detonation timing right. That that neutral get up just perfectly timed by Linus, but they're still looking for some kind of opening. Finally, Rapid Jabs will get something on the board here, but only about 30-ish% here on Icehell.
It's really hard for Linus to get in right now. Icehell's had all of the reads, especially these projectiles. He can't even let Linus get close at just about any time. So these percentages now just starting to rack up on Icehell, but he's still feeling very comfortable dropping the bomb right above Linus. It is always in a perfect spot to keep that pressure up. This one's not going to quite land, and this one ended up right back on the platform. That's actually a great place for it to be here on small battlefield, where the platforms are lower, which means that the explosive radius is going to sweep a little bit further to the left and right for players standing underneath.
Especially on a character like Loom or Rosa, who's so tall, right? That hitbox can kind of be a benefactor for Icehell.
Yeah.
It will cover more space and potentially catch Luma or Rosaluma a little bit easier. Right now, Icehell, again, controlling center stage so well, throwing out these projectiles, finding the combo as well. Really well done.
Even
The
threw a
parry
parry.
not even mattering.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't push up on Icehell right here. He's got the bomb to protect him until you grab. Now he can't put in that input, and it's lost to him for a little bit. Downer isn't going to quite two-frame him, so he's still safe. It would kill if it did land, so it'll be huge for Linus, something that he's looking for, especially as Icehell is once again having to come back to stage. His bomb recovery is going to take him well past that line of defense, but Linus has just been waiting for his up smash.
Able to fight through that Boomerang at the sacrifice of Luma, but that up smash still as dangerous as ever. So tie game in terms of the stock count, but when you look at that percent, you got to worry here about Linus. They're at 152, and Rosaluma typically on the lighter side of the cast, right? So it feels like Link's got plenty of kill options. It's just a matter of time, but right now it will be the bomb that's just going to do it outright.
Just thrown it right at the shield. If you drop shield, you're going to die. Otherwise, I'm probably rushing at you with my sword. Drawn Boomerang going out once again, and bomb. Ooh, yeah, giving a little bit of hit stun as well in order to give enough time for it to explode. He's just tacking on damage. He hasn't had a lot of luck with his arrows, so he's really focusing up on Boomerang to set everything up. Even if he loses out, gets punched for something, it's going to be a combo breaker on the way back.
Good forward air to knock Icehell away. Low recovery here.
He
Great
saved him.
Tech. Huge tech there, but yeah, that was absolutely a dead Link in that situation. So, well, we take those. We'll get a second chance at life here, and when every stock matters,
he's gonna make good on it too.
Give another chance back. Icehell cleans up Linus's last stock, and UIUC are in the lead.
A second chance at life, and maybe even a second chance at giving death there. Icehell looking so good coming out against Linus, and that's a matchup where a lot of Link could potentially be shut down by that down B, a really pivotal move for Rosalina and Luma. But Icehell just rocking it here, getting back up on the stage for today and showing us there's a reason he's still on the crew, not just showing the last time. He's here for those counter picks. He's taken some time off in other matches so his teammates can really shine.
I love the awareness from Icehell, right? You talked about how that down B can really mess up the way Link likes to approach, and with a lot of the kit, right? A lot of those projectiles are the bread and butter of Link. But in this situation, he knows that, and so he's using that first projectile as a bait frequently. And so when you see that down B come through, it's not just, oh no, there goes my Boomerang, there goes my bomb. They are already moving closer, ready to approach it, throwing that next projectile. We saw that on the first stock, right? Using the Boomerang, thinking, okay, that's the projectile I have to worry about, when instead it's the secondary bomb that comes in and is able to secure the stock.
Yeah, it's crazy because I'm not throwing the boomerang to hit you. It's not for damage, just for putting you in end lag because the sword or the bomb is going to hit heavier, especially on ledge guard situations where it can just kill outright. Falco coming up here from Dice on the other side. This is a very different matchup. The sword range is going to be kind of nice for Isahel, but up tilt he is not immune to. It's a great combo starter here for Dice, and something that's great if he's able to pull up in shield, if he's able to get close enough to Isahel where he can eat those initial neutral options and punish with an up tilt for combos.
I do really like the pick, though, because of that reflector, too, also shutting down the projectiles that Isahel really likes to throw out. Opting for Battlefield again here, very frequently used this time around, as opposed to the typical PS2 and Town and City that we've frequently seen. So we'll have to see if you can get potentially some more extensions for both sides, really.
Yeah, Reflector definitely going to be impactful once again for Dice. He uses it really well, I think, as a treat to see where he can capitalize off of it more than just getting a projectile off of him. He can find great combos off of it. He's got this platform working well to his advantage, but he can quite land the up tilt. Isahel barely sneaking away from it, but another reflected bomb adds some more damage. Isahel not nearly having the same time that he was having against Linus early.
31% here on Dice, looking for their opening, trying to chip away at this stock, looking for that one opening combo. You can see them searching for it via those up tilts, and now maybe a chance here on this platform. Good air dodge back there. You can tell Dice is just waiting for those defensive options, but now Isahel, the kind of emphasis on the pace of play is on them. What can they do here? They're stuck on the platform, though. They're going to get up tilted into a back air, and again, these early damages are coming online via that up tilt.
And he'd be doing even more right now if he was able to land a couple more of these up tilts while Isahel is running around on the platform just above. And 116%, one more of these could be fatal for Isahel. Here it is. There's the back air, but it's going to be a weak hit. Not quite getting what he wants. Isahel going for the bomb recovery to get to the other side of the stage and buy quite a bit of space. He's moving forwards, threatening with his forward airs because those could really get something started for him. He doesn't land that up tilt either, just playing through the middle.
That's twice now that Isahel has used the bomb recovery in a row, but this time around he'll be able to just snap to the ledge, bomb reflected, pick back up, but maybe a chance here, holding that bomb right along their shield, just waiting for their one opening, but sneaky there, dipped under the up air with the crouch and the down tilt, very, very strong.
Dropping back here. Dice is looking to find his next in, taking this one from 0 up, but he gets punished by a couple nairs there, dropping with down air. It's not going to land, but this boomerang does set him up perfectly for the up smash. Isahel hasn't found the damage he needs, so he's having a struggle getting in against Dice, especially without Reflector.
Bomb going to be only finding a shield here. Dice doing the best they can to hold on to this stock, but you got to wonder with that sword from Link, how much time do they have? Great ledge trump idea, but oh no, he felt the up B. Will it be able to get him back?
Good tech there to keep him up.
Huge opportunity. Now the side B will knock him away. A good drag down, and this is a lot of damage headed Isahel's way.
Up tilt there is going to stop the pressure. Finally looking for a forward air coming in. He's got the bomb back in his recovery. Oh, down air there is going to finish off the kill back, but with the bomb, Isahel throwing that one out, so he's not able to get back into his inventory for now. He's just going to have to pick it up later after he's gotten out of this high pressure situation, stuck up on the platform above Dice. This is exactly where he wants him. A reset with the up tilt. The second one isn't going to land, though, from below, and he's grabbed in exchange.
Huge opportunity for both of these teams here as Dice only 36% on their second stock. Can they find a way to close out Isahel? 80% right now on this Link. They're going to get the nair off stage. Soft hit of down air. Maybe now a chance, but an early air dodge used. Link gets back, but only for a moment. The pressure is on. Look at the chase down from Dice. They're just consistently reading this movement and moments away from finding another hit. But now look at the juggle game come online here from Isahel.
Yeah, we are moving into the down air section of this. It's the only thing that's really going to kill outright for Dice, other than an up tilt right into back air. He's got the double jump, 88% on him still. He was pretty safe at that point. Isahel really getting shut out by Dice.
Huge chance there, and Dice only taking minimal damage in the process. Dropped one stock, but getting that member off the board is huge. And what's interesting to me is that those up tilts to back airs, right? Getting that soft spot was very odd because Dice has been so consistent.
Yeah, we did see a funny one.
It feels like he, 9 times out of 10 and twice on Sunday that he hits those. But the fact that, in that instance, that sour spot, it didn't end up meaning too much because they're still able to clean it up.
Yeah, I wouldn't have killed at that point. I think it was like 80%.
Yeah, roughly 80%ish. So Dice still, though, very, very strong. And it feels like Dice, the more they play on that stage, the better they are in terms of getting a read for their opponents. Because in those final moments, on that last stock, the chase down that they had on ISO Hill, but the moment that they overextended, look at what ISO Hill was able to do. Quick 60%, I think, racked up roughly from those up airs.
Yeah, ISO just had a couple of real moments of light there against Dice. He was having so many problems in neutral, though, which isn't something you'd anticipate with that character matchup. But the Reflector, again, I cannot overstate how well Dice uses Reflector. Every time I see him going up against his owner, I'm like, not a great matchup. And he just turns it on its head.
And now we get to see the debate here from UIUC as to who to send in next here to try and deal with Dice, who has been one of the star players for the side of Michigan State. They made it the farthest in that singles bracket. They have been locked in on this Falco. I'm curious to see if this is the time they opt for that Falco ditto, because Cypher's Falco has looked very strong in the past, but that is a dangerous prospect to see.
Yeah, I think statistically wise, I probably wouldn't trust it as UIUC seeing this one right up on the board. It's just, especially from the placements from yesterday, it's just not necessarily marked in your favor. Yeah, okay. It's going to be Fade here coming up for this next one. It should be Bayonetta going up into Falco. This is a matchup, like we said, pretty bursty. Both of them are looking to wait and break neutral really heavily in their favor.
I'm curious to see what the neutral will look like between these two because of the, like you said, the burst of both of these players. How do you get in on these characters? We saw Queen Vamp in that opening series go up against Luma, where they really had to work to, kind of get in vertically, dip in towards Luma, around the Luma. But in a matchup like this, really, you don't want to pressure the shield of Dice because they're throwing out that up tilt, and all of a sudden it's happening to you. That burst is going to be reversed onto you. So Queen Vamp, I feel like the emphasis is on them to be able to kind of change the pace of this matchup and pick and choose their times to weave in and out.
Yeah, absolutely. The stock's still very, very close between these teams. No one's able to run away with anything. Not since we saw that crazy run from Dice in match 1 between these two teams. Otherwise, everyone's getting a couple stocks, maybe going even, maybe going a little positive, but just trying to keep these things up. So Queen Vamp here on UIC with just 1 stock of lead up in their advantage. Dice just having 2 stocks on this one. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a neutral B matchup.
Guns versus the lasers. Which one will come out on top? I guess we'll find out here as Dice, like you mentioned, stock disadvantage, but certainly able to make that comeback if possible here, but Queen Vamp not going to make it easy on them. That being said, they get the grab and they're getting the early percentage here. Another couple up airs landed and picking and choosing when to pull off on those combos. Again, gets 2 up airs, not going for those back airs early here, knowing that that back air, you don't want to stale that out. You want to leave that for when those kill percents come online.
Queen Vamp here knows that just crouching is enough. Bayonetta low profiles through the lasers, so that's actually going to be something to just force Dice to break neutral on this situation. She's had a hard time breaking neutral in her favor, using the up B as a bait, Nair as the continuation. They're finally finding some forward airs. Ooh, here we go. Not quite, I guess, though. Side B not connecting into anything else, dropping with an empowered Nair.
Very even in terms of percent here. There's the back air, but again, not quite enough to take that stock quite yet, but I like the plan here from Michigan State. A lot of the players who have had these really high performances, they take these stocks so early. They're willing to go for those kills at the very early red percents, and right now, Queen Vamp certainly trending that way. 110 on this opening stock for them. Forward air will land all the hits, and that's nearly a stock off the back of it. Laser threatening will catch that next one, and they don't have their jump
she's already
left.
used the reset.
Already used that reset, like you mentioned, and that's the first stock off the board.
That is a rough one to see for Queen Vamp. She's not having a great time finding her way in at all. 2 combos, really good ones, getting good damage, but she's having such a hard time finding her way in. Even when she's found some great reads, she hasn't found the punish off of it. Dice is really sneaky with his movement. He's able to SDI down left to get out of that one, air dodging back to stage, and once again, he's looking to just stop her from getting back.
Huge chance there for Queen Vamp to try and clean things up. They want this early stock. They're going to hold that forward smash and get even more damage online, although there's no kill coming through quite yet. But maybe the forward airs will do the trick. No, the corner not far or not close enough to hold Dice in. But now 162 on this Falco. Feels like 1 strong hit should do it. We saw Queen Vamp throw out a couple of back airs in scenarios like this to call out jumps. So maybe that's what Dice is to worry about here.
Yeah, she's going to keep the threat up. He really doesn't want to approach that, especially on the back of this 162% life. He's eaten a couple of them on shield, but that's exactly what he wants. He gets quite a bit of time back. Bouncing off with the side B off of his shield. Queen Vamp is having a hard time getting in once again as the percentages rack up to 60% already, and not even just off of lasers. This is just a lot of trades going pretty favorably for Dice until he finally falls into a backer, losing that stock and going down to his final one.
One stock lead here for UIUC, and they're already chipping away at Dice's last. The anchor of this squad might be going down very soon here. The conversion is there. They might find another hit, but no, Dice able to escape for the moment. And I'm also interested to see Dice. It feels like they've got a game plan for the types of grabs that they want to use.
Oh my god, just narrowly killing off the top. No one expected that one coming up. Such an early kill. This is going to definitely hurt for UIUC as the stocks have evened up and that stock lead has fallen by the wayside. Dice is going to be feeling really good about that one. 79% is not too bad. He could make this work.
Seemingly out of nowhere, that up air killing, it killed very, very early. So Queen Vamp just caught a little bit off guard. But now you're looking at Falco at 110 here. Do they find their opener? They've gone for a couple of drag downs specifically with that forward air, but now they find the up tilt, up air. Second one does not land, but they're continuing to juggle here along this platform. The down B does not connect, and so even more damage coming online, and we're starting to trend towards the red.
Queen Vamp just trying to buy some space with her movement. Both players racking up the damage, like you said. And the lasers coming back out to play once again. And Queen Vamp is just trying to buy some space. Bait out an option from Dice. She uses her own side B to try and close the distance, but ends up getting punished for her down tilt up air. Hitting this is not quite going to kill, though. Last one killed at 104 after damage, and we were all very surprised, so maybe there wasn't full DI in it.
Yeah, I feel like the DI was a little suspect on that last stock forward throw. Won't do the trick from center stage, but that will start to kill relatively soon here. Neutral get up, forward air's not landing, and a lot of these aerials will start to look very, very threatening very, very soon. There's that back air, but not the strong hitbox. 147, double side B, grab, forward throw here. Is it enough?
Nope.
No. Good DI here from Dice. 163. How do they get back to stage? Another grab.
Oh, I think this one does it.
That will do the
There we
trick
are.
here. The forward throw takes down Dice, and UIUC are back in the lead.
Queen Vamp absolutely taken by surprise, especially that 104% kill off the top. Just an up air. Stray, she did not know if that was going to be that much of a problem. Dice knocked out, though, as Queen Vamp brings that one back, clutches up in the dead of that final stock, and now things are quite evened up. Just one stock up for UIUC.
What a turning point of this matchup now. Michigan State down to their final two members here. They do have this set to play with, but still, they would like to get to that grand final as soon as possible because they feel like they are heating up. But the problem is Queen Vamp looking very, very strong right now. The fact they're able to shut down the anchor of that last round in what was a very dangerous match, a very explosive match, they're able to clutch it out. So Queen Vamp looking to try and heat up here. Michigan State, 2 players remaining. Who do you opt to send in next?
Well, here's the thing. We are moving into a new chapter of this game from here on. Both Suspect and Crash have been left up. Akazia and Terry. So this is going to be a very certain kind of gameplay that we're going to be seeing going forward here.
Yeah, the fighting game representatives about to step into the ring. I believe this is Suspect stepping into the ring here for the side of Michigan State, and that is the Kazuya that we mentioned earlier. So Kazuya going up to try and take down this last stock of Bayonetta here.
Yeah, real touch of death matchup here. Absolutely. And that's how a lot of this is. A lot of the characters that we're seeing played. I mean, I think like Kirby 509 and Burst are probably like the ones. Noodle definitely players standing out as, or even Hawk as well with Rob. Characters that are not crazy touch of death characters, but we have a lot of them in the bracket overall today. Apart from the zoners, we got a lot of zoners in this region. But apart from that, a lot of these touch of death characters that can just do so much, so fast with so little.
They run it back to PS2 here. 2 stocks off of Queen Vamp to start this one off. Can Michigan State find a way to tie this game back up, or will UIUC be able to extend their lead? As the question as we get ready for this one. What is the emphasis on Queen Vamp here to do to try and take this stock? Because they're all
It's exactly that. Start with the fair, get
pressure.
those up Bs. That's great. 32% right off the bat. Not finding anything here, though, as 48%, even more off of a fewer moves, comes out from Suspect. He's really going to take up this mid space as Queen Vamp has to give away the area. She does not want him coming close unless it's in hit stun.
pressuring that platform here. Suspect a couple of times has really tried to heavily read a couple of these landings, and that's going to be really difficult to do, especially with the movement Bayonetta has in the air. As you can tell, Suspect really wanting to take this stock very early, throwing out a lot of heavy moves, and now they're getting punished for it. Stuck along this platform here, even more chip damage coming online here from Queen Vamp.
Yeah, both of these players pretty much even here. Big combos to start things off. Up air is going to keep some distance. Queen Vamp still struggling to get back to stage, and the two of them just passing those combo starters, nearly hitting for either player. And this individual trading is definitely very advantageous for Suspect. He does a lot more damage per hit, as we've been seeing pretty clearly.
72% here on Suspect. Queen Vamp's going to need a little bit more damage before they really start to get into those kill percents or that combo starter, but Suspect very aware of it, hanging out underneath those platforms.
The up B out of shield, that's going to finish this one off in favor of Suspect, not losing a single stock to Queen Vamp and putting himself in a very nice spot. 2 players left for both sides at this point. Suspect and his teammate Crash behind him. On the other side, it's a mystery hodgepodge here. Burst standing up. I don't know if that's to indicate anything at all. They've got a couple options still left since they actually have 4 players up. Yep, looks like Burst coming up.
Burst stepping into the ring here to see if they can gain a lead here for UIUC. Burst, again, we talked about them, a couple different characters in their kit. Curious to see which one they opt for, knowing that they're going up against the Kazuya.
That's a good darn question. I mean, didn't he bring
We saw Cloud the first
into
time
Kazuya
around.
last time as well?
Yes.
Into Suspect as well. So maybe they have ended up coming to a different conclusion about what they want to do about Kazuya, and instead their answer is, yeah, Burst's Cloud. This one did take quite a bit off of Burst. That was a really close one. Burst losing 2 stocks, actually, while he took those 3 off of Suspect. So a matchup definitely in his favor already, but Suspect has shown us he's very, very capable of making this one work. Finally stopped from his combo with an up air, or down air coming down, elastic hitbox. He gets a grab, but no up tilt coming out of it.
Came down to last stock the last time these two met on this stage, but 71% here earned very early by Burst to the 51 and Limit about to come online. There's another cross slash and Limit now online here for Burst. Parry, though, going to lead to a little bit of damage. Good shield here on the Limit cross slash. Rage Drive, maybe a chance at an early stock here. We've seen Suspect willing to pull the trigger on a lot of these early kill moves, but so much pressure here being applied by this Cloud.
Recovering really quickly there, yeah. Waiting and finding his option for the grab. He missed a punish earlier, so it's good for him to find this one.
Ooh.
And dropping with the plummet. He gets a big hit. It doesn't quite finish off Cloud, though. Well, I guess it does with the amount of range is just taken off him. He didn't have time to get Limit. Actually, he might have survived if he had immediately started charging to get that extra recovery range, but I don't think he knew that he needed it.
Yeah, it was very, very close, very difficult to read, but Burst falling there very early, 142 onto this Kazuya, so you'd think their stock would fall soon, but still able to survive off of that back air. 158 now, another upbeat back to the ledge. Burst, waiting, playing patient, and then recognizing, hey, that ledge invincibility is gone. Dash attack covers, and they'll even up the stock count once more.
Yeah, and it is such a strong move that he has access to. One of his many, many moves that can basically just kill out of neutral if you get a right call out. Big damage there on the Limit side. Be gonna just tack it on. He's going for another one as well. He's just breaking it out with that Buster Sword.
Calling out Suspect for being a little bit too patient here, but now maybe a chance here. Follows up with the Nair, looking for something that up B back to the stage. Maybe a turnaround here, but another up B out of shield will continue to chip away at Suspect's damage. Up smash again, nearly connecting, nearly the stock off the back of it. Rage Drive offline as well. 141 trying to follow up here, but a third will do the
up
trick,
smash.
and Burst takes the lead.
That is some beautiful stuff from him. He's feeling really comfortable. Yeah, waiting out the Limit, going to make sure that's forced out early. You can play defensively real quick because you know that that's going to come out pretty much immediately. Paralyzer goes out, 4 hits out of jab, and he's going low, looking to try and find something more on Burst, especially since he's already those triple digits, 111%, just right above Suspect. Now he uses it back here to try and space out a little bit more. Down tilt's going to start things, but yeah, there we go. Up air starting, and the Nair doesn't connect.
Good damage right now, 140, but Limit's also about to come online. Air dodge there, tricky,
good.
hadn't really used that all day, and the up air also going to chip away at this stock. Suspect now forced to recover high, air dodge is back, doesn't grab the ledge, threatening so many options. The dash dance around, but the Limit cross slash does not land. Won't be able to take that stock quite yet. Suspect won't be able to find the up B either, and Burst surviving and getting the reads as well.
Heavy character, though, won't go down to the up smash quite yet. Another cross slash on shield. A phenomenal tilt right out of that is going to finish off this one. one for Suspect, and once again, these two are going down to the wire. Burst has a nice heavy lead, but 2 grabs and a paralyzer. No connection off of that remaining, but 40% is quite a big boon to Suspect right off the bat. He's getting hit with this forward air as Burst is going to follow. He's been doing great in these ledge trapping situations, but doesn't find anything this time.
I cannot tell you how many times I've seen Kazuya's in this exact situation pull off these comebacks. So Burst not out of the woods quite yet, although they've got their opponent into the red. Maybe a chance to convert here.
Okay.
Forward air to knock them away. Oh, they get the parry as well. They missed the command grab, though, and Burst is going to be able to survive.
That is so, so close. That was definitely going to be perfect into an upbeat. The connection is just missed by Suspect. Well, in kill percentage, he's going low. Going to have to use the upbeat. It's not going to quite connect with down air, and neither will dash attack connect. Neither will the down air either from Suspect. These two are getting real close and personal in the center stage. Up smash coming out, but it doesn't have any juice.
Ooh. That dash attack nearly connecting, back air, knocking him away once more. 156, but we saw the down air take the stock last time. Will it be enough this time?
Go.
Yes, it will. That lingering hitbox below the ledge gets the job done, and Burst once again shuts down the Kazuya.
These two, once again, a compelling matchup. Last stock, last hit again. It's the mind games that keep going, but it's Burst that comes out 3-2 both times. He's only got 1 stock left, though, in this powerhouse player for UIUC, and we're down to our final MSU player.
And that is going to be Crash from what we've seen. That Terry that did so well in that opening battle, taking 6 stocks, I believe, overall in that first battle, and nearly, shutting down Burst was one of the big factors. They came in and took down the Cloud without being scathed, without losing a stock in the process. Can they do so again here? Because this is their final member in round number 2.
Yeah, we're seeing a pretty similar cadence. Kirby509 moving up to the top and Icehell being brought in. But Crash is now in that same position where he's got to take a bunch of stocks in order to really bring his team back in the lead. This time, the onus is entirely on him, though.
The emphasis on his gameplay. Now, we've seen Crash go for a lot of early kills, and in particular, I'm thinking about the platform setups, trying to find ways to kill with that up B. We have not seen them go for, well, a lot of the go moves, Power Guys or Buster Wolf. They haven't had the opportunity to do so. I'm curious to see if that's the mix-up headed forward here, because Burst really hasn't given them the window to go for those moves.
Absolutely. But Burst isn't able to keep out from these bursty characters, even with the sword at his hands, as we've seen from these matchups continually with Suspect. And it was Crash that was able to finish off Burst last time. I don't think he lost the stock in that matchup either. So that was what started his absolute tear earlier, 6 stocks in a row. So this is something that has gone down already and gone down in favor of Crash.
Burst will have to drop the opening 2 stocks of this duel, as it is a 1 stock lead for the side of UIUC. The fight in Illini, trying to fight to survive here in this bracket. Michigan State, if they end up winning this crew battle, they are on to grand finals, but it's a long road back for Crash 101. Can they shut down this 1 stock of Cloud Burst?
Yeah, Sword Air isn't going to break through the shield. No poke either. Back air here is keeping the pressure up as, ooh, no, Burst is going to land right on Crash, and you do not want to be doing that on Terry. Now the neutral Bs are going to start connecting and buying a little bit of space. The Nair lands here. Dash attack as well, and limit up. We'll see what option he chooses. That end leg could be a great punishable opportunity, but it's a couple up airs for Burst.
This is where things get very dangerous here as we start to trend towards the red. Limit cross / burn, so that kill option off the table for now. But Go should come online relatively soon, especially if Burst finds one more opening and gets something like a back air or Nair combo, so something to follow up. That being said, Burst has to be very careful here. A lot of kill options on Terry, a lot of them quick. We've seen dash attack thrown out a couple of times just in those spontaneous moments, especially with Burst trying to battle back their way from the outskirts of the stage.
Overall, MSU has a just phenomenal movement, especially throughout neutral. They're able to do a great job of commanding neutral space and forcing the movements from UIUC players who don't really like doing that in general so much. So when they get aggressive, they can get punished just like that, where Crash once again is able to shut down Burst without losing one of his stocks and keeps himself in a great position. This is exactly where he needs to be for this 1v1 that's going to ensue as we finish off this match potentially. MSUA does have 1 game already in their favor, so if Crash can get this one, if he can take these last 3 stocks in a proper 3v3 stock battle, he gets to take it away for MSUA. The whole match is on him right now.
The whole match is on his shoulders, and he's already getting coached up, getting ready for this next match. And now you look at UIUC, who has the ability to counterpick, but they've already lost 4 of their members. You've got 3 in the pocket to pick from here, and it's nothing really, I think, sticking out to me as a really kind of advantageous matchup.
Yeah, so we'll see. He had a great time. Crash against, he took that first stock from Burst previously, took 3 from Cypher, and took 2 off of Kirby 509, just dominant spots. So these are the players that you might not immediately be thinking, well, I want to send them right back into him after his just dominant performance. Burst, of course, already down at this point. Kirby 509 going out early instead of being the anchor for this one. I think Noodle is standing up and moving on up there. Makes a lot of sense. Wii Fit trainer into Terry is a really favorable matchup. He's got so many projectiles. Terry has neutral B, which doesn't activate in the air. It's just going to be a burst in front of him if he is up in the air. Otherwise, it's going to cover the ground. And Wii Fit trainer is just about never on the ground.
Yeah, and on top of that, too, that projectile that Terry has, the fact that it is grounded, I don't think it will clash or stall out the projectiles that Wii Fit brings to the table. Maybe the soccer ball if it hits at the right angle, but that is a very kind of one-off scenario, and that is something that we've seen these Wii Fits be able to do time and time again. Like you mentioned, constantly jumping around, constantly off stage as well, just stalling out for things like deep breathing, stalling out to get the rest of their projectiles ready. So we'll have to see if that is the type of game plan here for Noodle, as they are their last hope for UIUC to stay alive. The hometown team is on their last breath here. A 3-stock scenario, 1v1 to decide who moves on to grand finals and who gets to battle back in this bracket.
As Noodle, final representative of Champaign-Urbana here, pairing these projectiles right off the bat. It is going to be a bit of a zoning game, at least to start off with. None of these soccer balls, none of these sun salutations finding their mark quite. And Crash is once again just buying space for himself. He's waiting for the aggressive option from Noodle. This one might be a little slow if they keep playing this way, and especially with all the pressure, they do not want to mess up.
You do not want to make a mistake, especially the punish game that we've seen from both of these players, right? They have been very, very solid with their punishes. Noodle, though, we'll have to see what they can do here. Deep breathing online, trying to fall in with that landing there, and they're able to land some up tilts as well. Just get some early chip damage, but this is also something that worries me, right? When the deep breathing comes offline and Go starts to come online for Crash, those high percent scenarios, I'd almost favor the Terry, but you got to feel like you got to get to that portion of the game in the first place, and Noodle eating a lot of early damage here.
Yeah, down tilt jab string is a solid bulk of additional damage. These two just continuing to rack up percentage. It's going to be pretty fast. I think it's going to be one of these where one person takes a kill and the other one immediately follows up with that clap back. A small combo coming out from Noodle, but he buys some more space after he loses it. Soccer ball just buys enough time for him not to get hit.
Go now online, but can they make their way back to stage? Yes, Crash is able to shield one. Maybe a chance here, but he rolls behind, looking for something, looking for a down tilt, possibly. And there you see that foot extended, but he ends up getting comboed into the up air, able to survive here. Opening stock could mean so much, especially with Go and deep breathing online. Soccer ball to knock them away once more, fighting their way back onto stage, brawling, looking for any kind of opening, but Noodle giving no room.
That shield drop is going to be pretty painful for Crash, keeping him off the ledge, and it is just a barrage. Every single sport utility item going off the edge, coming right at Crash. He's having such a hard time. It's the forward tilt that finally does it. He's covered in hitboxes. Noodle throwing out an arm in every direction, and just getting up is going to get you right into that forward one, the strongest one as well. It's not going to be too long, I don't think, before he picks up this stock either, though Crash has been doing so well in this matchup, and it is just these two players left over in the end. Nairs aren't going to be hitting the mark until this one with the drag down. Up tilt doesn't break through shield, though.
And the up B will do the trick here off of that down tilt on the platform. That little bit of extra height paying off there. So back to a tie game, but it is a big percent lead here for Noodle, and I like the way that Noodle's been playing. A lot of creative options, using these odd hitboxes of Wii Fit, and also getting these early damages, being able to pressure that shield, because no real quick clean out of shield options for Terry, especially with the positioning, the way Noodle is approaching.
It's really hard to stop Noodle from getting back to stage. He's got these projectiles. He's got this great floaty movement. He's got up B for changing the pace at which he actually comes on back. So great options for stall. He gets grabbed here once he does come back to the stage, though. Deep breathing online as he buys some space with the soccer ball, buying some more again. Just moving back a little bit, making sure he's not within Terry's burst range, especially with Go online and with Rage nearly maxed out. And there we go. There's the Buster Wolf coming out, but it doesn't quite kill. Not from center stage and not at just 114%. A little bit of healing coming out off of deep breathing.
Got to be very careful here. Those forward tilts, especially with all this rage, could be the stock. Ends up forward tilting him away. Soccer ball will be knocked away as well. Look at how even the percents were. But this is the conversion into the up B, and down goes Noodle. And all of a sudden, UIUC are on their tournament life, but they might be able to answer back with this forward tilt. Nearly 150. Soccer ball snipe. Nearly another chance.
for a second
down
one.
B back. They're going to get the spike into
There
the
we
stage as
go,
well.
Noodle.
It's last stock apiece.
This is the perfect photo finish if this is what it's going to be. Noodle still fighting to keep them in this for that game 3. He needs to win this one for UIUC to still have that hope to keep in the hope for the championship and the rematch. Gets hit with the side B, taking plenty of damage. Takes a little bit of time to breathe.
The movement of these two players is critical, vital in this scenario. You see Crash even wave dashing onto that platform to follow up, knowing that Terry turns around and constantly faces his opponent. Now a chance here, you saw him go for that forward smash, but Noodle just faster to the punch, and now continuing to chase him down here, has stage control. What can he do with it?
Noodle is starting to feel himself, just chasing Crash around, but he's gotten a little bit too greedy. He gets hit with that grab, still buying himself some space on ledge. He gets hit with the down tilts, and that's plenty of damage. He's now really in the danger zone. He's got the deep breathing, trying to heal just a little bit more, try and get this power back on so he can find to kill himself. Drag down there, up air. Looking for this back air that he could kill with just a couple moves. If he's able to find them here, jabs coming out, but not the ground. Down smash would be a huge call-out for the roll.
Go online now. Soccer ball snipe. Still has his jump though. It should be able to get back here. Down beat back on the spike. Not going to be able to kill quite yet. And now stalling out. Slow pace here. No one wanting to make that final mistake. Forward tilt on shield. Both trying to play so safe. Back here on shield. Nothing landing. But the shoulder will be
Takes
called
it away
for
for
UIUC.
UIUC now out of the tournament. MSUA taking this one. They get their chance at the rematch. They are in grand finals now, loser's side.
Unbelievable run from both of these teams, but it is the Michigan State A Spartans getting the win over UIUC down to the wire. Last hit, last stock, but the Terry shoulder, that dash attack, colder than ice, shutting down the run back.
Amazing stuff there from Crash. Absolute MVP for the team. He did not choke when the pressure was absolutely on in the bottom of that set. Takes 6 stocks in the first game. He's going to be the one to look out for when we move on up to grand finals. You can see the camaraderie between these players. It's been a long weekend. They played so many matches against each other. MSU and UIC seeing each other in so many matches of pools and here today as well. Getting a long time going in. 2 full crew battles between the two of them. So a good amount of camaraderie built up over all of this competition with each other. It's a beautiful thing to see between them and the rest of the schools. UAC happy to go home with their 3rd place. They don't have to that far to go home, to be fair.
Yeah, no, it hurts to have the home team lose, but it was Michigan State who came out on top, and they have been just the fire of this squad, right? The fact that they brought so many people, so many competitors to this tournament, and they have just that camaraderie, right? You mentioned about the kind of conference, you know, this tournament in particular, so many teams are so familiar with each other that they're all very friendly, and they all know, you know, who plays who, what stages they like. They're all so familiar with each other, but Michigan State coming up clutch in the final moments there, getting a 2-0 victory, and now they get another shot at Northwood.
Yeah, and that'll be it for me. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back with our grand finals and with a fresh set of commentary, and it's going to be absolute banger as we get to see this run back. So don't tune in off. Don't go anywhere. Stay in here. Get ready to watch
Don't go anywhere.
it.
We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Illini Esports Invitational. We are here for grand finals of SSBU. My name is Soy. Joining me is Loki, and we are getting ready for Michigan State versus Northwood. Northwood entering from winner's side. Michigan State just coming off of a win over the hometown team.
Do keep in mind this is a best of 3 grand finals, double elimination. So if Northwood takes this one, that will cause a grand final reset. Sadly, if that does happen, it will not be on stream with us today. But we've got a best of 3 here set up for you. MSU coming in hot off that last win. Went all the way down to last stock, last player in game 2. No room for error. So hopefully they can carry that momentum through to this next game and really keep that energy high.
We'll have to see. These two teams are very familiar with each other. Not only have they played here at this LAN a couple of times, but they've also played in a couple different collegiate leagues. So we'll have to see what the storyline is entering today. Northwood, they have been playing on fire, and that's one of the things that I think is really interesting is that Northwood entered as a 4 seed, but they are usually outdone by a number 1 seed who catches fire at the right moment. And look at Michigan State right now. They are the number 1 seed entering this pool, but they have grinded their way through losers a couple times now, and now they get the run back against the team that put them there.
Yeah, Northwood has been insane throughout this tournament. MSU, though, coming into this extremely hot. They just won another collegiate tournament that got them to a national level tournament, qualified them there. They won in this region specifically. Now coming into this one, it's going to be absolutely insane. 15 stocks are on the board, 2 games to win it. So you gotta win, you gotta kill 30 stocks in order to find the victory here. It's gonna be a long match, it's gonna be a long day.
It's going to be a long match indeed, especially with the way that these two teams like to play. The decision-making, the tension is palpable in this room. These players on stage, they know every single stock matters. Every single decision that they make in-game matters. So both players feeling the tension, getting ready for this one. But it's also interesting that so much talent is going to be on that stage. So many of the players on this grand final in particular, from Northwood and Michigan State, going so deep in the singles bracket.
Yeah.
And also, you go back to the start of this tournament. They started off the tournament so well. So many of these players, Dice in particular, with that huge 10 stock to kick off our day for SSBU. Then Northwood coming back with players like Frostbite, who have had minimal time in terms of crews, but then getting top 3 in the singles bracket. There is so much potential for an explosive match here today.
Yeah, I think that look at Hawk is a really, really big one. Look at Dice is a huge one. You know, Hawk went really, really deep into those singles, whereas Dice opened us up in the most explosive way possible. And with crews being it's so, so important that you keep those resources, keep the stocks, keep alive, having a high, you know, conversion rate on however many stocks you're putting in versus however many stocks you're getting out is hugely important. Characters are rewarded in these crew battles for being efficient above anything else.
You have to be very efficient. As we are getting ready for that first match of the day. We'll be waiting to see those players locked in momentarily. Looks like it will be Frostbite versus Linus to start off this grand final. Frostbite, that player that we mentioned that got top 3 in singles, the Roy main that has been such a good anchor for the squad. Instead, they will be the leadoff man. Linus has cycled through a couple of different characters, but today they've been rocking the Rosaluna.
Yeah, which is what we have down from their main. You know, I talked to MSU's coach. That's what they told me. Linus is a Rosalina main. That's on the notes they have. That was all the documentation. So the fact that they've saved it for Championship Sunday, for this moment, you know, playing these other characters, working through, finding their way, and now that it's like time to shine, nothing can be left on the table. All right, I'm pulling out the Rosalina.
Gotta rely on the bread and butter moving forward here, but it should be a very interesting match. A reminder that this is a best of 3 crew battle. So, not the end of the world if you drop the first one, but the next one will be an issue as Northwood, there's a chance that they get the bracket reset on them if they aren't careful here. But Northwood, the last couple of times they've played Michigan State, have gotten the better of them. Not only did they knock down Michigan State to the loser side of the bracket in the winner's semifinal, but also in a couple other collegiate leagues. 2-0ing Michigan State in, I believe, a CEC qualifier. 7-0 stock count, 4-0 stock count. Northwood is a team that feels very hot and cold in these types of moments. They either get these massive wins or it is nail-bitingly close. Whereas Michigan State, on the flip side, they have really been on the grind to get to this point.
The thing that I look at with, you know, that Northwood MSU matchup, with that history that's brought in, it feels like Northwood kind of has the matchup game on MSU. Because we've seen every single one of these games go extraordinarily close, all the way. You know, last stock, game 3, most
Last
it could
hit.
go. Last hit, even, game 3, the most of that it could ever be. But they're not showing, or as I was those previous Northwood games are showing a greater Northwood edge than you would expect with where we're at.
It'll be interesting to see where these teams go from here, because it'll be the opener of Grand Finals, and they've already played once. So they haven't played today. These two haven't played against each other, but they are teams that are very familiar with each other. By the sounds on our headsets and the sound on stage, we are getting ready for game number 1. Frostbite Linus, and it looks like it will be Roy versus Min Min this time around.
Yeah, Linus not pulling out the Rosalina. Instead, I think they're going for the counter pick on Frostbite here. Frostbite, one of those consistent heavy hitters from this Northwood side. So by switching to this Min Min, adding a little bit of range, adding a little bit of, you know, that Min Min style, you might be able to find your way back in. But right now, Linus just styling all the way to 2 stocks.
Very, very strong start there. That tether recovery susceptible to being edge guarded, and Frostbite able to do so in that moment, stopping that tether recovery. And while a tether is very good, Min Min's is a little bit shorter. Think about Joker's and how long it is versus Min Min. It is significantly shorter. Throwing out those hits could be very, very difficult for Linus to make it back to stage. But so far, Frostbite with the lead, with a pretty solid one at that, and already working on stock number 2. And that is another signature Frostbite move, the falling side B, acting as a drag down, and already working on Linus' stock. Already 92% here on stock 2.
Yeah, lapped by double now. Frostbite absolutely in the driver's seat. They're finding great opportunities to ledge guard Linus as well, which has been huge in this tournament, huge in this region, just looking for those ledge guards. Now, though, Frostbite not in the great spot. Linus got him with the ring. That Roy recovery is so susceptible to being caught out.
Especially on a character like Min Min, who's got so much range that Ram can dip below and cover that recovery like you saw in that moment. And now another chance at it. The laser will not be thrown out. Frostbite armoring through it, or not armoring through it, but essentially clanking with it with that forward air, trading to make sure that they don't take any damage and they're able to make it back to stage.
Stocks even now, percentages far from it. Linus trying to get Frostbite back off stage. Does manage to do it, catches with the ring once again. That's going to force Frostbite back to the ledge. The roll in, though, gets them there. The aerial's coming out now. Can they get the kill here on this edge guard? The back air would do it. Tries to go for the grab, but just a little bit not spaced correctly. No worries, dash back in's going to get them there. The runoff, can't find them. Linus recovered high, but as they jump back on the stage, Frostbite's got him.
What a sequence there. They both grabbed the ledge, and you thought there'd be a ledge trump, but they both jump instead, and the back air from Frostbite is just faster, and it's the sweet spot too, which means down goes Linus to their last stock.
Already moving it once again, going all the way off stage. Can they find the second hit? No. Oh, but they get spiked as they try to get back. Frostbite down to 1 stock, 56% on Linus, but they're already back to it. That dancing blade, such a useful tool, and they've got that offstage hit.
And they're not going to be able to make it
recover.
back here. The jump got eaten out by that forward air and that upbeat tether too far away. Too much damage has been dealt, and Frostbite comes up with the opening win in this series.
An insane matchup there and an insane way of going about it. To get that offstage hit, to eat the jump, and fight their way back through is massive, and that keeps them on the table. Frostbite doing such a good job of setting the tone here in this match against a character that Roy doesn't probably play the best into it. It feels like Min Min probably has like a, you know, plus 0.2 or something like that.
Yeah, it feels very difficult because while Roy is very fast, they are also very fast on the ground specifically. Yeah. And Min Min does have the coverage to be able to cover something like short hops, which Roy really likes with things like short hop nair, short hop forward air, even those back airs connecting. So it's not easy for Roy to get in, but what you saw from Frostbite in those moments is if they can get in, if they can get through the long arms that Min Min has, that damage can come online so quickly, and how quickly Frostbite kills. He does not allow a lot of his opponents to survive in the red for very long, which is another huge factor in a crew battle like this.
No, he's also amazing with that back air. Back air, probably the best tool Roy has for finding kills, and the speed at which they pull it out when an opportunity presents itself is amazing. That ledge where they both jumped up at the same time is a great example. Didn't get lost, didn't get worried, didn't run through it in different ways, but managed to just throw out the back air, find the kill, and keep things moving. And now Hawk has come up to the table.
Hawk is going to be stepping in as the second member of Michigan State, the Rob player for the side of the Spartans. He's looked very, very good. We've commented a couple times. He is most notably done very well in doubles brackets, but he is a very experienced player because of that. He gets to go up against a lot of the top talent in those doubles brackets, and the Rob has looked very clean. In fact, he was one game away from making top 8 of singles. Last hit, last stock against Kirby from UIUC, who just fell in the crew battle moments ago. The Rob will try and clean up this Roy here, but this is a very pivotal matchup because I see Rob and I see Roy on the other side, and I think that's a big body for that sword to hit.
Yeah, it's a big body, especially with that disjoint. A lot of those Rob hits are throwing their own arms out, trying to connect the best they can, find some multi-hits. And against the sword, if they meet in the air, it's going to be up to Hawk to try to space it correctly. All right, we're sending it in, though. And already Frostbite right to him, getting the grab and into the aerials. There's cracking up the percentage. But now, up on the ledge, can they get back? They sure can. No worries about that whatsoever. Hawk now at 60% and forced to the side of the stage. And Hawk once again, or as it was, Frostbite, just throwing out these up Bs consistently on stage, and I don't think they've been punished for it once.
Two very aggressive styles going at each other right now. Hawk wants to take the stock very quickly, but he's getting punished very quickly for it. Good parry here. Nair ends up trading, and the laser will fight through, and that's something that Roy does not have a whole lot of answers for. Those projectiles, the gyro, the laser. There's no easy way for Frostbite to deal with that, but a grab comes through. Maybe with a little bit of rage, it could follow up, but a great timed air dodge from Frostbite gets them out of the potential kill confirmed. Falling up air will knock Rob away, but now look at the patience here. So dangerous, looking for any kind of option, and they're able to escape for the moment, but it's only just a moment. Jab back air comes through, and Northwood will continue to extend their lead.
Frostbite knows the classics. They're so clean on those classic Roy plays, but they're not going to get another stock. The up air from Hawk comes through, and a 1-for-1 trade keeps MSU in the lead by just one stock. Hawk able to get through without losing anymore.
Big stock by Frostbite to take there, earning that lead, making sure that Northwood continue to hold advantage in a matchup like this. Northwood with a lead, one of the most dangerous teams in the nation when it comes to crew battles. So looking very, very strong off the start here, but we've seen Michigan State battle back before, and in particular, when you look at Hawk and the way that they play, we talked about it before, Rob is a very versatile kit. They can play aggressive, they can play passive, they are jack of all trades, so counter-picking this Rob is not going to be very easy for the side of Northwood.
No, not at all. Northwood brings a lot different stuff to the table. I think that K roll might be a very interesting choice here. Kind of go projectiles to projectiles. Use that weight to keep it moving. As we're looking at the stage now, it is going to actually be so good pop. So we are bringing the projectiles to the table, but not in the form of a cannon, just in the form of a soccer ball and a sun.
That's right. SGP stepping into the ring is the Wii Fit trainer for the side of Northwood, and they have looked very, very good in crew battles so far. This Wii Fit going to be very dangerous, and like you mentioned, those projectiles, a huge, intricate part of the Wii Fit kit. Now, how does the Rob deal with this? Well, they've got a reflector in their kit, but it's a very committal reflector. That side B can reflect projectiles, but it can be very quickly punished. And we've seen SGP also be able to flick that switch in terms of going from passive to aggressive very quickly. So curious to see what style he opts for here entering this battle.
I like that both of these characters both have a high committal neutral B and a low committal neutral B.
Right.
Whether you're just throwing out some harassment, you really want to go for the kill. Either of them can do that. I think if you find one of those off stage, that soccer ball off stage or the laser off stage, we're going to see a lot of shit going that way.
Should be interesting to watch here as they're debating, I think, about the stages or the music right now.
Oh, the music. The music's so important. You got to set the tone.
The tone does very much matter here. Curious to see what stage we end up going to for these two, because, again, it feels like these two are pretty even in terms of wanting to buy each other space. You want the time to get deep breathing. You want time to get the soccer ball out. But Rob's projectiles do win out in those battles. Gyro is stronger than soccer ball. Laser will knock back the soccer ball as well and will fight through the Sun Salute or the neutral B for the side of We Fit. That being said, Battlefield is the case, so maybe some platform extensions if they get to that scenario, as both players very good at juggling in their own right. But we are underway here, and already is Hawk out for blood.
Yeah, Hawk needs to take this quickly, continue to see if they can't if they can't get back that lead, they need to find first kill. Great use there for the other person's soccer ball, hitting it back in to stop the charge of Sun Salute. Now Hawk looking for a little more, can't find that up tilt. Gyro out, is exactly going to beat that soccer ball, just like you said. Can't find the downer there, but is going to find the neutral air into side B in the air, taking them all the way to the edge. Can they find the forward air? No. So good Pop, able to stay alive just a little bit longer, but they've trended pretty high in percentage now.
Hawk throwing out a lot of these side Bs and going for things like back air and down air, but they have not been able to find the mark today. Just hasn't been able to connect on those moves. Trying to buy some space. Good grab on this platform. Well-timed air dodge there by So Good Pop to get around that up air, because that likely would have killed. And now So Good Pop trying to extend this lead for Northwood, as right now 86%. Hawk has to recover high now. Good falling there, though. We'll get him back to stage.
Such an amazing nair, covers so many different options, especially for a character without a disjoint like So Good Pop. So Good Pop now in the middle of the stage, tries to find the dash attack, can't do it, gonna get knocked right back off. You see Hawk there fishing for those down airs. None of them are coming through. So Good Pop making good use of their recovery to make sure they stay in control. Now, Hawk thrown off stage, also looking to recover about just middle of the pack. That air dodge in, a really good mix-up, and it catches So Good Pop off guard. Back to the middle of the stage. Hawk now getting a lot of shield pressure out. So Good Pop getting the kill, and now Northwood maintains this lead even further.
Forward tilt will do the trick, and still So Good Pop able to hold on, but only for a moment. Down smash will be able to take it, so one off the board here. Both teams still sitting at double digits in terms of that stock count, but you gotta feel like Hawk is looking for any kind of momentum to try and bring this one back. They do not want to sit at this 2 stock deficit. Can they find their opening here? They have not had the chance really to pull off the gyro combos. They're looking for him here on the platform, but now the juggle game coming online. 3 up airs, make it 4. Looking for a 5th here. Instead they get the nair. There's the 5th.
God.
And look at the extensions. Already 54% racked up, and there's no good way for So Good Pop to land.
They take 64% in that combo off of 8 aerials. Count them up and knock them down. So Good Pop now on the edge of the stage, trying to get grabbed in by Hawk, not gonna be able to find it. Hawk now off stage, gets caught by this charge smash attack, just sending it right to him. Back towards the other end of the stage now. So Good Pop doing whatever they can to try to maintain space, get those soccer balls and deep breathing in. But this projectile game from Hawk makes it so incredibly difficult. Regrab there on the ledge, not gonna lead them in. Another time trying to go in against the shield. That time works out for So Good Pop. They managed to get the grab, throw Hawk off, but once again, Hawk just has such a good high recovery that So Good Pop doesn't have an answer for yet. Just I think because of the threat of that nair and the threat of the dare.
Especially with fast falling, but he jumped
wait.
back towards the ledge, and the forward tilt catches him, and down goes Hawk. That's another member of the Spartans knocked down.
And that extends the lead to 2 stocks now. Getting that lead slowly, but it is building over time. MSU struggling to kind of reconnect with those markers and get that lead back under control. I really think we need to see a strong response for them here. If we don't see the 2 stock, I think it starts to become a little bit untenable, as that becomes, that the 2 stock difference becomes a greater percentage of the stocks that are left.
It's interesting to see because Michigan State, again, a lot of their matches have been a little bit closer, but when it comes to those massive point swings, a lot of those players are still remaining. Dice in particular has been that go-to player for those massive point swings, and it looks like Dice will be locked in for this next set. How will they deal with So Good Pop projectiles? Well, the answer is pretty simple. Falco's got a long-lasting reflector in their pocket that can deal with the soccer ball, that can deal with the neutral B, and we've seen the combo game from Dice has been on lock all weekend long, zoned in, honed in, and ready to rumble here on Battlefield.
Yeah, that's Shine, one of the best things in any Star Fox character's kit, and we're already off to it. Dice going for that low run-in in the aerial's not going to be able to connect with it there. They're a tiny little bit of a hit, but can't suck it into the rest of those multi-hits. But now they've got those up tilts, sending it all the way, climbing up the platforms, and So Good Pop's up to 65%. It just keeps climbing.
Looking for another opening here as So Good Pop starting to trend towards the red. And we've seen Dice clean up these stocks pretty quickly. Wants the extension, very tall there, and that's going to be the stock off of the up air. Not one you see frequently kill, but that's twice today. Dice has gotten that little bit of extra height thanks to the platform and gotten the kill off the up air.
And this is exactly what the Spartans need. Brings it back to 1, and Dice not taking a whole lot of percentage during that time. Now, though, up to 73, they're having a really hard time landing against this so good pop. Just barrage of aerials, getting a little bit of Dice's game turned back against them. Now, Fair coming through, as on a little bit more up on this platform, trying to shield everything out. Not going to work for very long, though. Up tilt, almost taking it back to the ceiling once more, but So Good Pop manages to slide out of it. No, wait! The up tilts are back in it, sending him back to the top platform.
There's just so many multi-hits, and you can't hold shield for too long because then you get grabbed. And guess what happens when you get grabbed? Even more damage coming through. Another side beat down low here. That'll be just barely able to snap to the ledge. Up tilt there will not be able to take the stock quite yet, so Dice surviving here, but this is a crucial, critical stock here for both of these players. If they take it, it's going to be a tie game at 9 stocks apiece, and if not, Northwood will continue to hold the lead. Low edge guard here. Do they get the down for air? Yes, they do. The 2-frame not needed. The down air will do it. Sour spot and all will give Northwood at least the lead for now, but can they take the stock?
Yeah, no chance to even it back up now for Dice. The most they can do here is just get out of this one cleanly. Either way, Northwood's going to have a 2-stock lead. Not quite getting the kill there. Dice really wants to take this one high, and they're really struggling to do so. So Good Pop here on the corner, trying to find their way in against Dice at 142. That Fair would have killed if it connected, but it didn't grab it all the way. The drag down, they don't get the re-grab. I don't think they were planning for it to drag down.
Stalling out for so long along this ledge. Side B gets caught, and now a chance here for So Good Pop, but they won't be able to get too much off the back of it. Air dodge back to the ledge. Weave it on the ledge. Very difficult to deal with. Up throw won't be able to kill quite yet. Another forward air will connect, though, and from that corner of the screen, it will do the trick. 166. Down goes the Wii Fit, but it's still a Northwood lead.
Northwood lead by 1. So MSU getting it back just a little bit, bringing it a little bit further back together. Dice always so efficient during these crew battles. I think they're an excellent, middle of the lineup, middle of the roster, mix-up character, bring it in, either bring that lead back into control, or if you're in the lead, just send it through simply because they are that efficient of a player. They very, very rarely take neutral fights and exchanges that they don't have a high chance of winning.
There are very many players for the side of Michigan State who can make those big point swings that you were talking about. We have seen this time and time again for Michigan State. 1 or 2 players per crew battle have popped off here or there. Hawk has made some big plays. Dice, we've talked about already, has made some fantastic stuff. But the real big threat that has really stepped up on that stage has been Crash, the Terry player for the side of Michigan State. They're debating about who to send it, or sorry, Dice is locked in, so they're going to have to worry and wait and see who Northwood will send in next. And when you look at this Northwood lineup, a lot of strong contenders. We mentioned Frostbite getting top 3 in singles, Copel also qualifying for top 8, but they still have a lot of pivotal players like Nukin and Sensational in this lineup. And Sensational is another big name that has really stepped up in these crew battles because of their nature. The burst character, Captain Falcon, is their main, and they have made such good use of that character.
You want to cause an explosion, a shift in mental, and cause, an uprising in your team spirits? Captain Falcon is the person to play for that. Every single play they do is extremely hype. They are a walking montage.
They are indeed, but I believe that this is going to be Nukin stepping in for the side of Northwood, and that signals to me that the Joker is going to step into the ring here against Dice's Falco. And this, to me, feels like, again, another very Pendulum-esque matchup because Joker, obviously a lot of good stuff in their kit, but the biggest key is Arsene, and that meter can rise and fall in a matchup like this very quickly because of Falco's combo game.
Yeah. All of those combos don't do a ton of damage as individual hits. They just trend through that damage through all of the hits put together. So with Arsene able to build it very quickly. Of course, you want Arsene coming up online. You know, when your opponent starts to get around like 60-ish%, that's just enough for you to, you know, get that last 20%, get them into kill range and find it, but not going to be able to start off very fast. Dice coming in hot and grabbing 30%, make that 40, make that 50, make that 60 now, 70 all the way, keep it going. 82 is going to be where the train finally stops.
Dice looking like Mario with all these up tilts and up airs connecting, but look at this, side B into forward air, won't be able to take the stock quite yet, and now you got to deal with Arsene and that rage, but the back air, soft hitbox connecting. Arsene also almost about to disappear. There they go, able to shield a couple forward airs here. Those multi-hits could poke through eventually, especially dwindling on that shield, but now the chance here for Nuken, but not able to find the back air there, so no edge guard coming through.
No, and no Arsene now. I don't think we saw a single Arsene attack through that. Amazing by Dice to keep the advantage, to get the percentage high, and find another kill off the top.
Tie game now, 8 stocks apiece here, so Nuken has to come up with something. Arsene will come online roughly around 40-ish%, so they're starting to trend that way, but maybe they can get something online earlier if they time their Rebels guards correctly. We have not seen Rebels guard really thrown out yet, so we'll have to wait and see if that becomes a factor. Otherwise, Dice has the momentum here, but they are at 96, and they are getting dash attacked off stage. Just barely gets around that back air again, and Dice surviving at this stock means so much.
Arsene's going to come up in a moment. They're at kill range, but do keep in mind, 60% trending upwards. Dice be able to kill at such low percentages so much of the time. And Joker, not exactly known to be the most, heavy character, the most survivable character when they're thrown off with those huge smash hits, those huge back airs that Dice really loves to use. 120 now for Dice. Arsene's trending down. We need to see Nuken go in hot. Not able to find another big Arsene hit. Dice doing such a good job of neutralizing Joker when they're at their strongest.
Neutral air getting shielded as well. Nuken holding stage, has not been able to catch these side Bs in, and Dice has used it a couple times in a row. So Nuken, we'll see if he catches on here. Gun's not landing. First hits of jab connecting, but no follow-up. And Dice now looking for another attempted edge guard here, playing so carefully around the stock, looking for the up tilts. They're able to find it, finds the up air off the back of it. Arsene halfway here, but the dash attack comes through, and Dice is off stage once more.
MSU here has a chance to find their first lead of this game, of this set. Back throw, barely not killing. Dice flying high and just trying to soar their way back to stage. Another side B coming through, doesn't connect the shield. Too good. There is the up tilt though, and if you've been up tilted at high percent, you're going home.
Huge stock there, and now Michigan State have their first lead of grand finals. That is a huge turning point as Nuken still looking to take one stock off of Dice. Tries to find something, gets spiked by the side B, but at such a low percent, it's not going to make that much of a difference. Arsene will come online momentarily, and at 193, you feel like Dice's second stock is near forfeit, but maybe they can make something happen here. Up tilts connecting, Arsene online, backing away, does not want to get countered here because that will likely be the stock.
Gotta respect the counter, especially when Arsene is out. A grab though, can that one kill? Yes, it can. Takes 200% on the Falco. Are we sure we're not watching the Copel up there, the K-roll with the survivability?
Copel has done such a good job at surviving at those high percents, but Dice this time around on the light Falco able to do the same here. 91% on Nuken. And what can they do with it? With all this rage, they've got Falco off stage, but the guns downward don't intercept them. And now Dice will make it back for the moment. Good tech, but it gets red. Grab comes through, back throw, or back air to knock them off stage once more. These timings from Nuken just barely not connecting, but there the side B will connect to the back air, and Dice retakes the lead for the side of the Spartans.
First game we're seeing end with a lead towards Spartans. If you want to get back into it, Dice is the character to put on stage. And this middle of the lineup shift change feels like it could be massive.
Dice being a huge impact player here for the side of Michigan State. Only 2 members left now for the side of Northwood. Copel, the King K. Rool, and Sensational, the Captain Falcon for the side of Northwood. Well, they'll have to figure out who they want to send in to try and deal with this one stock of Falco. It wouldn't be the first time that either of these two teams have met and played this type of game. I'm curious to see when they opt to send in Copel, because in theory, you look at the matchup of the characters and you think Falco, very combo heavy. You do not want to opt to send in that heavyweight into them, but we have seen in the past Copel opt for a couple different characters, and Copel is being locked in, we're told, for this next match. Mostly the King K rule. We did see the one-off Puff in singles play, but it was a very kind of, it did not work. They did not win that game, but Falco into K rule does not feel any better.
See, the thing, though, is when you have to deal with just one stock on the table, you don't have to look at just who's on stage right now.
Right.
You gotta look at who comes next. Because let's be honest, the likelihood that, you know, any sort of 3 stock happens in this game is, it's not 0, but it's pretty dang close. And so I think Copel's actually a really good pick, because they, you know, eventually that stock will get taken, and then you have a very versatile player on stage, ready to go to, you know, maintain that presence.
And I've said this 1,000 times, right? The heavyweights are just meant for finding ways to take one stock in battles like these. If you just need to find a way to take one to either give yourself an advantage or give yourself some wiggle room, secure a lead, the heavyweights are built for that. Find a way to take one off the board. There's just so much kill power in their kit, and being able to survive for so long is just very difficult to do when they've got all that rage built up as well. So Copel on the King K rule here, on small battlefield, looking to try and find a way to take down Dice, but look how patient Dice is, finally finding their moment and starting to get that combo game online.
Yeah, I love seeing these combo heavy, fast characters, you know, respect the weight that a lot of these super heavies give, you know, understand, hey, you're gonna have to play a lot more punish focus with this. You know, we see a lot of times these faster characters want to just send it through on the heavies. Well, they pack super armor, they pack huge hits, they pack stuff that's gonna overpower your moves. You don't want to just send it right to them. You gotta play that punish really, really heavily. And so far, Dice doing it extremely well, hasn't taken a percent, and that's a 0 to death.
What a play that was. The turnaround was so clean. The first laser, you think he's just going to stay there or maybe back away, but no, it's turnaround back air saying, you can't come back to stage. I still have a hitbox ready for you. And Copel getting caught, and like you mentioned, the 0 to death, but now maybe an edge guard. The run-off forward airs have been a huge thing for Copel, especially in that singles bracket, taking down numerous stocks, but a lot of reflectors being thrown out. If that connected, that was easily 60%, but luckily shielded away.
My favorite mini game in Smash is table tennis. Sometimes you just gotta play Pong in the middle of a Smash match. You know, get that different diversity of experiences going. But now Copel, same verse, or second verse, same as the first, getting pushed off stage by these aerials, these multi-hits coming through time and time again. The regrab comes through, the upper air comes through, taking them to the top rope, can't find it. Now, Copel trying to land, they get stuck on that platform, another up tilt, up back air, not quite gonna kill it, doesn't get the hitbox they're looking for. Edge guarding situation, Copel, can they find it? Just barely can't. It's going to be Copel living for just that moment longer at 144.
And you know, Dice is also looking for the same thing. He's looking for something like drag down nair, drag down forward air, a grab, even a falling up air could lead to a potential kill here. They're looking for any kind of setup, any kind of chip damage. This time they'll land the nair, but it's not the drag down. They get knocked away instead, and Copel will get to survive once again. And this is what the heavyweights can do, in particular Copel, right? 160. Roll behind, though. He goes for forward air instead. The one aerial that likely wouldn't kill. Even up air maybe would have done a decent amount of damage and gotten some stage control back, but this forward air should do the trick. It will take down Copel's second stock, and Dice is putting in so much work in this opening round.
I feel like I've caster cursed it. I said we can't see a 3-0 in this one. I'm thinking it could happen. Now, though, Dice about to prove me wrong. At 118, they need to survive. Any strong hit will do it, and right as I say it, I caster curse it back into unexistence. Copel gets through with one stock. Both teams only 2 players left, but Copel on their last stand.
Copel able to survive and hold on, but Dice eliminated from this opening crew battle. But Northwood still at a deficit, like we mentioned. Michigan State now, they will have to
choose who to send in. And it's an interesting question because, again, we mentioned it, a lot of players for the side of Michigan State have had those pop-off moments, have had those big swings. Dice was one of them. The other one has been Crash. Crash 101 will be plugging in here and stepping up to try and deal with this King K rule. And I like the game plan again because Crash, his Terry has been on point today and loves to try and go for those early kills.
Yeah, I think this is a great play. Put them up there, take the stock, be aggressive, be quick, and then be set up for that next one. Anything that, Crash finds, anything they do getting past Copel is just insurance all the way. That's just setting up your team for the future. When you're down to these scenarios and you have, a 2-stock lead like you do, I think you just need to focus on maintaining that. You want to have the buffer. At some point, Crash is going to go down. They're going to go down. Just the skill is too much. 3-stock versus 2-stock, we'll trade it out 1 for 1. Crash goes down. But if it's a 3-stock v 2-stock and it trades out 1 for 1, well, now it's a 1-stock v 3-stock, and that feels pretty good.
Yeah, that certainly would be a massive lead to go into the next round with, but we got to deal with this one first. Copel. How long can he survive against the scariest Terry here in the State Farm Stadium? 4-6, that stock count, and certainly ready to scrap with the Crocodile. Copel dropping those first 2 stocks, and we are about to get ready underway here on PS2. This is one of the big things. Those projectiles can be so difficult for Crash to deal with, but if he's able to weave around them, if he's able to parry them or get through them, he can get to that big body and get that early damage online.
Yeah, and I think Crash showed in that last match how good their movement is at dealing with those projectiles. There almost start something exciting, but the Crown says no. Instead, just going to run back to that neutral game. Crown and that dash, that wave being so incredibly important. Now Copel off on the ledge, not really going to see a big ledge guarding attempt there from Crash. Instead, just wanting to play towards the middle of the stage, play this neutral, and get an insane dive there, sending it right on through. Copel trending upwards in this percentage, over 100 now after that throw, and stuck on this ledge. We've seen Crash now fully commit to this ledge guard, and of course, right as I say that, they dash back to mid and want the neutral reset, so they can start flipping on through.
Those crack shoots have been so good at getting over the Crown, getting right into K-Rool's face, and pressuring that shield can mean so much for this Terry. The down B is actually going to beat out the smash attack that Copel was throwing out. Over top he goes and gets the stock, and now it's a 6-3 lead.
6-2-3, 2 players versus 1. Only 1 player left on Northwood, and they're pretty sensational. You might even say sensational.
Sensational will be stepping in as the 5th and final member of the side of Northwood. This Captain Falcon is scary good. They have been so clean at getting kills. In particular, their edge guard game, I think, has been very notable. And those early startups, they, when you think about Captain Falcon, you think about the falling up airs and you think about first hit nairs, but they are so consistent with it. And the one thing that they really haven't been able to do, they often try and get the knee at the roughly 60%-ish type of combo, but they often get the soft box or somewhere along the line they air dodge out. So those early combos have not been as clean, but when it comes to the red percents, where it matters, when it comes down to last hit, last stock, Sensational has come up clutch more times than not.
Keep in mind, they also have a Sephi in their back pocket, a
That is true.
Sephiroth. And Sephiroth v. Terry is a very interesting matchup, I would say. I think you can get a lot done on either side there. I think whoever, if they do end up playing the Sephiroth, whoever gains advantage first and sets the tone, probably going to keep advantage throughout in that kind of game. But no Sephiroth today. We're just going to see the Captain Falcon 3v3 stocks, so no need to jump off the edge of the stage. No countdown. We're just right into it.
1 man left standing for the side of Northwood. It's Sensational here in the opening round. Can he pull off a 6-stock reversal here before dropping 3 of his own? He's got to find a way to take these 3 off of Crash, but
Crash not going to make it any easier. Neutral control right now in Terry's favor. Grab, looking for the up air, up B, and they will continue to work away at this stock. And even though it doesn't get the kill, it's a lot of early damage.
Lot of early damage. That up B is insane. It can kill remarkably low percentage and great, ending to a combo there. Just to add on a whole lot. Sensational lingers on the ledge for too long, and the down tilt is all that's needed.
Unfortunate circumstance there, just dipped a bit too low and can't make it back to stage, so Sensational drops the opening stock here, and now this is a massive lead for the side of the Spartans, 76% only on Crash, so it's going to take a little bit longer for Sensational, in theory, to take this first stock off of the Terry, and he's still got to find a way to take the next two. He's looking for an opening here, he'll find the back air, he's thrown out a couple of these up smashes, trying to catch Crash being a little overly aggressive. He tries to contest the down B, but again, the timing is just too clean from Crash.
That down B is so hard to contest perfectly. Such a great move, good mix-up recovery, tons of damage on stage, and if you're standing anywhere near it, it's gonna hurt. Crash now with Go online, and look at this, Sensational, going for the down A, gonna get it, and Crash back down to 2 stocks.
And there's really nothing that Crash can do about it in that scenario. When you are forced to recover low, you are susceptible to spikes, especially like Captain Falcon's down air that have that kind of disjoint because of the extension of those legs, and that is how Crash will drop their first stock here. But look at this, the reads are coming through here from Sensational. They're looking for the style points too, back-to-back spikes. They're looking for this up smash, but again, it's betraying them more times than not. They cannot find a way to connect it.
Crash now got them near the edge of the stage. Sensational off now, ledge cutting situation. This has been huge all day. No waiting this time. They learned their lesson. Sensational gonna jump right on. And there's the up B off stage. Crash, you're out of here.
Keeping their stock alive here is the big key. 125. Can they survive against Crash's Terry? Down tilt, not landing. Nair getting interrupted. Another parry comes through, and Sensational is looking for that combo starter. They're looking to get the chip damage. They need to win neutral, but they may not have the time to do so. The down tilt conversion into the up B will put Sensational on their last stock.
Last stock of all of Northwood. All of the hopes and dreams of this first game bundled into this last stock right here, right now. Sensational working to see if they can keep it. Crash at 70, trying to keep this combo going, not gonna be able to do so. That little flip from Terry covers so much, so well, and another down B from Crash connects. They just keep throwing them out, and they just keep connecting. That one, finally it's shielded, but not punished. Crash able to get out of it just in time, and another flip kick comes through, looking for a little bit more. That short hop aerial can be brutal, but there's the knee! Send it through, Sensational survives!
Line them up and knock them down. First hit Nair into the knee, and down goes Crash. So Sensational keeps Northwood's hopes alive in this opening series against Michigan State, but they will have to find a way to take all 3 stocks off of the final member, which is Suspect for the side of Michigan State. So another fighting game representative, but this time it's Kazuya Nishima.
Kazuya Mishima. It's a crossover, Not only is it Smash, we got the crossover from 2 other fighting games, bringing it all together in a huge last chance fight for this game 1. Do keep in mind, after this one there's a game 2, so not the end of the world if they can't find the 3-1. And that would put MSU 1 game ahead and that much closer to the reset which MSU needs to win.
We'll have to see. Small battlefield to pick here. Sensational will have to drop these opening 2 stocks, but Suspect has been so clean at taking stocks off the board today. We'll have to see how they do against Sensational. Feels like a very rough matchup here, especially when Suspect is giving you no time to breathe, immediately dashing in, getting the grab, but Sensational able to trade some damage back right now. But look at the combo game on these platforms. So dangerous. So many ways Kazuya can get these early stocks.
Kazuya only at 23%. Sensational 60. Oh, huge attack there, adds on a ton of percentage and keeps Sensational trapped on this upper platform. Can't find their way out. The short hop aerial is continuing to come through. These platforms are so brutal for Sensational to get on. They're just getting trapped on them so much.
Gets knocked away once more.
Oh,
And
the down air!
the coverage was so clean, so well read by Suspect, and they're able to clean up game 1 of this best-of-3 series. Michigan State are one step closer to the run back.
Suspect knew. He's like, I only need the one stock, and I can just throw it. It's a predictable up B. You know, I know exactly where they're going to go for a low recovery, and all I need is the one stock. Doesn't matter if I lose it. It's the last player. You know, what's the last game? Just send it.
And they're able to do that, and they're able to secure it as well. So, game 1 of this series going to the Spartans and looking mighty strong at that. A full 3-stock victory, a full player ahead, basically. And that tells me that Michigan State, they are playing with a fire under them. They are fired up, ready to go, and ready to rumble as we get ready for set number 2. I'm curious to see the lineup adaptations that will come through, especially because Northwood, now the emphasis is on them to make a play. They now have to find a way still to win 2 sets, and they've already dropped 1.
Well, we saw them start out so well. They had that 2-stock advantage. What shifted was when they got to Dice. Dice was the deciding factor that turned this from a Northwood, momentum Northwood lead back into MSU's favor. So honestly, what I'm at right now is, where's your answer to Dice, Northwood?
That is the big question here. And when you look at the cast of characters that Northwood has, there are no easy answers. Copel, in theory, maybe if he's able to survive, but that is a very double-edged sword type of game to play. SGP, the Wii Fit seems decent in terms of dealing damage, but again, that Reflector is ever present in a matchup like that. I would think Frostbite would be a very strong answer considering how Frostbite has played, but you also need Frostbite for a couple of these other matchups because of how potent Frostbite has been today. So there are no easy answers for Northwood, and the emphasis is on them to make that lineup change, but that is something that they will have to consider during this intermission.
Here's the thing, if you keep Frostbite back, trying to find, to use them as the answer to Dice, you're not leading off with Frostbite.
Right.
That you're not starting with that momentum, with that, amazing player who, let's be honest, deserves that leadoff spot. Like, if you're not putting Frostbite there, is that a player you really want to keep in reserve,
Roy is a double-edged sword in their own right because of the way that they play very fast, very strong, can get kills very early, but when they're off stage, there are so many characters for the side of Michigan State that can take full advantage of it. We saw Hawk numerous times try and go for things like the down air. They are able to edge guard that Roy. They have the tools in their kit to deal with Roy in the first place. So it is not easy for Northwood to play that type of character counterpick matchup. So I feel like the question is who's most comfortable with what matchup, and that's what Northwood is trying to lean towards here as this series moves on. Both of these players getting locked in momentarily for this next set. Looks like it will be SGP, the Wii Fit, going up against Linus, who we see on the Rosa, on the Min, on the Bowser today.
We've seen a lot of diversity from Linus. I don't think Linus mains random is what they main. And I do like that, Frostbite not coming out first. Interesting decision there from this Northwood squad, keeping Frostbite back, sending So Good Pop out first. And So Good Pop absolutely deserves that leadoff position as well. They're absolutely worthy of it. And up here against a Min, so we're seeing Projectiles versus Reach is the name of the game.
An interesting battle because of the distance that can be covered by both of these players and both of these members. And you can see that projectile, that soccer ball ever present in a matchup like this because it's such an intricate part of Wii Fit's kit. But the problem is it can be very easily knocked back by Linus in the first place. So we'll have to see how they adapt, how they overcome in a matchup like this, because it's also not necessarily easy for SGP to be able to move in and get in on the Min because of the speed that Wii Fit has. It's not like a Fox or a Roy where you can quickly weave in and out. That airspeed is not all that fast.
What's interesting with this projectiles, though, is it's forcing So Good Pop to play a lot, or it's forcing Linus to play a lot closer than we normally see Min-Mins playing. They're playing, only 1 or 2 quarters of a stage apart, when beforehand we've been seeing them kind of sitting at half stage. Instead, this time, pushing a lot more forward, looking for a lot closer of those hits in order to deal with the projectiles that are coming out at them.
You would normally see in a matchup like this, I think, Linus stand under those platforms, forcing that soccer ball to kind of be at an odd angle or a very predictable angle because those platforms can kind of protect you from projectiles. But SGP, they do find their way in here. They are able to get the berry, and they are able to get that forward tilt kill very quickly and not eating too much percent in the process. They only took about 44, but look at this, the edgeguard game now coming in here from Linus. Do they get the timing right? No, just barely off target, and SGP will survive.
SGP here looking for their way back in, looking very steady in this matchup so far, but now they're at high percent against a Min, getting ping-ponged back and forth on the stage from ledge to ledge. Dragon coming out, just not quite catching it. They've also got that Metaton ready to go, that Metawatt, which can be huge, brutal. Dragon off stage. Are they gonna get it? Nope. Instead, just keeping that Dragon, keeping that Megawatt, looking for the big hit with it, and they find it.
Huge stock there to take, answers back, and it's a dead even game once again. And both these players, again, playing so passive, so careful, tenured aggression, making sure that they are not eating too much damage in the process here. Who will find that next big opening? Who will exploit the mistakes of their opponent? That is the question right now, as it looks like it's going to be So Good Pop. They've gotten some good early damage, but now they're off stage, and with no jump, I believe. No, they do have it, and they are able to quickly snap back to ledge.
So Good Pop now has the percent advantage. Linus really fighting their way back in this though. That up tilt able to do a whole lot. And those arms trying to do all they can to keep So Good Pop at the range where Linus wants them. There's a very slight range where Linus is at, their maximum effectiveness in this matchup. Soccer Ball doing a lot to just keep things out. Those headers can be brutal. So Good Pop now trying to get in the aerial there. The Sun Salute don't connect. Neither do. And Linus able to run out of this disadvantaged state with very little lost.
Very little indeed. 122 on this Min.
Oh,
They
the
will
berry.
die to this. No!
No!
They go for the falling nair and they miss it, and that's another gift given to the side of Michigan State. They're able to survive here at 133. So Good Pop maybe getting a little greedy with that combo. Could have gone for a forward smash, and they will pay the price for it as the laser will connect and knock down that stock, but it's now one apiece thanks to the forward tilt.
I think with that berry, they just expected the mash out to come sooner. Instead, Linus letting it go for a moment, waiting for it, getting that huge mental game, and able to survive and grab that kill. Now, back to 0-0, one stock apiece. These teams staying so tight with each other. Those nairs, brutal. Linus keeping So Good Pop in the air. They can't figure out a way to land. They're stuck on this platform. Finally, they touch the ground. They have to use the Sun Salute to do it, but it gets shielded out. So no huge progress there made onto Linus, or as it was, onto Linus there. So Good Pop doing such a good job keeping everything out. Those headers now, though, working so well at this ledge. Barely. Linus able to get back on, and now in their own situation. Can the ring come out? Can it connect? Yes, just barely adds on a bit more damage. The Metawatt is out now.
Second arm connecting and being able to get even more chip damage on. Both players starting to trend towards the red here. Jabs to knock them away for the moment. So Good Pop at the percent disadvantage. They're off stage once more. Can they find their way back on? They're able to shield the Megawatt as well. But the Nair, the lasting hitbox, able to connect. Not enough to take the stock quite yet, though. Another well-timed air dodge from SGP will help them get back to stage. And the back air with deep breathing will be enough to take it. And the opener goes to Northwood again.
Northwood just barely keeping their advantage, keeping their early game, early crew battle momentum with that one stock victory. Do keep in mind the percentages get reset, so that high percentage kill, it doesn't matter what percent you kill at, doesn't matter what percent you get out of it at, you're right back to 0 and you're able to play out that whole stock.
You're able to start off that stock at 0, entering the next one. But one member of Michigan State down, but that one came down to the wire, tooth and nail. They were scrapping for it. And now Michigan State, they got to go through that decision-making process again. One stock left of this Wii Fit. Who do we send in? Who do we want to be blind picked potentially for this next stock? Because this one stock feels like an inevitability. The question is, how much can SGP get out of it?
I almost want to see Hawk come in off of it. They're versatile, all-around player. There's very little matchups that work well. And it does seem like it's the Hawk coming in. I'm just that good. Just that good.
Hawk stepping into the ring, locked in as that next member for the side of Michigan State, the Rob player, that versatile player that we've talked about. Noticeably in these first couple crew battles, I feel like Hawk has gotten very aggressive, just right off the bat, similar to Suspect, dash in, get a grab, dash in, go for things like short hop forward air, and continue to link them together like how Puff does. And that is something that is very interesting in a matchup like this, because what SGP wants to do, immediately run away, get deep breathing online, get those projectiles out, stall this game out. In a situation like this, time and time again, where it's 3-1 in stock count, if you are the one, you want to drag this game out, you want this game to be longer.
The thing that worries me a lot about this matchup is we see WeFits wanting to hang out by this ledge. Hawk has a lot of options to take you from the ledge and put you in the blast zone, just rolling you through the aerial. That aerial juggle, that side B, that laser, all can be used to take you from just a little bit off ledge to very far off ledge in a very quick sense.
Hawk scouting, looking for these grabs, but not able to find too much off the back of it. So good pop, landing so many hits here. Quick 61 dub, back throw off stage. Deep breathing now online. With deep breathing, you can get these stocks very early. Threatening those quick jabs, could follow up off the back of it. Air dodge away. Hawk wants no part of all that extra damage, but he will find the up air. 48%. Make that 59 thanks to the Nair. And the juggle game of Hawk has come online here. And with a little bit of rage, this is a dangerous spot for SGP.
Hawk now trying to find it, not able to. So good pop, getting hit the wrong way, back towards the middle of the stage. Trying to find a way to land now, just barely doing it. Back here, not connecting. Laser, gonna be able to help out. The soccer ball turned against them. So good pop gets a taste of their own medicine, all the way off ledge. Now, and there it is, waiting for the aerial to send it. And Hawk keeps all 3 stocks. That lead is gone.
So well executed there by Hawk to get that gyro in the perfect place. And that's a setup that we see very frequently from Rob, but it's harder to execute than you would think. You have to get that positioning perfect. That gyro bouncing, that lingering hitbox can send you a couple different ways. And that time around, rather than trying to space out for the up smash, which we've seen numerous times from Hawk, they throw out that large back air saying, as long as it's pushing me away, the space that I'm covering with that hitbox will be a bit larger. It will be more likely to hit, and there, it's able to clean up the stock.
From Northwood, who do you think we're seeing next now? Against a Rob, against an all-around player like Rob, I feel like you have to kind of go all around to all around, right? I mean, So Good Pop would be the pick, but
in theory,
yeah, not going to be able to do that one anymore. So Good Pop already taken off the table.
Last time we saw this, we saw Frostbite step in to try and deal with the Rob. It was the opening match of the day.
I feel like Frostbite's being kept back, though.
But I
feel like Frostbite's being kept in that reserve right now.
I do agree that I feel like the game plan for Northwood is, let's see what happens if we hold our anchor back. We do see a couple of different options, right, between the multi, like you said, the various kind of jack of all trades. Nukin, I think, is one of the players that there's a lot of emphasis on for the side of Northwood, because Joker has that kind of that powerful swing ability of Arsene. But again, with the way they struggled against Dice, I'm not sure they want to send them into Hawk, and that is what they are avoiding here. They're going to send in Sensational to the stage, which is the Captain Falcon, and that is a pick that I really like. Rob's a tall, big body, easy for Falcon to get those first hit and air combos on. This feels like a very solid pick for Northwood.
Yeah, smart. That just shows great understanding of the game. Both of these teams so incredibly intelligent. And I love seeing that community aspect, that mental aspect of these games, trying to mind game out the opponent, not just in the micro play, trying to get the read, but in this macro play of how do we set up, not just to win this game, but to win the games after it and the games after that. How do we get the most possible out of every single resource we have? Crew battles are just like, they're kind of like card games almost. Like, oh, you're going to play your dice? Well, I'm going to play my Frostbite card. I play Frostbite in trap position.
We'll have to see how this battles out. I'm curious to see how the neutral looks, because again, Falcon traditionally has struggled with projectile-heavy characters, and those 2 projectiles on Rob are very, very strong and can shut down a lot. So Hawk, that decision-making, that's on them. The fact that they've got those projectiles in their kit, when to use them, when to pull back, that is their big question mark, as they're already getting a lot of early pressure here. Falcon off stage, though, gets back aired, and that is nearly a 0 to death. Barely scratched, 19%, and that's going to be a lead once again for the side of Michigan State.
Very, very quickly right back into this. Hawk now getting pushed back. Sensational wanting to get this back in very, very quickly. There needs to be a response that needs to be sent. Every single bit that goes by gets a little bit further away. Hawk now off on the side of the stage. They're trying to use that gyro grab. Not coming through. Going to be those jabs, what we're looking for. Laser stopping the aggression from Sensational. Able to push them back. And with that laser on board, it becomes so much harder for Sensational to get in because it does have that little bit of knockback that can start setting up aerials.
Ooh, got the drag down of that up air, but he's not able to get anything off the back of it. Down tilt's landing, connecting into a grab, into a down throw. No up tilt afterward. Good mash out by Sensational, but now they're stuck in the corner here. Back air doesn't come out in time, so can't pressure that shield. Dash up grab, whiffed upon by Sensational. He's looking for any kind of momentum, but there's just too many hitboxes to worry about. Hawk's movement on this Rob is so clean, but there it is. That first hit and air combo into the knee. Won't be able to take the stock quite yet.
Now a little bit too low of percentage, but don't worry, we've got down air into knee. And that will even it right back out. Sensational here, still at high percentage, needs to play this a little bit safe, a little bit further away. Tries to pressure the shield, gets punished for it.
Back air will take down that next stock, and we're back to a one stock lead for the side of Michigan State. Sensational looking for an opening, but they might fall here. Wow, that side B very early could have actually done the trick. They're looking for a spike of their own to try and even things out, but not enough in the tank. Now a side B startup into a Nair. Looked for the falling up air, but won't be able to find it. Nair stuffs out the side B once more, trying to call out a roll in with these side Bs, and now we're starting to see these players pull the trigger a little early on some of these combos, looking to land their reads.
You gotta commit to it now that they've got the download. They can try to go for these huge combos. Up air, can they find the second one? That'll do it! No, it won't actually. Sensational gets the perfect DI just at the right percent. Hawk can't find the kill. Now it's Hawk being taken to the skies. Knee doesn't get the good hitbox, so Hawk gets to live for at least a little while longer. Gyro in hand, looking for the opportunity. Not going to be able to really find too much. This neutral going back and forth. Both players really looking for a read for someone to commit first so they can find the punish. Dash attack not going to connect. Hawk able to weave on through it. And now Sensational on the ledge. They're grabbed, they're buried, they're up aired, they are gone.
That lasting up air, the multi-hits come through, and just barely, the very last one connecting despite him air dodging through everything but the very last hit. That's all that they needed, and now Michigan State, they are back in the lead, and they are that much closer to getting the bracket reset, knocking down Northwood, who's been a bracket demon for them in the past. This #1 seed is heating up at the right time.
MSU is hitting their stride at the perfect moment, hitting their stride exactly when they need to. And do keep in mind, this is a team that struggled against Northwood before. Previous tournament results tell us that this is a Northwood-sided match. Not the case right now. All of these teams know each other super well. All of these teams scream constantly. They're all cheering for each other during singles. But when it comes to this crew battle, the data shows Northwood should be ahead right now. They've got here, lossless. MSU fell earlier. In this grand finals, though, MSU truly has the energy. They truly have that momentum backing them.
They really do. They've got a lot of momentum, and it's off the back of really every player stepping up for the side of Michigan State in particular, right? We look at these big players like Hawk stepping up with that experience that they've got, knowing what to do, how to execute, and making their game plan just flexible enough so that if something goes wrong, then they can still adapt. Kopel will be stepping into the ring, I believe, for the side of Northwood. The King K. Rule player will be opted or will be used here. And this feels, again, very manageable, but there's a lot of being put on the back here of Kopel because of the situation Northwood finds themselves in.
I really like Kopel for this pick. I mean, Kopel does an amazing job at just not dying, which I think is a really good kind of, middle bracket mix-up. Again, they just need the one kill. That's what super heavies do. Last time didn't really go as planned. This time against a Rob, I think those projectiles might find a little bit more success. Rob does have the reflector. Again, super high commit though. Honestly, using a crown or a cannonball to get out the reflector, kind of a good punish move there. That's a good bait. So gonna have to see Hawk relying a little bit more on that shield than I think they would like to. We're gonna see Hawk all the way down on that one stock. Or as I was at 2 stocks. So Kopel here needing to find that. They need to stay alive in order to get their team back into this one.
Kopo, we've seen pull off some great comebacks in the past, and they've got a reflector of their own to maybe stuff out the gyro or laser, but we'll have to see that used. It's not a move that Kopo is really prone to. We really haven't seen that used all that frequently outside of really last time they were on stream in that opening set, so we'll have to see what happens here. Cannonball and Crown being cycled through, and the gyro now in K-Rool's control means the projectile game going in their favor, and they'll help chip away at this stock, and there's really not much Hawk can do about it at the moment. They got to wait for their opening. They might have found it, but the jabs off of that down air. Kopo looking for something spicy, but not able to find anything else off the back of it.
Kopo there getting punched a little bit by Hawk before responding very quickly. Hawk now on their last stock. Kopo not at a super high percent. There's the berry, not going to be able to find the up tilt off of it. Mash just a little bit too good, jump a little bit too high, but back air adds in a lot. Laser and gyro not connecting the way they want to, but that's a very predictable recovery, and it leads right into an up smash. Can they find a bit more? Yes, they can. Another up smash off of a parry. Kopo now needs to find their way back onto stage, is going to be able to do so. The neutral reset chosen by Hawk. I think that's a really, really smart move in this situation.
Gotta back off here. Don't want to pay the price and eat even more percent here. See what you can get. You do not want Kopo to hold on to all three of these stocks. And now a grab comes through. Down throw, high percent, up air will do the trick. And MSU, regardless of the outcome of this game, they will hold the lead headed into this next match.
They keep it no matter what. No chance of getting it back out. Counter does come out for Kopo, one of the few times we've seen that. Up throw, though, onto the platform, leads into an aerial, and now Kopo needs to get back on stage. They're going to use Crown to do it. Aerial coming through that neutral air. Crown out once again. Kopo consistently using that cannonball, drag down, but the spike on the edge of the stage comes through, and Hawk sent down. Kopo still with 2 stocks in their possession.
We've seen Kopo go for that back air all weekend long, and I'm not sure he's landed it once. It has been the bane of his existence. He keeps going for it. It has not worked until this very moment on the big stage. He finds the back air spike, and I do think actually Rob had a chance to tech it, but might not have been prepared for it in the first place because you're very close to that side of the stage. So either way, Kopo.
Let's be honest, even moving that fast, that's a real quick tech.
Yeah, that is a very, very difficult tech to hit, and either way, Kopo certainly in an advantageous state. So they do drop a stock, but it is only a 1 stock lead moving forward, and I believe this is Dice stepping into the ring for the side of Michigan State, the Falco player that has been such a huge menace to so many players in the bracket. Dice is Falco, locked in, ready to rumble with the King K rule that is locked in. Kopo has no option but to play this King K rule. They were locked in from the previous series, and now they'll have to face the brunt of this bird.
I feel like this is such a good time to use Dice. You get Kopo, you know, really, really good matchup leaning Falcon here, leaning Falco, and, you know, middle of the stage. This is where we like to see Dice come in to really extend that lead and start up the engine that is Michigan State.
See a big opening here. We typically see the raw forward air in that situation from Kopo, looking to try and take these stocks early if they can. But now the up tilt landed. No easy way for Kopo to get back down to stage. The early counter used there, trying to get out of that combo. Crown back to stage. Well timed on that throw, but still the Crown connects, and you saw them try and reverse it again. Kopo looking for any way to shut down these combos.
Still, percentages as they trend higher, it's Kopo who's in the lead. And do keep in mind, with the weight of this, it doesn't really matter, you know, if the percentages are exact. A 90 on Kopo is not the same as a 90 on Dice in any way. Drag down fair comes through, though. Can't find the follow-up hit. As they lean down, they can find yet another one, and they do manage to pick up this Crown as well to keep it out of the range of Kopo. Kopo will grab it, though, with that berry, and Dice not off to the start they were looking for.
And this is where things get scary. We talked about Kopo's survivability, how it's such a key factor for them. Cannonball connecting as well, but they get the side B spike. No chance at attempted edge guard for Dice. They weren't ready for it. Armor helps them get back to stage as well, surviving up to 148 here. And Dice has a lot of good kill power, but they need to set up into it. Up tilt is starting to fall out of that range. Copel, good DI to get out of that tricky situation. So it's going to take just a raw, stray, strong hit for the side of Dice to do it. And just as it is, forward air will do the trick and knock Copel down to their last stock.
7-8. Copel now looking to get back into this, only 58% on Dice. Those multi-hits, so brutal to get through because they cover just so many options. That laser as well. Copel, one of the big things they do is that platform drop with B, and if you're trying to do the vacuum with platform drop, that's just the perfect chance for Dice to do a quick draw on you, hit you with that laser, and just add on a little bit more percentage. That reflector as well also being huge, and now Dice going for that neutral air, forcing Copel off stage. Another ledge guarding situation. Shine not going to find what they want to. His crown drops back down onto Copel, and oh, the aggression punished. Up air from Copel.
Oh, Dice drifted too far on that aerial and pays the price for it. A little bit of armor, too, would have helped out in that situation. The up air wins from King K. Rool, and it's down to last stock apiece here. Copel, though, 115. How long can this Crocodile survive? He'll be able to get back to stage only for a moment. Still getting hit by all the multi-hits that Falco brings to the table. Crown reflected. Side B in gets blocked. Cannonball away. Side B looking for those back airs. That's been Dice's bread and butter, but he's unable to find it here. Looking for any kind of setup once again. Good parry on the Crown as well. Has to find time to pick it up. There's the Nair. Kill sparks on it, but I should say that he will survive here. Laser being landed as well. Another forward air should do the trick, and it will. Copel goes down. Dice holds the lead for the Spartans.
Only by 1. They didn't gain any ground there. That's the big thing. Dice's big thing has been gaining ground. This time, kept neutral. They only have that one stock left. They are locked in no matter what here. And we haven't seen that big explosion that I think we really expected going into that game.
Very, very close between these two. Like you mentioned, Dice has been a very explosive player. When you look at the number of stocks they've taken, they continue to average higher than above par or below par, however you want to phrase it. They continue to take at least 3, maybe even 4. But the fact that they are now down to their last stock is a huge difference maker, especially with 2 members remaining for the side of Northwood, and one of them stepping up to the ring here. I believe this is Nukin entering the arena here, the Joker player that we saw get shut down by Dice in the previous set, which tells me that you are correct in your prediction. Frostbite will be that anchor for the side of the Timberwolves, and that is a huge deal maker here because Dice, they have been the go-to player for the side of Michigan State, and now they get another shot at this Joker.
Last time didn't go the way that Nukin was really hoping it would. This time, hoping for a change in fate. All they need to get past Dice here is that one stock. Dice, though, did such a good job at never even giving the chance for Nukin to really contest. Last time, it would have just run it right through. 1, send it!
Countdown from the players on stage, and we are underway here. Only a 1-stock lead, like we mentioned, for the side of Michigan State, but Nukin, if they take it, it's back to even. And we saw Dice take numerous stocks and shut down Nukin completely in the previous series. So what can Nukin get here? Can they get things back to even? Saibi spikes Joker, but still able to make it back to stage. Arsene should be coming online momentarily here. There he is, 54% apiece. They'll have to back away, reset the neutral, and look for those combo starters.
That's a great time for Joker to come online. 60%, add on a bit, like 20, 30 more, and you're in kill range with this lad. Dice, though, able to weave around a whole lot and kind of outlast this Joker Arsene, however. It's about to go away, only about 10% left. Those hits will take it. And Dice still at 60, the same percent as when Arsene came is when they left. Dice doing such a good job at neutralizing the biggest part of Nukin's kit. Oh,
wow.
And a kill off the top.
Again, the up airs just not DIing properly. Nukin caught drifting away, and the up air is enough to take it. That's 3 stocks taken via that up air. Dice taking these stocks so early, and he's only at 77% here against Joker. You're going to need a little bit more to really get to those raw, stray hit kill power that Joker has in their kit. A lot of drag downs still being landed, a lot of multi-hits chipping away at this stock. Arsene back online, though, and that's the kill power that Nukin's looking for.
Do keep in mind, no matter what at this point, MSU is going to be in the lead. They already got the stock kill. There's only 1 stock that can be gained from Northwood at this point. And so DICE doing their job, keeping this lead stable, looking to extend it now, though. They can't get past Arsene this time, however. Nukin takes them to the top rope and gets out with 2 stocks.
Big catch there on the double jump, and that is something that DICE really hasn't done all day, but Nukin calls it out. Double jump up air with Arsene will absolutely do the trick, and so Nukin, while they are at a deficit entering this next round, they've taken down one of the key anchors for the side of the Spartans.
Yeah, we didn't see DICE just went neutral there. 1 for 1, 3 stocks in, 3 stocks out. Usually significantly more efficient than that. And so the game plan for Northwood here at this point has kind of done its job. They've kept a lot of resources back. They've stopped MSU from gaining that huge lead that they were able to last time, that huge shift in stocks. MSU's gone through a lot of the players they used to turn that momentum last time, to have that big stock increase, to jump themselves into the lead, whereas Northwood has kept a lot of those players back for this last half.
And what's interesting for the side of Michigan State is that their game plan has been relatively the same. While the top 3 have changed, the anchors, the backups have not. It's going to be the fighting game representatives that are stepping into the ring. Suspect will be first. The Kazuya that closed out that opening series here will be going up against Nukin's Joker. So a battle of DLCs here in one of the most pivotal rounds of this grand final.
Yeah, and characters that people would say absolutely got that DLC buff. All we need here to see from Nukin is 1 stock off the table. Suspect doing their quick little button check that they always do. Gotta keep the tradition set. You gotta get in the routine and sending it just like that. It's going to be Nukin opening us up, but very quickly responded to. Oh, Suspect, what have you brought to the table today? Arsene on the table immediately, but not in the way that Nukin would want for it, as they're at 70%.
All the players for the side of Northwood have been able to shield that last hit of that combo, but if they don't, they likely drop the stock for it. So good on them to be able to survive, but that is still percent trending in Michigan State's favor. Suspect able to weave their way back to stage, but only for a moment. I don't know if they got their jump back. They got grabbed here, but they got the spike off instead. Now they've got stage control, and with Arsene gone, Nukin will have to find a different way to kill.
Yeah, this is go time for Suspect. They really need to get this kill quickly. At 115, the percentage trending upwards. They've got that comeback ability online now, so they have a lot more power in their kit ready to go. They're still not able to really find a huge entrance onto Nukin, though. Nukin doing such a good job of finding these grabs and throwing Suspect across the stage back and forth. That, though, is gonna do it. The Paralyze comes through. The follow-up is there. And so Suspect has their first stock.
And you see the patience there from Suspect to hold that up B until he knows that it's going to be able to land. And you saw the tech on the down air as well to help Suspect survive. Even here, surviving the up airs and up Bs that are connecting. Suspect up to 170, make that 180. And without Arsene, that back throw won't kill. Still able to survive here, able to snap back to the ledge. Nearly 200% on this Kazuya. And with all this rage, it does not matter if they find a way to land that opening stock, land that opening combo breaker, they will still be able to get in and do a ton of damage as they've already dealt 52.
Despite all his rage, he is still just a Kazuya going up against a low percent Joker. 215 on the table now. Oh, the counter called out. Almost finds the follow-up, just not quite there, though. And that grab has a long enough animation that it's going to stop Arsene from being able to stay on.
He's at 215 right now.
Well,
Dash attack will do the trick. So stock number 1 of Suspect is gone. A 1 stock lead here still for the side of Michigan State. Make it
You're
2,
done.
though.
You're done.
The follow-up into the up smash is just too clean. And Suspect has put Northwood on their last hope of winner's side.
It's Frostbite. This is the player you want in this situation. They showed us what they can do in singles. They showed us what they can do in the last matchup in the first game of this 1v3, and now they're here to show us, can they bring it back? They need to get 5 stocks, can only drop 2.
Can only drop 2. And it is easier said than done because they are going up against the fighting game representatives. They are going up against Kazuya, and from what we've seen in Michigan State, we know that Terry, that Kresh, is waiting in the wings. So it's going to be difficult for Frostbite to pull off, but it is still doable. And I'm curious to see what Frostbite's game plan is. They've been very clean today when it comes to landing reads and landing mix-ups, but I feel like against Kazuya, against Terry, you're going to have to try and win the game off stage, which is where Roy can struggle.
Yeah. Roy, I mean, the counter of the fighting game characters is always move them into the air, move them to the left or right off stage, and then you find your follow-up. And Roy does have a lot of good abilities there. They do have run off fair, run off down air. You know, they've got a lot moving, you know, especially on that last stock. If they're just willing to throw it out, they only need one more stock to kill. Run off stage, hit him with an up B. Why not? Just send it. At the end of the day, though, Roy, if they take it off stage, they go a little bit too far, they're not coming back from that trip.
Good early combo game again from Suspect, and they just do not waste any time. Right from go, they run up, are in your face, and are able to get quick 70% dealt. And now they got the Roy off stage. Also, projectile for Kazuya could be brutal in a matchup like this, with Roy being so dependent on his double jump to recover. Back thrown off stage. High recovery, no. Dips back down low. Good tech, though, but still gets beat out by that forward air. Now a chance here to be thrown off stage for Suspect. The up B covering the low recovery there, saying, I've got armor too, and mine's a kill move as well. You cannot safely recover if I dip back down low. Look for that mix-up later on this series, and look for a stock right here. No up B required. That will just do the trick outright, and that's down goes Frostbite's first stock.
And I want to say, Kazuya, I don't feel like is one of those characters that really has a very limited kill band, you know, where they've got to get it between 90 and between 100. Doesn't matter. They can kill us whenever they want to.
State Farm Arena, Frostbites on their last stock, on the last hope of Northwood's winner's side life here. Michigan State is one stock away from getting a bracket reset against one of the best teams here. That is so difficult to say, but right now, look at the combo game. 74, 83, 100. He wanted the punch. He's looking for the follow-up. Frostbite stalling out, trying to find the opening here, but the command grab comes through. And with all that rage, that will be it. We're getting a bracket reset. Michigan State have sent Northwood to the loser's side.
Just like that. No mistakes, no pause, no hesitation. It's Suspect on the Kazuya, and I suspect them of a great Smash game.
What a huge series. 2-0 for Michigan State. They shut down Northwood. That is the first set Northwood has really dropped all tournament long since pools. Since pools on Friday. Northwood has been so clean, but Michigan State, they win 2 games back-to-back on stage, and they 2-0'd the hometown team, the Fightin' Illini as well. So they look fantastic, and they will be getting ready for that bracket reset. But we will have to take a short break to get ready for that bracket reset, and Rocket League is right around the corner for our fans.
Yeah, we're going to have to step back, sadly. That bracket reset not going to be on stream, but we do have some amazing Rocket League action coming at you very soon. Some amazing casters for that as well. I've heard they're pretty dang good.
They are absolutely fantastic. Tiny and Old Charge will be taking our seats to get ready for that grand final. So we will cut to a short break to get that ready. Thank you all so much for watching, and more action will be coming your way from the State Farm Center.
And welcome back to the Illini Esports Invitational. It is time to get into our Rocket League bracket. I'm Tiny Shiny, joined by Altcharge, ready to get this action started. We have 4 teams remaining. The semifinals is where we're going to start today. And these are some of the 4 best teams in the entirety of collegiate Overwatch.
Collegiate Rocket League.
Rocket
Yes,
League.
I know,
I
we're
know,
both
I
so
get
used to it.
myself
So used to it. Yeah, we're starting out with Oakland A versus Akron. Oakland A, we've talked so much about stage advantage too. And Oakland A actually has been up there, but let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see how these 2 teams got up into the stage in the first place. So you can see in the quarterfinals, Northwood 4-0'd Lincoln Land, and then Illinois State just barely lost in that best-of-7 game that we saw. GVSU made their way into the semifinal. They'll be taking on Northwood in our next semifinal game. As for this one, Akron Zips 4-0'd Michigan State, and Oakland A 4-0'd Illini Orange. And Illini Orange, they were a 1 seed out of groups. That was probably Oakland's best game of this entire invitational.
It really was. If you look at what Illini Orange was able to do, going completely undefeated in the group stage of this event, to just fall 4-0 to Oakland, who had a little bit of a struggle against St. Xavier in the beginning. That is a great look from Oakland to be able to pull that out. Shows that they are improved and ready to take on Akron, because I gotta say, this one can be kind of tight. And let's go ahead and look at that starting lineup that Oakland's gonna have.
For Oakland, we've got some bona fide killers here. Jay Wismont, Raz, and Whale. Jay Wismont, top 100 player, has that pop-off potential, was struggling earlier in the Invitational, but since then has seemed to find their stride. And up on stage in their game against St. Xavier, like you said, they started out kind of quiet, but then toward the end, it was just dynamite, especially with Whale, the new player, coming through with 5 goals in just the last 2 games of that series. It was an insane performance from the young stud.
This is a very well-rounded roster. Between Whale and Jay Wismont alone, you think, oh wow, everything, you've got everything. Not to mention that you've got Roz in this lineup too, an incredibly flexible player who has shown that they have the potential to pop up and truly be that all-rounder that the team needs in the nick of time. But we got to say, they have their tasks set ahead of them, because Akron are looking scary today.
Yeah, Akron is bringing in a roster that is just so formidable in Collegiate Rocket League. Buzz, Tristan, and Bullseye. Buzz and Tristan, they've been a duo at the highest level of Collegiate Rocket League for years now, and Tristan is regarded as one of the most feared players, especially a couple years ago where his mechanics were just otherworldly. Since then, some of the top players have caught up to his level, but Tristan and Buzz, dynamite chemistry, and then Bullseye at the backstop. Actually, we were talking with Northwood, and Bullseye might be one of their most feared players because somehow, some way, Bullseye is just the glue for this Akron team. It seems like you just have to keep your eye on everyone.
And that's the nice thing about having these 3 players specifically. Originally, when we came into this tournament, we weren't sure which part of the Akron roster was come in. Would there be some combination of their blue and their gold team? But this is their A roster. These are their top 3 players. This team was recently playing in a national championship, and they just fell short to, ironically, one of the other teams that are in this tournament.
Yeah, we have some insane Rocket League on the docket for you on this championship Sunday, but as we get going into the semifinal, I think both of us do predict Akron to win, and I feel like most people around the building would say that that would be the case. But Oakland, if they play some of their best Rocket League, they certainly have a chance to beat Akron. This is Akron's first time on stage. We've talked about how the stage advantage is a very real thing, so if Oakland can jump out, take advantage of those mistakes, maybe some of those nerves, then we're going to have a banger of a series on our hands.
We certainly are. And I think when we had the chance to talk to Oakland a little bit yesterday before their first match, we heard from them that they're just confident. You have to go into this thinking that you can win. There's really no other option. If you're thinking you're going into this assuming that your opponent is better, you're not going to get anything done. You're just straight up going to get run over. I don't think any of these matches that are going to be played today are going to be total sweeps.
No, I don't think any of them are going to be total sweeps either, and I do think that stage advantage will play quite a factor in that because GVSU and Oakland have gotten the chance to be comfortable up on there, and like I said, Northwood and Akron, those first couple games, they might have some jitters. We know that these 2 teams are coming to this land to get that exposure. That exposure in an environment like this, the State Farm Center, this huge building that you're suddenly playing in, is such a change from your esports center at your college, no matter how mighty it may be. But a building like this prepares you for things like Worlds, like National Championships, those big land stages. So let's see. Going into game number 1, Akron versus Oakland A in our first semifinal, best of 7. Winner goes to the grand finals, loser goes home. Let's begin.
The stakes are high heading into this match. We see all 6 players sitting and waiting for that kickoff to commence here in just a few seconds. Oakland A being in the orange, Akron in the blue. Let's go ahead and kick this off as they're all going to start racing towards that center field. Get the ball up. Tristan winning that initial duel, but Whale matching it up in the sky. Nice pass over to Jay Wismont. Knocked off to the side. Looking for the reception. It's going to be Roz meeting over in the center, but the Oakland A net is suddenly wide open. Tristan wants to take opportunity of it. Won't be able to get there in time. Still knocking it back over. Trying to set up Buzz. Little too far back. And Bullseye and Akron overall are doing a great job controlling this ball early on, but they're also finding themselves with a wide open net opportunity. And Oakland A, they're coming out of the gates roaring.
And that's what I'm talking about. This right here, I mean, these are top teams. This is a save you are expected to make. And this is just that first game on stage kind of jitters where that's a mistake that we've seen some of the top teams on stage make in game 1. Going forward in the series, you have to limit that to absolute zil because Oakland, they get a free goal right there, and I can't believe it. But now we have Akron trying to respond. Roz luckily gets up in the top corner to make that stop. And now Roz here going for the clear down the field. They might have a chance at another open net shot. Jay Wismont can't quite get the angle there. It's sent on into the corner. Oakland A has a chance to attack for the second time this game. They struck first. They struck early. If they could get that second goal fast, man, Akron already on the back foot. That sure would spell disaster in game number 1.
I don't believe Akron really expected that to come out. It was a huge error very early on in those under the first 30 seconds that the match was being played. And I think that we're seeing them play a bit more cautious. They're warming up to that stage environment, whereas Oakland, they had an entire day yesterday, played 5 rounds just on that stage alone. They themselves had a very rough start. They actually dropped that first match that they played against their opponent. So they're coming into this today, understanding that environment, can hear all the people. There's a lot of distractions going on up over here. There's a lot of distractions over here. I can't imagine what it's like for them up on the stage.
I know the stage is quite a busy environment today. I mean, semifinal, grand final Sunday. It's no joke to be up there. Everything is buzzing all around you. And speaking of buzz, Whale just demolishes one of the members of Akron. And here we have it. Maybe Akron can mount an attack. They've certainly controlled the ball in Oakland's end for the majority of this game. Just that one costly mistake is what resulted in the 1-0 scoreline. But now we do have a chance here as Whale gets one toward the net. Tristan's able to get it toward the sidewall, and this is the mechanical god we've been talking about. He has boost, could set up a double touch pass here down in the center, but it's a little too far for Buzz to get around.
Akron's one of those teams. They came out, I believe, 2018 to 2020, just owned Collegiate Rocket League overall, and this is that team once again. They got something to prove, and Tristan getting that one in, showing that they are still at that championship level.
And that first one just feels so great, right? Just getting that comfortability up on stage, tying up the game, especially when you know that you made a mistake early on in the game, and you've played really great Rocket League since then, and it has resulted in a goal. They've possessed it so much in the Oakland end, and it's finally good that they get a chance to pay off. And still, relatively early in the game, demolishing a goaltender too, Tiny. That's something we have to keep our eye on. Physical play that creates space and chances in an open net.
We saw this a whole lot yesterday, that the amount of demolitions or just bumping into the other players, the impact that that had on the outcome of these little shots were insane. I believe mainly GDSU kind of adapted to that style primarily. They're playing their own match out on the side right now, and I do wonder if that's something that Akron are seeming to pull out of their own sleeve. I mean, right now they haven't really even had the chance. You go ahead and look at the score, the little stats on the sides of your screen here. There hasn't been a single shot. Oh, never mind. I say that again because there's Will with another one in there with the crossbar. Ross there with a follow-up, a little far out. Jay Wismont going for it, but Bullseye has regained control, giving Akron that little bit of breath they need to keep pushing forwards. But that's, I was going to say right before that, that Akron haven't allowed another shot on goal since that initial 30 seconds.
My, oh my, that last little sequence there. How did that stay out of the net? Not once, but twice. It was just on the goal line, a sliver away from converting into a goal, the go-ahead goal too. And I mean, 1:40 left on the clock here. We could be headed into an overtime scenario. That's something we saw in the highest level of play that we've actually seen so far between GVSU and Redbirds. It started out just kind of chiseling down, calm before the storm, feeling each other out. Not a very high scoring game. Jay Wismont now almost had a chance to go downfield, but was demolished as Buzz came into the play. And now Tristan makes a save. It's into the corner. Oakland A with a follow-up shot. That one is off the mark, off the backboard.
The mark off the backboard, but Oakland are not just done yet. Jay Wismont would prefer not to take this one over to an overtime scenario, but like you said, Berkeley, is one of these common things is that teams, they start to warm up when they're on the stage. You get a feel for what the other team likes to kind of play, what their style is, if they prefer more of this defensive side, offensive side, but you also can't give them the opportunities like this. Tristan just gets it over the crossbar. It would have gone in, but just a little bit too much height on that one to go in. But there, you got another bounce shot. Amazing save by Ross to keep this one going. We're remaining at that tie game. 40 seconds on the clock to keep that true.
And they're not done yet. Akron still threatening in the crease here. It's Tristan. Couldn't quite get a lot of steam on that flip shot. Now they're going to have to chase this one down in their own end. A demolition comes through. It's an open net chance here for Whale, but in the nick of time, who is it but Tristan to come up with another big save? It seems like in the last 30 seconds, Tristan has been everywhere. Buzz flies in for a shot right there, but again, just a sliver off the mark. These first game jitters, I feel like we're just going to see so many more chances as this game goes on be capitalized.
We know the insane mechanical capability of both of these teams, and I think we're seeing a lot more of those tiny little errors that we just typically don't because this is the first one. Oakland A, they've been here, I want to point this out, since 9 a.m. this morning, warming up and practicing in this very arena. they better be warmed up at this point. I mean, the fact that you took this goal early, you're taking it all the way to overtime. This is going to be a true test of endurance.
Yeah, Oakland A as well, too. They brought their B roster as well, and their B roster had some pretty good success in this Invitational, but of course didn't make it this far in. And they have the luxury of actually running consistent scrims against opponents who, it's like big brother, little brother. They want to win so bad. Those two rosters get so competitive when they play each other. It's always fun. So Oakland has that luxury of just having a component that they know is going to compete with them so hard in that warm-up block, where Akron, they're really just in free mode playing comp. It's nowhere near the level of competition that Oakland is. I mean, that's just gritty games in a warm-up. That gets you so ready to compete at this level.
You're getting yourself warmed up, and you know you're going to get an extra long warm-up with the overtime scenario that we're currently in now. The tensions are very high in these times. Nobody wants to do anything too incredibly risky like this. You're always going to have somebody kind of guarding that back net, but if these passing plays are so good from Akron, the pinpoint accuracy is absolutely ridiculous, but you also got to remember to stay in the net because Oakland will totally take advantage of that, and Raz will be giving them that victory in round number 1.
And this is exactly what we talked about. Akron may be making mistakes in Game 1 and Game 2 as they adjust to the stage feel, and Oakland, this is their best chance to jump out in front in this series and give themselves the best chance going forward, because this best of 7, it's going to be a gauntlet. Look at shots. We talk so much about how good Tristan is. 9 shots for the kid, 64 touches, 2 saves, 3 demos. Akron is getting after it, and once they dial this in and get comfortable, Oakland better watch out.
Akron, though, I do want to say this, they're setting up Tristan for a lot of these plays, so the stats might be slightly deceptive. Tristan's going to be the one that will be taking a lot of those shots, but I think in terms of those touches, it could be slightly more balanced. We know that this team, they've played together for years and years, and that's the reason they're such a high level. They've made it to these national level championships, and even when you're on a stage like this, the nerves can still get to you no matter how much experience you truly have, and I think Akron, they're starting off this one down around. We had a really good feeling that this wasn't going to be a complete and total sweep in either direction, and with this one already going to overtime, we could very well see that happen.
We really could, and again, I just got to harken back to Oakland A having the luxury of just playing Oakland B and just getting that super competitive atmosphere in warm-ups, where Akron, they kind of rolled into the arena a little later in the day, kind of feeling like they may be able to coast to the finals, but Oakland A in game number 1 made a statement that that is not going to be the case. Akron is going to have to play from a 1-0 deficit in the series going forward, and we have not seen this team down in a series in the Invitational so far.
This is the first round they've actually lost the entire tournament, Ult Charge. This is something that they didn't expect when we talked to them. We're like, all right, this is just going to be smooth sailing from here. Never underestimate an opponent, because look at this. It's coming back to bite them. You're starting off with going down a round. Granted, this is a best of 7, so you've plenty of time to make this up and come back.
Yeah, and Akron, too, I mean, they love big competition. I mean, it was a remote tournament, but the Spring Nationals just 3 weeks ago, the first week of March, they were the silver team. Northwood was the gold team. So this is a team that really thought, in a place like this, even though we have so much talent in the collegiate scene, Akron probably thought they were going to coast to the finals, and maybe Oakland wasn't going to give them the fight they're giving them, but Oakland, they are gritty. Their teeth are grinding. They are in this game. Game number 2 is on. We start right now. The kickoff results in the ball going toward the Oakland end, but they could have time to wheel around. They're going to have to make a save here. Raz with a big clear. Jay Wismont up in the sky. Couldn't quite get that long shot on net, but it's going to hit off the backboard, and still a chance to mount the first attack of the game for Oakland.
Oakland already looking to continue that aggression from their previous match, but I mean, Tristan certainly isn't done either. Like, look at that, just chasing it straight down to the orange net. And Tristan is such a talented mechanical player, has been in the scene for quite some time, and that skill really does show. Even if they've been slightly less active in the couple recent months, you really couldn't tell with how that they're playing in these insane dribbles and touches that just your average player is not able to hit, because look at that setup. Beautiful read, beautiful play from Akron to get Tristan in the right spot.
And like you were saying, too, after game number 1, so much of their offense is just setting up Tristan, because he's doing what we call in hockey forechecking, which is just pressuring as much in your attacking zone as possible, not going for long rotations back. Tristan is staying up in the play, and that's how he was able to shoot the ball, go into the corner, get that boost, come in for the follow-up off the backboard, and score it to give Akron the lead.
And you say that having, even just Tristan being there, seeing kind of where he's positioning himself is a threat. Oakland recognized that, and then they have to adjust accordingly. We mentioned that having a little bit of time, that first round was just kind of to get a read on the opponents. One thing that I've noticed from Akron so far is that their pass completion rate is insanely high, especially compared to Oakland's right now. They've been getting interrupted a lot more than their opponents, but this is a great setup from Jay Wismont to Whale. Just that timing was enough off for it to not really matter. And a beautiful save from Bullseye after Roz got that one right in front of the net.
And that's why Northwood was saying that Bullseye is such a pain to play against, because he was not anywhere near that play, coming in from midfield, just boosting supersonic all the way to the net, and he's able to get that ball above the crossbar. Bullseye here going for an air dribble, trying to get active offensively, but Jay Wismont sends that one into the corner for Roz, and Roz will take his time dribbling it down, has a ton of boost to work with, but unfortunately loses possession to Akron. Whale comes in following up this play to keep the attack pushing forward, and now maybe a chance for a shot to go for the short side rebound, and it's kicked aside by Buzz.
Yeah, Buzz playing that net, that little near goal post very well, completely reading what Oakland were attempting to do on that last play, and now it's their turn to continue that strike. Tristan up over the top. Jay Wismont will knock that one off its course, but Buzz is still not out of the danger yet. Bullseye wants to get the tap in. Jay Wismont is so glad that that one was just a little bit too far off the side, because that could have just been a 2-0 for Akron.
And once again, you just see the shot totals, too, on the left side. Akron has a total of 5 shots, make it 6, as Tristan laces one that was just nearly saved by Whale. And Oakland A, they've actually yet to get a shot on the board. So this offense that succeeded early in game number 1 is struggling to convert defense into offense, as players like Buzz are just hanging back a little bit deeper. Tristan has fantastic positioning up front. It just seems like Oakland has no real path, clear path to get out of their defensive end, make a passing play up front, and get those shots.
The control that Akron has right now is absolutely ridiculous. Don't get me wrong, this score would be much higher if Oakland's defense was not this good. But right now, since there's so much defense having to be played by Oakland, they're unable to really get these passing plays set up. They can't get themselves in a position to even attempt to score, because Buzz, it's so close, it's in, it's out, and Bullseye will be the one to nail it straight into the backs. Quite a snipe, if I do say.
Quite a snipe indeed. I mean, it was just kind of lingering around the goal line, but when it's this close and the follow-up is that fast, there's no way Oakland is going to keep that out. And the Akron offense, I mean, it's just the shot total at this point. Of course, their midfield presence is great to limit Oakland shots, but Akron's offense is relentless in this game. We have 1:45 left. Still plenty of life in this game for Oakland to come back and maybe end up winning this game or sending it to overtime is probably their immediate goal, but it's going to take some hard work, as Roz brings that one around the side, and Jay Wismont is there. That's the kind of chemistry it's going to take to score on Akron.
And the fact that it has to be of such a high caliber. Look at this from Jay Wismont, completely reading that off of the hood of their teammates. And still down 1 in this series. And I do think that Old Charge, that very first goal that we saw from Oakland, the reason they got it to the overtime was strictly off of a major mistake of Akron.
Yes.
We either need to see a major mistake from Akron for that to happen again, or for Oakland to pull out another insane highlight reel level play. That is how good that these two teams are, that we're seeing these things come through.
Yeah, and Tiny, we're not going to see many more mistakes from Akron.
No.
Certainly not. I mean, that is just a game 1 on stage for the first time in the invitational type of thing. But Oakland, they've proven with that last play, going about as fast as possible, that they can execute passes like that in the top corner. I mean, they have chemistry. They are an elite collegiate team, but they're going to have to really click and play their best Rocket League if they hope to make it to the grand final.
They're not necessarily out of this round just yet. Only down 1 with about 50 seconds still on the clock, but a nice demolition from Tristan left the door open for Akron. Short close, though, as that player will be respawning in here. Bullseye taking it to the top right corner, trying to win that battle out, but has to be against Roz, who we know is very good about taking these sort of duels, fighting for that little piece of control that they have. But any more time that we see the game in the neutral, this midfield kind of action, it doesn't matter, because Akron are closer to getting this done. And Tristan with a textbook double tap to get Akron up to 3 and essentially ensuring their victory.
Yeah, and you can see Buzz, too, in the middle. He was just smiling ear to ear, because that was a flashy goal from Tristan. That's what he's known for, right?
Yeah.
Those double touches that just seem impossible to so many players. It seems like you hit that off the backboard to leave it out for a teammate to come up a little later in the play, but Tristan is always one of those players you can expect to make a solo play, do it himself, get you on the board.
Tristan has just been that guy for Akron, that true star. And Bullseye and Buzz are setting them up so incredibly well in order for that to happen. It is a 3-player game, and yeah, that's just it right there from Akron. Wide open net for them, and yeah, 4-1 with 5 seconds. We're gonna have to say goodbye to round number 2. And this is just an example of Akron getting in their heads of the opponents. Oakland, they started to stumble a little bit. Now they're full on face planting.
Yeah, I mean, Akron, too, they limited their shot total. To this point, Oakland does only have that one shot. Oakland knows that they have to generate those insane high percentage chances that resulted in the goal that they got. But Akron is not going to give you the space to do that time and time again. Akron is playing in a play style where they're just following up their shots time and time again, lacing it hard off the backboard, hard off the corner, and it just juts into the center of the field. And then that's where we have just these insane shot totals coming from. 13 shots is absolutely ridiculous. The 13-to-1 shot differential, that'll win you a game every single time.
The one shot, though, Oakland to have 100% shot accuracy. Hey, that's a great stat to still have for your team, but the fact that you had 13 against you really shows who is in control of this game right now. It was Akron all round. Even there's a good difference in the amount of touches that were really seen. Anything that happened, it was in the orange half of the game.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was completely in Oakland's defensive end from start to finish, it seemed like. But you touched on how they had 100% shot accuracy. Yeah, of course, when you get a play like that, that's going to be the case because there's really no saving the shot that Oakland was able to put into the net. That cross-crease pass, and already you have Jay Wismont just up in the air in the top corner to put it home. But you can't generate a high frequency of chances like that, those unsavable chances. Akron knows that. That's why they're just firing shot after shot. That makes the defense uncomfortable as that play continues to go on. You get more and more shaky. You're up on the stage. You might get more and more nerves as you might make a save. Then you have to trust your teammate to make the next one, and they just keep coming. Akron's looking deadly. Their offense has clicked after game 1. They didn't make any mistakes in game 2.
Absolutely not. This is Akron. They're comfortable. This is their zone. This is their prime right now. And if this is the team that is going to go to a finals match, whichever one actually ends up coming out on top here is going to be at the top of their game. And they're going to need to, with looking at the other side of the brackets, either going up against GVSU or Northwood. Either could be a formidable opponent. But right now, we're only in round number 3 with each team with one apiece. And already, Oakland showing that they got that one shot right back.
And how many times this series are we just going to see Bullseye appear out of nowhere, and then Buzz comes in, scores the goal for Akron? What a transitional play from their own goal all the way down, and a clean pass and a clean finish as Buzz puts this one up top.
You know, you would think that his name would be Woody with how well he and Bullseye are working together. I'm sorry. I had to make a Toy Story pun. It is there. It was going to happen at some point, but it's okay. Akron are still going to be the ones in control. They have that early point off. Buzz going for a double tap off the bat, and I love the control that they're taking. I think Oakland, they came out of the gate really strong. They got a great kickoff pass. That one wasn't as impactful for them, so now they're going to be the ones to try to turn around, get it past this midfield, something they've really struggled to do in the past bit, and then shot was almost there. Ross is very upset just having to hit that last corner because now it's flipped so quickly around. The speed, these longer range things are so great, and Akron is the one to control them.
That's a fantastic dunk there from Buzz, and again, transitional play all the way from their own end. Not very many touches to get it down, get a scoring chance, and Buzz flying in, gets above the ball and tucks it below the crossbar to send Akron up 2-0. But in that previous sequence, Tiny, that Oakland generated where Roz just barely missed, that's one of those plays where every player gets a fast touch on the ball. It's a pass very close to the net, just like this, steam on the shot, and that time Jay Wismont does not miss the mark.
Oh, Jay Wismont is not happy with that, but I mean, look at this. It just happened to be set up so well. That was an unlucky bounce that Akron got across the center, and you already had Roz going in to follow up after Whale. I love that addition in the very end there to make sure that the car still hit that exact point on the ball to get that targeting on point. So we're back to that one-point game, a much more winnable one, but that's if Tristan isn't stopped.
And he is so hard to stop. It's crazy. The handles he has in the air, the control he has of his car is just completely masterful. We are going to see that through this game. If Akron makes it into the grand finals, we are going to be continued to be gifted with the view of Tristan just doing insane stuff. The double flip resets like it's absolutely nothing. This guy is a free play hero. He's constantly practicing those mechanics, just loves the flashy part of the game.
Not only does it look good, but it also can produce these great results. I mean, look at this. Here we go again. Tristan on another solo run. All of these free play games, it's like I'm almost watching them right now. Tristan is setting up those plays that he's spent so much time putting together, attempting to learn throughout this time. And a big reason those goals have been able to come through for Akron because they're so ridiculous. Oakland's defense is no joke at all, Berkeley. I just want to make that very clear, is that Oakland have been doing an incredible job for the pressure that they're under. Tristan can sometimes just be too good.
Man, Whale comes in right there. Whale's actually been the one player left in this series who has been a little bit of a quiet presence, and that was kind of the case too when they were playing St. Xavier on stage, where Whale, although he scored the most goals in that series, he really didn't get active until that second to last game, and then the last 2 games he tallied 5 up very quickly. Tristan comes in here, can't get the clean shot off, but he's not done. This guy is never going to quit on a play. As long as there are boosts in the tank, Tristan is a threat.
Tristan is going to be that threat. And, you know, when we were talking to another team earlier, they thought that if they had to pick somebody that might be that threat, it was Tristan. Despite being, again, taking a bit of a break recently, still has years of experience in this game. Their mechanical skill has not fallen short at any point throughout this series so far. And that really does show that Akron, they're able to be controlled, that they can trust such an amazing striker as Tristan to get the job done when needed.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool how we were talking to Northwood, we were asking maybe what the roles were on their team, where a team like Akron, who is #2 in the nation recently since that spring championship early March, it does just come across that Tristan is just their striker. He can be trusted to just generate the most amount of offense on the team. Everyone on the team is okay with that, and they like to have it happen. As a chance comes in for Oakland, nothing doing there. But then when we were talking to Northwood, they're very much a rotational team where they don't have any particular roles, right? Everyone is just kind of zooming around, spacing well, open that chance. Roz is going to capitalize on that every single time, and that's the type of goal we saw Roz score so much in their last game on stage.
Yeah, Roz is this player who can just seemingly predicts the future, almost, of where that ball is going to be. You see that opening start to wind, like, all right, time to dash through. That's exactly what Roz just did. And to even this one up with 94 seconds on the clock. And, you know, we're on track to go to another overtime right now. Oakland have been really improving on this defense, and they're getting some room to get these shots in. If you look at these stats, it looks a lot more even than before. And if that's about to change, though, because Akron, classic pass to Tristan, expect him to get the job done.
Yeah, so much of this game is going to be taking place with those double touches, and no one is better at it in this lobby than the dude. Tristan comes through with another one. That's his 3rd of the series. He's just such a talent. We prepped it early that we were just going to be watching him be just the spark plug for this offense, and, I mean, he is just totally tuned in to this stage.
Tristan's one of those, he's got experience playing on stage too. So this isn't really a brand new environment for them. There's a kind of thing that you just have to kind of learn to keep your head in the game, kind of ignore what's going on around you to be able to put off such great performances. But I mean, clearly Oakland, they've been on stage for what? This is the 2nd time now, and they are not slacking.
All tied up with just 60 seconds left as Whale comes in for his 1st goal of the series. And you do not want Whale to start getting comfortable up there because he can really pile them on. It doesn't matter how good the opponent. And I love that Oakland has had a player, every single player on the roster has scored in this game. So clearly there's no jitters left in this game. I think it's just going to be highly competitive, mistake-free Rocket League from here on out.
Yeah, this is really starting to heat up, Old Charge. I am feeling it. I mean, there's so many of these opportunities. They're getting so close to actually completing, but they're not there. For the reason that one team is just stronger on the defense. They're more flexible. Akron, we can see that there's more definitive roles in those side, while Oakland, they're playing more of that flexible style with these rotations, making sure every player can do their part. And you mentioned a little bit about Whale, about once they got turned up yesterday in the match against St. Xavier, they were on fire, absolutely dominated on the courts, and the big reason we're evened up right now. Only 15 seconds remaining for something else to go in, or we could very well be going to another overtime.
Tristan just went for an air dribble and then somehow got boost and got another one to go. This guy is just always up in the skybox near the ceiling, just doing some crazy stuff. So fun to watch. I'm so excited to see how this series plays out. And if Akron plays Northwood, we were watching them play too, their free mode games as well. That game is just going to be taking place in the air the entire time. I mean, a lot of people start out playing Rocket League and they're just driving around on the ground, see ball, hit ball. But then you watch teams like this, it's like, oh, this is a flying game.
I'm a see-ball, hit-ball kind of person when I play this game. This just amazes me at how well these players are able to get up in the sky, because not only is it about actually timing this correctly to get in a good spot, and that's what Oakland, they can do. Their timing is impeccable. The second time they've won in overtime. Maybe this little bit of extra motivation, that pressure is just what they need to put themselves over the top.
And it was Whale, too, to hit the
Oh, dear.
overtime killer. Whale's feeling it now, folks. Look out if you are Akron. Akron was not thinking they would even drop 2 in this series. And look at this. This is the kind of stat line that Oakland needs to see. Not only are they winning in shots, I mean, everything on the board. Demos as well. They were controlling so much of that game. The touches are insane, though.
Yeah.
Tristan's touches. Tristan was just constantly dribbling the ball, but it didn't pay off.
No, and I think that Oakland really stepped up since that last round. The fact that they tied it up. This is our highest scoring game so far, up to 7 from our previous of 3 and 4. I do think that once these teams start to get more comfortable when they're playing on the offensive sides, that they're going to favor that more and more. The defense is going to fall kind of into the back seat, which is okay. If you're comfortable with pulling off things like this, like seeing what Whale was able to accomplish after an amazing pass, this is kind of starting to get a little scary for Akron. You just dropped 2 after not dropping 1 this entire tournament. Have they finally met their match?
I mean, they might have. And I know that we can say for certain that Akron has met their most formidable opponent yet. Akron has had just, I wouldn't even call it the luxury, because right now it's hurting them, but they've gotten to cruise through this invitational so far, where Oakland, they've had to battle teams like Redbirds, and it's gone down to the wire. And they've just had a couple of games where they're playing really high-level competition. Akron, this is their first time in this invitational playing an opponent like that. So unless they're getting really good scrims, then Akron is going to have to adjust to a very high level of Rocket League compared to what they're used to. And Tiny, we just got word, how'd the Northwood game go?
I'm going to say I'm not too shocked about this one. It was a Northwood 4-0. They're going to be sending GVSU back home today, but still making it to the top 4 in a tournament with teams with this level of talent. Be happy with that. GVSU are one of those teams that was kind of just under that level. We expected them to make it at least to the quarterfinals. Making it to the semis is still a great thing to have accomplished. But looking forward to how this will affect our series. The winner of this team, now we know who they're going to face.
Yeah, and you kind of always knew from the start, if you were in this side of the bracket, who the final boss was going to be. And it's absolutely no surprise that it is Northwood. They are dialed up. They rolled in just level 10 confidence. This team was through the roof. I mean, we've got Buddy and Hockey, who are just some of the best players in the entire country. They don't have their best player, but they do have Nitrous, who is a top 24 player subbing in, probably the best 4th man in you can hope for in a College Rocket League roster. So Northwood, they not only came to play, they came to take the whole purse.
And they certainly did, and whichever one of these teams ends up coming out on top today, I'd be a little scared for the next matches you have to play, because not only are we going at least another 2 rounds here, you have another best of 7 to even look at winning against a squad as strong as Northwood, and kicking off in round number 4. We're going to see who is going to make that first goal early, and you know that's kind of been a change of pace from what we've seen previously, is whoever scores that first point hasn't mattered nearly as much.
No, in the last game, Buzz did net the first one, but then Oakland was able to battle their way back and win it in overtime. Very close chance there as the save comes through, but Bullseye there with the follow-up, and you could see there was a bit of a double commit on that save attempt because things were in dire straits, and then Bullseye, calm, cool, collected, gets above the ball and once again puts it under the bar.
That is great teamwork from Akron as well. You have Buzz, you have Tristan going into the back. Bullseye's kind of the guy to sit there for assurance if for some crazy bounce that Oakland end up getting, that's your person to turn around. But if you see something as good as that, you got to take that opportunity. If you don't, it's kind of crazy to just kind of sit back and watch that go right by your eyes. But Akron, great identification of that play. And now sitting up at 1-0. This is what happened last time, though, Old Charge. This is certainly something that we know Oakland can come back from.
Yeah, Oakland is no stranger to adversity in this invitational so far. They are one of those come-from-behind teams that is never afraid if their opponent scores first. But Bullseye, again, going for crazy air dribbles. Buzz nearly goes short side there, but Raz is able to come in and take away that rebound. Still, though, this Akron offense not going anywhere anytime soon as Tristan dribbles one in and the ball's still alive near inside the crease. Here's Bullseye for a chance, and he scores short side.
Bullseye is hitting that target time after time, really becoming more of that striker this time around, but it's kind of a similar situation. You had Buzz getting the setup, wanted to get it to Tristan, but Tristan ended up retreating back just to go grab some boost and be prepared for the next rotation. You throw Bullseye in there you go. 2-0 lead for Akron.
And Tiny, not going to lie, low-key, I got to be rooting for Akron here because before this tournament started, I predicted them to win the whole thing against Northwood because this team, they might have their eyes set a little too far on the prize because right from the jump, they had their eyes set on playing Northwood in the final and finally getting the redemption against Northwood. But Oakland, you can't overlook them. It's still going to be a battle here, and it's not even really the best warm-up game because Northwood is just, they're not just a cut above. They are a leap above Rocket League competition in the last year. It is insane what Northwood's been able to get up to. But here, we have a chance. Nothing doing, though, for Akron. They come up empty.
Yeah, Akron, though, they're not done just yet. Oh, that could not come any closer to the goalpost. Tristan wanted to get the follow-up in there. Ends up going up towards that skybox, but still in a position to score. Interrupted just slightly. Roz doing their best, attempting through the ball. Whale, the last man standing, will eventually get that clear, launching it straight back down to the other side. Bullseye sitting and waiting. A nice tap off the crossbar to get that out of the line of danger. Jay Wismont now the recipient. Oakland doing their darndest to keep control of that ball, to have the chance to get the air dribbles, but when Tristan and Buzz are on point like this, what do you even do to try to interrupt that?
Yeah, it's really hard when these two are clicking, and that is exactly what their coach was telling us. But here we have Roz coming in, and this is how Roz scores, just streaking down the middle of the field with a hard shot, upper 90.
Yeah, we were talking about Tristan and Bullseye clicking. What about Roz and Jay Wismont on that last play there? A nice way to get it down. Roz just booking it from midfield. And that's a great thing to be able to do. Grab that boost, control that resource that you have access to. There are some pretty simple rotations that are being taken by both sides. Controlling these corners with the mega packs are going to be incredibly important. Going through this, a nice demolition actually from Akron will halt too much of Oakland's approach. Jay Wismont having to get back into the mix of things, but Buzz takes it all the way back down. Tristan there on the assist. We're playing in the center of the orange goal. Bullseye opting to go towards the corner to take another chance at it, but Will reads that one incredibly well. Tristan attempting to keep this one in the midfield, but with Whale regaining control, I'd be a little afraid because Oakland, we know very well once Whale is on game, they are on game, and they really don't come off of that play whatsoever.
No, they do not. Will is such a scary player once they heat up. We just passed the 2-minute mark here. Still a ton of time left in this game for Oakland to just find the one goal they need to tie it back up. And we know how good they are in overtime. 2 of the games in this series have gone to overtime, and Oakland has taken both of them. Under pressure, they play so well. We see in their defensive end just how comfortable they are. It doesn't matter how many shots Akron take in a game. Of course, we said that did decide game number 2. But here in game 3, the defense has been turning in 2 transitional plays that have generated shots for Oakland. In that game 2, where they just had 1 shot, it's a totally different story this game. Oakland does have 4, and they're all quality.
And I think that kind of shows in the stats how Akron like to play. They like this very offensive style to the point that they don't turn back. That's why Oakland has such a high shot-to-goal ratio because Akron, they're prioritizing getting far up so that when they're suddenly not, that Oakland, they can get themselves right in the miss. But also, with this playing so close, that's where Akron can find those goals. They just fire blow after blow into that brick wall that Oakland have, and hoping that they can just find one little piece out of place to pressure that one open.
I was so shocked to see Tristan miss that goal short side. It seemed like a sure thing with how he's been playing, but just a little bit off the mark. It hit off the backboard. Still, though, Akron trying to keep this attack alive. They've pressured really well at midfield. They're challenging smart. They're not double committing this game, which we did see earlier in this stage. It seems like they found their stride as Buzz takes this one down. Tristan is there to follow up, but instead peels back to challenge this one, contesting it in the air, going for a dribble, trying to set up a teammate, and now maybe a chance as Bullseye comes in for a hard shot, but Roz easily gets up to make that save.
Yeah, Roz, a great save from him to be able to keep this one alive. 14 seconds on this little timer we see in regulation. If Oakland can get one in the next couple seconds, they can push us to our 3rd overtime of the game. But it's running very low for them, especially with Buzz being the one with the ball in their grasp. Nice clear downfield, but Tristan just going to go ahead, kill this one right out, and Akron have evened us up once again at a 2-2.
And the shot totals, I mean, it's a lot. It's 15 for Akron, which is kind of what we're used to at this point. Oakland A put up 5 quality shots, only resulting in that 1 goal from Roz down the middle. And again, we can take a look at the touches. It does just seem like Akron is controlling possession of this game a lot, Tiny.
I think that's what Akron have learned, and a big reason why they have those extra shots. Because if they give the ball to Oakland, Oakland is happy to work with that. If you give them an inch, they will take a mile, maybe even 10, if you aren't too careful. Oakland are one of those teams that if they see something happen, can easily take advantage of it. But that also means they're playing very reactively, Old Charge. And that's why they can't get as many shots, and they can't get all of these goals that they want, that they're just playing Akron's game.
And I mean, it's hard not to. That was the highest shot total Akron has had so far. 15 shots is 4 better than 11 that they had in game 1. That's their second highest. So even though they made some mistakes in game 1 and maybe their shots weren't finding the mark, they only had 1 goal in game 1 with those 11 shots and only 2 goals on 15 shots. That is just a testament to how well Oakland's defense is playing. But I got to keep on circling back to mounting an attack off of big clears. It's not always easy because we keep on seeing that Akron pressures those challenges, those 50-50s at every single point of the pitch. They always have Tristan in deep. Someone's hanging back to just make sure that big clears aren't free for Oakland. And it's just really tough because space is such a hard commodity to come by.
Yeah, especially when you're being choked at the midfield here. Oakland, when they are forced to play in their own end, not only are they limited to the space that they have to play, they can't really get these clears, but they also don't have access to that same boost. So even if they do end up getting the ball a little bit out there, they're suddenly scrambling like, oh my gosh, we don't have that same boost. We don't have that speed to be able to match it. So when you finally see them get a small break, that's why you'll see Akron, they'll retreat. Oakland can't really take advantage of it. They have to grab that speed, and by the time that happens, you already got to see that the blue team's got the control again, and there's just this vicious cycle that just keeps going round and round.
Yeah, and you mentioned speed, too. It always seems like Bullseye for Akron just has the speed when it comes to defense. He's appeared a few times now to make some saves where he was not even involved in the play, not anywhere close. And then on the other side, of course, they have Bullseye in the back end, but up front, Tristan, too, on the forecheck, as I like to call it, in the offensive zone, just taking away clearing chances from Oakland. Every single point of the pitch is just so contested. Somehow Oakland have to find a way to win races to the ball, but with Akron's positioning, it looks nearly impossible time after time. I'm glad to see this series knotted up, though, because we thought this one could have been a blowout if Akron just found their stride right away, but that's not the case.
And I think after seeing that first game, I was kind of like, all right, this could be one that Akron hasn't totally warmed up, and Oakland would be just kind of lucky, kind of how this has been played out so far. It takes a little bit just to get used to the environment, but the fact that we're still even 4 maps in, that is very much not the case. And we have a lot more distance to be able to be played. And I know we're having a couple bit of tech issues just coming into this right now. So even that gives the teams a little bit more opportunity to talk with each other, understand what happened in that game. And I think Oakland particularly can benefit from that.
Yeah, and understanding what happens in that game, too, is important because Oakland right now, I mean, it comes down to their coaching, too. They're a team that they know what Akron is going to bring. They know they're probably going to get outshot in this series, and they're ready for that. They're playing defensively. They're trying to generate offense from their defense very fast, go for high percentage plays because they know that they're not going to have the ball on their hood too much in this game. They're going to have to make insane plays like we saw in Game 3, that cross-crease pass that was right on Jay Wismont's hood. That's the kind of stuff Oakland is looking for. They're playing defensively. They're just kind of putting up their shield and holding their sword back for just the right moment. But now someone's going to have a lead after this game, and Buzz says we're on the board fast. 5 seconds in, and Akron has a lead.
These kickoff times are often the team's most vulnerable point because you get a small miss like that, everyone's out of position, they're trying to get boost, they're trying to meet the ball where it is, and the fact that it was Akron of all the teams to take advantage of it is really, really big for them because now Oakland, they don't have that lead. They've been the ones to usually get those initial points to get them on the board, given that motivation for further down the line. Going down to the first 5 seconds is never a feel good.
Never feel good. I mean, that is just a speed run type goal right there as Tristan booms one down the field. It's going to be contested on the backboard as Jay Wismont gets up there, but Buzz keeps it down in the offensive zone for Akron. Nice touch there by Oakland to get it all the way down into the Akron end, and maybe they can mount something here. Whale comes in, puts a ton of steam on that, trying to get a rebound chance for someone in the middle, but the pitch misses. Roz here comes through, and right now Oakland, they're just running into these 50-50 challenges where Akron is coming out of their net. They're not even letting the ball get close.
No, Akron have been just kind of retreating inside the goal, waiting for that little shot to come in, purposely not that one away, and usually it's to one of their players, which honestly, that is the most effective part to me, like playing off of these rebounds so incredibly quickly, but that one looks a little bit dangerous there, Tristan. That's why you have at least one person playing rack. Usually hasn't been that player, it's more been Bullseye, but they'll be hanging around the midfield in the time being while Tristan goes for a bit of reset, gain some boost, get some speed on them, so that they're ready to return to that fray shortly.
And we've seen so many narrow score lines in this game, and I just want to point out that Bullseye comes into this team as just the backstop, the glue, the player who fixes so many of their mistakes. Akron was a team in a couple years past that was used to winning games like 7-5. And then Bullseye comes into this roster and just really solidifies their defense, and also not a stranger to tallying up on the scoreboard.
Hey, you take that. You're hyping up Bullseye's defense so much, but clearly he can get in on the action as well. Had 2 of the goals from last game too, so actually that was both of those, I believe, from that round. So really kind of stepping up in every way on the side of Akron. You mentioned that the scores really haven't been far apart earlier. The farthest we've seen it was by 2 points in our second round. Otherwise, but that, it's only been a difference of 1, but oh my gosh, Akron, that could very well change.
Yeah, and what I was saying too about Bullseye is he's used to just coming into this team, and this team used to just win games 7-5, very high-scoring games, relying on just their insane offense that Tristan provides to the team, but they were having a trouble limiting their opponent's goals. And now it seems like they're a team that still has that insane offensive talent, but in their own defensive end, they just limit what their opponent can do time after time. And it might take that matchup against Northwood to really see the Oakland defense start to crack, because Oakland, they haven't mounted too many goals here against Akron. Their highest scoring game was 4, but since then, they've had 1 goal, 2 goals. Not much to come by. Nice shot there, but that's just how good Akron is. What a save there by Tristan.
Those rotations, oh my goodness, Old Charge. Akron, they know exactly where they need to be at that moment. That is the sign of an experienced and skilled roster to have at your disposal. I mean, Oakland, they're doing their best to just maintain that control, but that's something that Akron has simply been better at. But you find yourself with a mistake. Buzz able to get themselves to that ball just in time to be in a safe zone. But Oakland certainly showcasing that they can control the ball in the other side of the field. A little bit more blue on the screen this time around.
Oakland's done a pretty good job finding shots in the first half of this game and limiting what Akron can do. Of course, not on the scoreboard, but in terms of just frequency of opportunities, as this one gets brought down toward the Akron end. Tristan trying to clear it away. Challenged by Jay Wismont. Ball goes over to Bullseye, though, and he's got some boost to maybe make a play. Look out, goes off the ceiling. Trying for a flip reset. That one, though, gets away.
That one's going to go ahead, slip out from right under your hands, but hey, we got 2 minutes in the game and 3-0 for Akron. It's okay. You can afford to miss a double flip reset. It is absolutely not the end of the world, especially how low of a success rate we can see with those in this rate, but we know how incredibly talented that Akron is mechanically. I wouldn't be too surprised if they got another one too soon, too.
1 minute 40 seconds left here as Oakland A needs to find that first goal and find it fast. Whale can't quite get the angle there to chisel that one in, and Buzz is going to take it up the right side. Puts this one across the field here, and we'll see how they're able to work this one out in the final 90 seconds. Whale comes up, gets a big clear. Ra's down there, but chooses not to go up on the sidewall as Tristan clearly winning the race outright to that ball. Bullseye coming in for a follow-up chance off the backboard. It may go, but Whale again keeps it into the corner. 70 seconds now to play. Oakland still fighting for that first goal. There may be just enough time, but they've got to find something immediately.
It has to be very soon for Oakland to come up with something in this round. This is the farthest apart that we've seen this team so far, and that could be attributed to several factors, such as the endurance that we have going into this game. But clearly, Oakland are not done fighting just yet. They'll find another one of these dead center from downtown, courtesy of Roz.
And this is just how Roz scores, too. Just so much power on that shot. Roz usually never scores in close to the goal. It's usually just a mid-range goal like that where his shot accuracy is just top of the line. And always getting power on it, too, every time we see him convert into a goal. No stranger. Buzz coming in with an air dribble here. That one is saved away by Jay Wismont, getting awfully dangerous, but staying calm, cool, collected, as always. And now as we get to the 40-second mark, Oakland, they need another one. This could be it. It heads toward the open net, and they're right back in it.
Uh-oh, Akron. They are starting to make these big mistakes once again. You cannot get too confident because look at this. Oakland, they're on the route to hang this comeback right in there. They're only down by 1 point now after that 3, and both of these have been scored within the last 42 seconds.
Yeah, and that one from Jay Wismont, I don't really know if that was so much a mistake by Akron. It just seemed like Jay Wismont made an incredible prediction right there, going late on the challenge to Tristan and just jumping in on that ball right after he hit it. Akron had the offense moving forward. That's maybe the mistake you were alluding to, but Jay Wismont just comes in and just predicted it perfectly. Now with 19 seconds left, a passing play. Oh, and it's just wide. That could have tied it.
It could have tied it. There's maybe one more chance still left in the tank for Oakland to do it, but it's got to be going in. All guns blazing. Might be brought to do it, but it's off the crossbar. Ball up from Jay Wismont. They're going to do it. They have tied it up. 6 seconds left in the game. We are looking to be headed to another overtime.
What a game. Look at this play up in the sky as Jay Wismont comes through in the third chance for this offensive strike, and we are knotted at 3 with just 6 seconds to go.
6 seconds still left in this game. If one team gets a kickoff goal, it could decide here, but knowing that nobody wants to take this chance, it could be unlikely, but Tristan gets it so close in the net, and they get it in the next 3 seconds. Akron, they just took that lead right back from under Oakland's noses.
They scored 5 seconds into this game. We thought that was a speed run. How about a 3-second kickoff goal? Tristan comes up, it goes bar down, and impossible to keep out. Oakland, you just saw a 3-second goal. Well, now you need one.
Now you need one in the 3 seconds. I mean, Jay Wismon's got the control, but it's not in the air, and Akron are going to sneak away with that round win by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, what a game right there. And Akron are going to take the series lead. They find themselves now on match point. That was hands down the most even game we've seen yet. And we've seen 2 go into overtime, but just some heroics late by Jay Wismont. And then Tristan just comes up and levels up those heroics with a 3-second kickoff goal. That is clutch.
That's the definition of clutch ult charge. It does not get any better than that, but the fact that Akron, they just took it off the kickoff. I seriously, I worded it like that game was going to be over because things like that, they simply just do not happen in your everyday games. There's such a low percentage of that actually coming through, but here we are. It happened. Akron, they're now in the lead for actually the first time in this series, up at 3-2 and at match point.
Yeah, I love being at match point too, and they might have their sights set on Northwood, but you can't get ahead of yourselves if you're in this situation, if you're Akron. Of course, it seems like your offense has controlled so much of this game, but Oakland just outshot Akron in that last game, which is important to point out because it seemed like so many of these games so far, it's just been the ball was in Oakland's end the entire time. That was not the case. That game was so incredibly even, and Jay Wismont coming up with the late game heroics. Oakland's last 2 goals were just tic-tac-toe, perfect passing right on the hood, fantastic shots. They are not down and out yet.
No, not at all. And I'm kind of internally hoping for a game says in here is that Oakland, they can use this momentum that they got from the last minute of this match and take that to round number 6, because right now they're the ones that are now fighting for their life to keep on moving forwards. They've made it this far. It would be such a shame to go home now.
It would be such a shame, and I mean, this is where they're just really testing the limits of their program against a top 2 team in the country like Akron's varsity Rocket League roster. What an insane moment for Oakland to be up on this stage competing at this level. And of course, they could bring it to 7. They could take this series. They have played some stellar Rocket League. It is time going into game 6 now. Does Akron close it out and birth themselves into the grand final, or does Oakland keep some life left in this series?
This thrilling semi-final match could really all end here as Akron, they're setting up for another one of these early goals with Tristan taking that early control and Bullseye there to receive over in the corner, but a clear from Will negate that from the time being, keeping this one controlled and centered. Roz, nice volley up. Haven't seen them really with those close shots. That's kind of more Will's territory, and they're going to go ahead and knock it in for Oakland.
Way to go, Whale. 4:38 on the clock, an early goal for Oakland as they jump ahead 1-0. You love to see it bouncing back from that tough loss. Mentally, it just stinks to lose a game in the final 5 seconds, but Oakland, they rally back mentally. They are here to bring it to 7.
Oakland is ready to go. They are still carrying that energy forwards from those last couple of shots that they came in, and it's going to be Will, the one that's on fire. A beautiful dribble up to the top rope, but Akron, they can show that they are very capable of pulling off of these incredible defensive maneuvers. But so are Oakland. They move back to the other side. Demolition mid-air. Thankfully, the touch did still come through, so the orange team will be safe for right now and even have the opportunity of scoring again soon.
Roz playing this one from the corner, gets a demo near the net, maybe some space for a shot here from Will, but it's well contested. Jay Wismont comes in, but Bus calms this one down, gets it toward the side. Akron now has a chance to mount an attack. They've got boost to work with. Buzz comes in, banking one off the back for a rebound. Tristan not able to get that shot over Jay Wismont, but still the offense not done yet as Bullseye cycles in and Whale contests in the corner. What can Akron get up to? They're trying to tie this game on this very possession, pressuring up the field as much as they possibly can. Bullseye goes up for a challenge, no follow-up shot here, and finally Oakland get a big clear.
Yeah, Oakland needed a bit of a break on that side. They can take advantage of this, but Bullseye has that boost, but kind of hanging around that midfield, holding on to a full tank to just rotate all the way back and even take it all the way down the side. I love that pathing from him, being able to recognize that and carry that little bit of energy forwards. But right now, it is still Akron looking for that first point. They went down early here, want to tie it up. They started this with a 3-0 finish, and they're going to start fighting it right here, getting that one in the route.
That was ridiculously clean. Look at Bullseye just park right here and hang out as Tristan says, I got one coming for you, buddy. Right in the crease, and Bullseye doesn't miss. The goalies can't collapse fast enough, and we are tied.
That is the definition of communication right there. You can see the communication happening out before our eyes. If we could tune in to their comms to see what they're actually saying when this comes in, because this is getting intense. The pressure is truly there, knowing that not only is one team on match point, but they're also at risk of taking this all the way to a match 7, where both of these teams have the opportunity to win this. I'm convinced this could go either way, but if Tristan pulls off another beautiful double tap, they might be able to, but that one will be blocked just at the line. Buzz wants to keep this one alive for a little while longer. Straight up to Bullseye, knocking it off the back post. Tristan ready and waiting for this setup. I love these passing plays coming alive for Akron, and that's what you need to do. All 3 players getting in on the action, and Akron have stolen that lead right back.
They have indeed. Buzz with a nice play here, and you can see Oakland make the mistake. That should have been a clear. Tristan does not miss, and Tristan, that's just a fantastic read. I mean, that ball comes in. You probably are respecting Oakland to make that clear. That's when you want to cycle back, but luckily Tristan just had his foot on the gas all the way. And Tiny, I want to kind of circle back to, you mentioned Akron's communication and how it's just so dynamite and their chemistry is so good. A lot of that comes down to when you and I were talking to their coach, sometimes they have silent practices, and that just has them get a great feel for where their teammates are going to be, and they are not allowed to talk. They love to get the feel for their teammates, and then when they can do that and then click with comms, oh my God.
It is physically impossible to communicate every single little thing that everybody is doing at one point in the game of Rocket League. It just moves way too fast to keep track of the tiny pieces. So having that ability to trust each other, this is a strategy that Akron has showcased time and time again, regardless if they called that one out, whether it was just a beautiful read or whatever. Another, talking about a beautiful read. Look at that save flying in from downtown. Jay Wismont will keep that down to a 2-1 lead, but right now Akron certainly are not done.
Certainly not. A minute 35 left to play in this game that is separated by just 1. If Akron can hold on to this lead, they're headed to the grand final to face Northwood in a rematch of the national championship that was played just last month. How exciting would that be? Oakland, they don't want to see that. They want to see a game 7. They want to carry on. They want the chance to battle the Titans that is Northwood. Here we almost had an Akron goal. The offense still alive as this one bounced off the corner, but it is long across the crease, too far for Buzz.
You know what time it is, Old Charge? It is time for Oakland to find the rhythm once again. This final minute has been where the majority of their goals have been scored. It's like they get down to such a desperate point in the game. We're like, all right, guys, time to step it up. Time to go in. All guns a blazing wheel with a beautiful shot, but both Bullseye and Tristan will be there on the defense. Oakland want to regain that control, keep themselves alive. They've only been really able to win in these overtime scenarios so far. Step number 1 is getting yourself to that point.
And here we go, just 40 seconds left. Oakland need a hero if they want to stay alive here in Illini Esports Invitational. Their time is dwindling and dwindling fast. With each second that passes, the purchase of a goal becomes more and more expensive. Here we do have a chance for Ross. What a save! Tristan comes across the crease. A hero is made for Akron.
That could not have come any closer. That was mere milliseconds with the speed that Tristan was flying at. That is crazy that actually came through. But Wales does just get Tristan with another one. Akron is praising their hero right now. Tristan, a monster on the defense, a monster on the attack. This is relentless pressure from Oakland in these final bits of seconds. They are so close to getting this through. They took 2 rounds off Akron, but it looks like that they are trying to keep this one alive a little bit longer. Will with one last-ditch effort to put it through, but that is going to be it. Akron are going to the grand finals.
Oh my gosh, what a nail biter. Look at Tristan all the way down in the end. That dude is so calm, cool, collected. He was just dynamite in the final 30 seconds of that game. He scored the clutch goal as well with just 3 seconds left in game number 5. And then on the other end of the ball, the defense was unbelievable. Those high-flying supersonic saves, something else.
Tristan stepped up at the end here, Old Charge. Oakland, they fired 5 shots in those past 20 seconds alone. That is crazy. And Tristan had 2 heroic saves out of all of those. Absolutely nuts to have that one come through, but I hear you. Akron, they didn't want to take this one to a map 7. They were saving that for our next series, which they will be heading to face off against Northwood.
And both of our grand final predictions still alive and well. Akron could win it, but Northwood is looking very scary. 4-0 in the semifinals. We know how competitive these games are, and for Northwood to put up a statement like that, that could strike some fear into Akron.
But Akron as well, when they played against Oakland today, this is a squad that either A, they underestimated, or B, Oakland were just on it today. I think that if we saw more of this consistency, instead of seeing everything kind of come out in that last minute of the round, if that could be spread out more through different pieces of the game where it wasn't as predictable or the tensions weren't as high, they could have genuinely had a shot about taking this to the grand finals. You cannot be too mad if you're Oakland right now, understanding where you made it, and I really think this is a team that, watching them grow in the future, could be really contesting these top couple.
Yeah, massive props to Oakland, right, Tiny? I mean, they were hanging in there. They were such a threat to take this one to 7. So close, but yet so far to the grand finals, of course. But yeah, winning in overtime, too. I mean, they had a clutch performance in Game 1 and Game 3, but, I mean, it really came down to Game 5. Just that kickoff goal from Tristan, giving Akron the series lead, and then we had a very close contested Game 6. But what's in store for the grand final? It's going to be Northwood. It's going to be Akron. It's going to happen right after this break.
What you gonna do?
Good evening, State Farm Center. This is going to be an exciting moment to have you all here as we are reaching the climactic end of our Rocket League segment. We've had a long, arduous weekend from Friday all the way leading up to here to this final best of 7 moment. And there have been so many amazing things that we've had over the course of this. Some upsets, some expected outcomes. But here, we are still waiting to see who's going to be able to take it all. for this Illini Esports Invitational here in the wonderful Champaign, Illinois. We can actually introduce our two teams that are going to be here playing for that amazing trophy. And first, we are going to bring Northwood to the right side of this stage. We're going to start off with Nitrous coming out from Northwood. In addition to that, we have Buddy following right behind. And then third and finally, we have Hockey joining. These three have been working hard to face off against their opponent, and it is an absolutely amazing opportunity to see them on stages on the other side here. Their opponent, we have Akron starting off with Tristan, followed closely by Bullseye as that second player on the roster. And third, but not forgotten at all, Buzz going to join, and this is going to be the matchup, Northwood versus Akron, for that trophy and the award here for this three-day weekend event. Let's give them a round of applause, everybody. They've been going through a lot to get to this position. And with that being said, let's have them head on to their PCs, and we're going to be giving this up to our two casters who are going to be talking about everything that's about to unfold. So let's head it on down to Tiny, Shiny, and Old Charge for those games.
Thank you, Rich. Boy, are we excited for this one. Weeks ago, we thought that this would be the matchup we get. This is a rematch of the CRL National Championships that was held in March. Northwood versus Akron. We just saw Akron play a phenomenal game of Rocket League in the semifinals. Northwood, they 4-0'd their opponent. Tiny, what are your expectations here?
The expectations are through the roof, Old Charge, and that's completely what we expected. We theorized that this would be the two teams in the grand finals weeks before this event happened. The second we saw them, we're like, okay, this is it. Not too long ago, actually, these two teams, they played each other. The last time they have was on a huge stage, the CRL National Championship. In that last round, it went to Northwood in a 4-1 series, and I think today that Akron, they're warmed up. They played this last match on stage. It went a pretty decent distance for that match and what it was, but looking towards this next one, we are really feeling the energy right now.
We're really feeling the energy, and this is what they're playing for, folks, as we do a little bit of an unboxing video. I've never done one of these, but boy, is this heavy. This is going to be the Illini Invitational Rocket League trophy that these two teams will be looking to add to their case. Northwood, they have had the reins of college Rocket League the past couple of years. I mean, they were the 2022 CRL World Champions. Akron, they have 4 national championships to their name, and these are the two most stellar collegiate Rocket League teams we've got in the scene. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see how they got to the grand final.
It was a clean run to the grand finals from Northwood. They might only have played one match here in this bracket. You'll see that quarterfinals versus Lincoln. It was a 4-0 in their favor, but what led up to that point to them getting seeded was 3 3-0s to put them at a perfect record. They have not dropped a single map. All the meanwhile, their opponents, Akron, what happened to them? They went undefeated until this very last round, these semifinals. Oakland A managed to steal 2 right out from under them. So they did feast their first couple of smaller defeats in this match, but did pull it out in the long game. So looking at this forwards, Akron, we know that they can play in the long run. They're in for that whole marathon, not just that early sprint where Northwood, they've just been on an absolute speed run.
Yeah, and going ahead to take a look at the rosters now, the Akron team, of course, we know the players that are on the stage, but let's tell you a little bit about them. Buzz, Bullseye, and Tristan. Buzz was just Mr. Right Place, Right Time in that last game. He was zooming in supersonic for saves in the nick of time to get them above crossbars time and time again. And Tristan, what a game he had. Offensively, he scored a clutch go-ahead goal with just 3 seconds left off a kickoff that ended up being the deciding factor. And then in the final game, in the final 20 seconds, had 2 of the most remarkable saves we've seen in this entire invitational. And then Bullseye, just Mr. Consistency. Unbelievable defensive plays as well. Buzz just everywhere. This team is ready. They faced an incredible opponent in Oakland A to warm them up. Northwood, let's go ahead and take a look at the roster. Like you said, they haven't dropped a map, so likely they're going to lose at least one here to Akron. And can they face that adversity? These are the players we've got up on the board.
And that's the hope for Akron, taking down this undefeated Northwood, moving through at such a ridiculous pace. Like, there's only one team that's accomplished that for a very valid reason. We look at the roster that they have with them, Buddy and Hockey. They have been on this team for quite some time, been there for these national championships, even competed on that world stage in 2022. But I think the one player that isn't talked about nearly as much is going to be probably the best fourth man in the entirety of Collegiate Rocket League. Nitrous is coming in.
Yeah, sitting in the middle of your screen right now, Nitrous, like you said, the best substitute in all of College Rocket League. This is his first ever in-person event, first ever LAN as this team gears up for Worlds. This is the kind of atmosphere you want to get those reps in, and what a rep to have. The championship game, and it's a national championship rematch. You could not hope for any better level of competition than this. Tiny, I am so excited to get into game number 1. Did Northwood just run away with it, or do Akron, who just faced such a great opponent in Northwood and had to dial in their offense to an expert level, did they shock the national champions?
This is going to be a close one. These are arguably two of the best teams in the entirety of the collegiate Overwatch scene, ready to battle it out for the title of the Illini Invitational Championship. And the inaugural one as well. We're hoping we can see many more of these down the line, but whoever comes away with the first always can hold a special place. We expected both of these rosters to get here, but when it came to that actual performance, that can be kind of back and forth. If we go straight off their most recent matchup, when Northwood came out on top, that's the reason that when we made these initial predictions, I always favored Northwood, but Akron is not far behind.
No, Akron is right there. They are ready to compete. They are hungry. They know that they are just starving to beat Northwood on a big stage. Hungry dogs run faster. Game number 1 is underway. The national champion rematch begins now. The kickoff goes back into the Akron end. Bullseye there trying to go in for a touch, but this one already sneaks in. Just a complete mishap of a play. Buddy is awarded with the first goal of the game.
Look at that. Bullseye fold in from a Buddy was just there a little bit quicker. Bullseye couldn't get back to the net fast enough, and Northwood are already up in the first 7 seconds.
And this is exactly actually what we saw Akron do in the last game that we saw. It was a mistake very early on in game number 1. Maybe some jitters. That's always a factor. In a best-of-7 series, though, you have a ton of time to make up for that. Hockey comes in. Northwood is making a statement. Within 15 seconds, they tally 2.
Northwood, I would not have known that this is their first time on stage today. They are here. This is like they own the place, putting 2 down in under 15 seconds. This has got to be a record from all of the matches we've seen on stream so far.
Yeah, Tiny, this is absolutely outrageous. And those 2 players who have scored, Buddy and Hockey, I mean, they're no strangers to big stages. They've played on the very biggest of them. And here comes Nitrous, the young stud, getting those reps in.
Wow.
Northwood, every player has scored. We're not even 30 seconds in.
We are not 30 seconds in, but the fact that Northwood have 3 here and Nitrous putting that one in beautifully. An insane mechanical play from this player. When we asked Northwood who their strongest mechanical player is, it was Nitrous. They might be a freshman, he might be new to this roster, but clearly they are perfectly in the place where they need to be.
Yeah, so when you wonder if they're the best mechanical player on the team, what a save there as Bullseye comes in the nick of time, and finally Akron is able to keep a shot out of the net. Yeah, Nitrous being the best mechanical player on the team, you wonder why they're not a starter. Of course, Northwood, they've got Lion Blaze. He's not currently present at this LAN. He's in Atlanta, just kind of hanging out, but Nitrous is getting these reps, and of course, you're coming into a team with Buddy and Hockey, and they just have the best chemistry in the entire country. I mean, they are just in tune with each other. They are used to making play-making stuff on the biggest stages. This team is just absolutely no stranger to pressure. They look so calm, cool, and collected. When we talked to them before the game, it was like they were playing at home. They feel completely at home. And in a place like this, the State Farm Center, are you kidding me?
You're in an arena with so much space in it. It's a big space to have this go around. I mean, I can hear my voice echoing so many times. These players are really feeling it. And Akron, they're starting to get a hang of this defense. And I think that is great. You let 3 in early on. So get yourselves warmed back up, adapted to this opponent, because when we saw them give some goals up early to Oakland, that was because we maybe thought that perhaps they weren't prepared for Oakland to come out the gates that quickly. But Northwood, do not make that same mistake.
No, they don't. And now we do have Tristan trying to cycle one up the field for Bullseye, who's down there waiting. Oh, the sharp angle shot. Couldn't quite get the angle, but just a display of the talent from this Akron squad as Buzz tries to put one top right, but it is thwarted away by Buddy, who comes in with the parry. And now we do have the attack still kind of kept alive here as Akron battles in midfield. Hockey is chasing this one into the corner. Out in front to the crease it goes, but again, battled around. Northwood gets it to that far less risky territory. The open net, a mistake has been made. Buzz is on the board for Akron.
And that could not have come at a better time for Akron either. They really needed to get themselves in the game. It went right over their head of Tristan. Back into the net, and that's Akron right there. They're starting to come alive. We need to see that same thing come through. I said that Akron shouldn't underestimate their opponents. Same goes for Northwood.
Same goes for Northwood. I mean, they know the level of competition that Akron is bringing against them, and it is just a gift that they got those 3 goals within the first 30 seconds. I don't think we're going to see too much more of that. Northwood is one of those teams that just is dialed in on those kickoff plays. Like you said in the previous series in the semifinal, that is when a team can be most vulnerable. You're going for those boosts, you're going to be out of position, and you can get surprised. Northwood got lucky 3 plays in a row with that.
Both a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill, maybe a lot more that skill piece to come in from there. But Akron, they're doing a decent job giving themselves these offensive opportunities. You look over at their shots, they have quite a few, and honestly, they're keeping par, and actually they have more than Northwood does, despite not having those early goals. So they're starting to step up that defense, they're starting to pressure up that attack. It takes a little bit for them to get booted up, but we know when Akron can play at full strength, they are a team to be reckoned with.
They are to be reckoned with. It was on full display in the semifinals as Tristan air dribbles one down. That one is just bounced away and into the corner it goes. Northwood has really kind of kept the threats at bay for the first 3.5 minutes of this game, but with 1:40 still on the clock, there is a ton of time for Akron to get back in this game. And as I mentioned, Northwood's 3 goals in this series so far, all in the first 30 seconds. Akron's defense has looked excellent. Here's Buzz with a shot, and he scores!
At the second one for Buzz in this game. Just like that early lead in the first 30 seconds Northwood got is shrinking step by step. Akron, they are getting hot under the flame. This is what we know that the potential is. This is why we said that this series has the potential to go further along than just these original 4 maps it would take to win out a best of 7. Just under 90 seconds remaining to decide who will start off this map with a win.
And as the time ticks down, Akron has to be feeling so good because they have really played perfect Rocket League since there was 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And they're looking to continue here as this attack starts to mount. Bullseye has a chance to get this one near the net. Goes for a flip reset. That one is knocked away by Nitrous. The player in his first ever land, looking calm, cool, and collected in that defensive opportunity. He comes through for Northwood.
Nitrous has been looking really strong, considering this would be their first land. Northwood are like, get Nitrous on the stage here so you can prepare him for these opportunities. But Tristan sees that one coming raining down from above. Actually, it looks like it was more of a self-pass. It was met up in the air by Buzz, and that rebound, perfect placement for Tristan off the hood of Nitrous, and suddenly that 3-goal lead is looking a lot smaller.
It is looking a lot smaller. It is now cut to nothing. 51 seconds left, and we are basically at a 0-0 game. Northwood, they've only gotten kickoff goals so far. Their offense hasn't actually gotten organized and made a play that generated a goal. It was just taking advantage of Akron going for boost during those kickoffs, being out of position. Northwood, I'm looking for a clean play. Might not happen in this game. Akron could score the final goal and take game number 1, but Northwood, you've got to have that offense click. Buzz's shot is denied as Nitrous comes in yet again, and he hangs downfield as Buddy is there with the pass, but Bullseye intercepts in the nick of time. 20 seconds left.
20 seconds left for this one to be decided. We saw it go to an overtime in our previous semi-final match, and this is the closest that Northwood has been playing to actually going down in one of these series. Hockey isn't able to get up to the ball, but Buddy sure will. Nitrous wanted to be there on the assist, just going to let Buddy take it all the way down, but has to face Tristan and Buzz in the wrong run. That timer has run down. Tristan looks like that they want to keep this up, go for one more shot. Nitrous ain't going to have any of it. Back down to Bullseye on the main field. I'm impressed with how long we're able to keep this one up and running. Buzz almost got it in, but Hockey has to kill it in order to prevent that from going in. So we're going to start ourselves out with a round 1 overtime.
Hold your breath right there as that clock hit 0. We almost had a goal, but a save in the nick of time. And here in overtime, who's going to be the hero? Akron? They didn't actually do too well in overtime in the previous series. Both of the games that went to overtime, they lost, and they'll lose the first one here. Nitrous in a perfect spot. Redirects that one in. What a goal.
I'm starting to see a pattern here, Alt Charge. It's these kickoff plays where Northwood, they get set up so fast. Akron, they don't have the time to react. And what started out as a crazy, polarizing match for Northwood, 3 scored by them, then it was fired back the other way. Akron coming up with 3 of their own. We went to overtime, and immediately Northwood got themselves back in the game. They're holding on to that undefeated title for the time being.
I mean, that was just a great game to start it. Northwood with the 3 kickoff goals to start, and the offense was kept quiet. Akron makes their way all the way back in the game to tie it up. We go into overtime with the Northwood. I mean, that kickoff is just so stellar, right?
Yeah.
They've just got that on lock.
The kickoff was absolutely amazing. And I think that you look at the statistics, I'm pointing out specifically those shots, 6 for Northwood. On the other side, 14, over double what Northwood is able to put out. Akron, they're that team that just thrives on playing on the offense. They play in their opponent's zone, practically live there at the rate we're going at. Yeah. But the thing is that they're not getting that ball in where they need to because the defense is so solid. It's almost reminiscent of our previous series, the way that Oakland was playing, how they were playing more reactionary, taking advantage of those small errors. But that's the other thing, is that Northwood hasn't been able to set up any of these plays that we know them so well for.
Yeah, Northwood, again, it's just 4 kickoff goals, right? We haven't seen the offense click. As long as Akron can just shut down the kickoff on this next game, then it seems like they're just in a position to really take the game back and even up this series. So if I was Akron, I would just say, hey, the first 15 seconds after a kickoff, that's when we have to be completely hyper-focused. That's the only time we made errors in game number 1. If that wasn't the case, we would have the series lead right now. But Northwood, I mean, that's just a coaching diff right there, drawing up the X's and O's every time the ball is in the center like that. They were perfect.
If there's one time you know where the ball is going to be, it's going to be on the kickoff. That's the one definitive of that positioning, and clearly Northwood have that set up under lock, and I'm hoping that heading into this next one, after having that happen to them, not once, not 2, but 4 times in the past series, that they can start to understand that and change their play style accordingly.
And here we go. Game number 2 between the 2 teams that were battling in the national championship just weeks ago. Battling it out here again on the State Farm Center stage here in Champaign-Urbana, Illinois. Kickoff ends up in the Akron end for now. Buzz is going to go challenge Hockey, but Hockey is going to win the race to the ball. Now it's into the corner for Akron's defense to try and explode out and generate a shot. Buddy down, playing in the midfield, going to keep this alive for Northwood, but no. Buzz is up there, misses the shot, trying to redirect that one toward the net, but still nothing for now.
We're out of that dangerous kickoff goal territory. Akron can take a sigh of relief right now, because Northwood, that's where they have had their biggest strengths come through. Now they're going to be the ones arguably on the back foot as a result, but if you set something up so nicely like that, there's no need to, because Buddy played that amazingly off the corner shot.
And you can see here Buzz just trying to go for that boost, and Buddy was in on the play just too fast. Even with those boosts, not able to get back into the play and make that save. We're just 40 seconds in. Northwood has a goal, but Akron did do a good job limiting the kickoff goals. Here, Northwood is going to have another chance from the X's and O's, the one part of the Rocket League game that is scripted, but it seems like Akron is safe from another kickoff goal for now.
Never say speak too soon, because Nitrous always can come up with something, but nope, they have exploded. We won't see them for a couple of seconds. This one's been launched straight back down to the Akron defensive end as Nitrous is looking to make something happen, but all they can come up with is keeping it out of the paws of Bullseye. Moving this one on forwards, wanted to go over Buzz, will eventually end up getting intercepted as it's cleared down to the other side of the field, looking for that reception, getting the center up to Hockey. That's the play Northwood wants to attempt, but they cannot afford to do so. They have Buddy in the back lines just for that extra assistance, and you're going to need it with Tristan there too. Buzz wants to get that rebound. Will not be the case as Northwood had to race back.
That was a fantastic save too by Nitrous as Buddy brings this one down. It's lofted high above the goal. Danger zone there, but Akron is able to parry it aside for the time being. Still though, this Northwood team, like we said in the last series, they don't have a striker, they don't have a goalkeeper, they don't have any roles like that. They just have clean rotations, perfect positioning. Everyone is in on every single play, and that's what we're really starting to see come to fruition here in game number 2 as Hockey flies in. He can't get the shot past Akron, but now it's not over as another one comes in. Follow-up chance after follow-up chance. It's so dangerous here for Akron, but they're staying alive.
And the amazing part through all of that is Northwood have only gotten one shot on goal, and that has been the one that was scored by Buddy in the first part of the match. But right now, Northwood, they're struggling to even get those opportunities come in. Hockey had a great one right there. That will not come to fruition, though. It's a great still ball that Akron were able to retreat and capitalize on once again. But Northwood, they're getting the ball in the right position, but because they're losing the ball just short of the goal, they're not able to actually connect those shots that they want to. It's not even a matter of accuracy. It's a matter of actually getting that setup that requires the shot to come out.
Here we go, 2 minutes, 20 seconds left in this one as it's just a calm before the storm. These offenses haven't exploded yet. The floodgates weren't open like they were so early on in game number 1. It's really just kind of been feeling each other out. It's been a ton of plays at midfield. Of course, there's been some hard shots and epic saves, but for the most part, this is where the game has transpired, just back and forth like a cat moving his head watching a game of ping pong. This one is really still for the time being. Here we go, another chance. Tristan lines one up, trying to bank one off the corner and maybe give Bullseye a chance to streak down the middle, but instead he'll have to bang that one up to Buddy. Intercepts again. So much of this game taking place pretty much at the ceiling. Tiny.
It is. It really, really is playing at that high level, and you know, the higher level of the gameplay, the higher the ball is really going to travel, is from what I have learned. It's rare that you're going to see the ricochets off the ceiling as much as we are in this match, but with how high level these teams are, Northwood alone, they have all 3 of their players within the top 100, and we know for a fact Nitrous himself is currently sitting at around rank 22, if I'm not mistaken. That's the best out of the 22 Rocket players all around the world. Crazy to think about. They got crazy skill, but Akron certainly has it of their own. They're coming up with that goal that's needed to tie it up.
Way to go, Buzz. Netting this one right over Nitrous, who has made so many great saves already in this series, but he beats the fantastic goaltender back there. 1 minute 14 seconds, and we are all knotted up. Akron trying to bounce back in this series and hopefully even it up. But Northwood, I mean, they are threatening again. Buddy comes close. The demo is there. A little bit of space was made in the Akron net. Can they capitalize? No, not for now. Buzz is able to clear it away.
Buzz is going to get the clear, get it up to Tristan, knowing that once again they're facing the potential overtime scenario. Would like to prevent that, even though if it means Northwood get to return to those original kickoff goals that they seem to appreciate very, very much. But still, with the amount of time that we have remaining, that is still far out of the card just yet. Buzz had a nice shot there. Hockey is there on the defense, however. That one will not be allowed to pass. Hockey wanted to do the same thing of their own. Still knocked away once more. 30 seconds still left in this series. We know very well that these tensions, they begin to run high. These players, we start to get more aggressive, lose more room for error, and Tristan's going to take advantage of that as Akron are going to get themselves that lead.
Fantastic stuff there from Akron. They're trailing in the shot total this game, but it's just Mr. Clutch, right? Scoring with 3 seconds left in Game 5 of the semis, and then with just 18 ticks to go here in Game 2 of the grand final, Tristan gives Akron the lead.
Akron is Mr. Clutch. That is his new nickname until proven otherwise, because right now that is what is keeping Akron in the game, regardless if it's on the defense, if it's on the offense. It doesn't seem to matter because Tristan is just there. Another one going in the final 10 seconds, wants to ensure that Akron can at least take one off of Northwood.
Tristan with the dunk, the double touch. Man, that was
nasty.
Dirty. And the 2-goal lead with 10 seconds left is all but just solidifying this game for Akron. Of course, you can't count Northwood out just yet. They've scored so many kickoff goals this game where they could get another one surely. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen. This series is going to end up even at 1 apiece. Tanya, what do you think that Akron did differently in game number 2?
I think there's a lot of things that could come to mind in terms of what Akron was able to pull out of their sleeves, giving them this second round win. And a big part of it is Tristan really coming alive in this final second. Akron has been historically this second half team, gets that second half buff. If you are more realistically, that final minute is where they have actually shown up to play the game. They scored 3 in that final 90 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. That is absolutely great from them, knowing that they were down 1 so early on, coming back, showing that that first goal does not always matter, and they can keep their heads in the game.
They can keep their heads in the game, and when you get out-demolished, too, like Northwood had 7 demos right there, that can kind of get into your head because you just get taken out of position. You're hoping to make plays, and then Northwood just blows you up like that. Northwood also led that last game in shots, 8-6, but still, Akron, their offense exploded at the end, and it was Mr. Clutch, Tristan, just saying, I came to play today. I am hungry to beat Northwood. Northwood has just controlled my team on big stages time after time after time. Well, now is our chance.
Tristan has been a player that's been in the scene for quite some time. When Akron really owned Rocket League back up until about 2020, is where that team just still remains up in the top, but doesn't have that same amount of victories that they historically were able to obtain. Tristan's been there with them through all of that time, and I think we actually talked to Northwood a little bit about this, that Tristan was one of those players that they thought that hasn't really been showing up in the past couple of months, or that they have been playing out. Northwood, I think you need to look at this once again, because Tristan is the one that just made you lose that round.
Yeah, be afraid of Tristan, because in the semis and right now in that last game, he is just showing up and showing out. And of course, a couple years ago, he was just leading the scene in mechanics.
Yes.
He was probably one of the best players in the world. And I mean, he was feared. He was genuinely feared. Since then, he has kind of stepped back from competition. So as we see him get back on a big stage like this and kind of dial it back up, we see what he can do. And it is spectacular. Game 3, fighting for the lead in the series. Kickoff begins right now. The ball banged down into the Northwood end. Someone trying to scream around the right side and get it down to the Akron end, but they're unable to for now. Buddy goes up to the skybox, but Buzz gets a nice pass in. Tristan can't finish it there, and Northwood stay out of trouble for the moment.
Stay out of trouble, but not completely out of danger until Nitrous gets that clear. Buzz and Bullseye, though, setting up that ball over that midfield line. That's one of Akron's strengths. That's why we see them have so many shots, is they simply do not let the ball go past the midfield. And that's huge when you're playing against these high-caliber teams. If you can pull that off against Northwood, that is ridiculous. You're controlling the game, you're controlling the place. Buddy gets a nice spot, but you can't stop Bullseye, who's there on the follow-up. This guy is truly the rebound king.
This guy is truly the rebound king. I mean, he is like the backstop for the team. He's the defender, so he's always the last one in on those offensive plays. But when you get a chippy rebound like that, where it's just in front of the goal line, Bullseye is going to be there. He's, of course, not going to miss that sort of shot. Akron gets up on the board early. It's the first time they've scored first in this series. We know what that has meant on broadcast for this Invitational so far. Hopefully, Akron are able to hang on.
Hey, you know, you say that, but our last match, Northwood scored first, and look how that turned out. And the match before that, that one is actually true. Yeah, Northwood did score 3 right off the bat. Can never forget that match. That is such a rare occurrence to have that many goals in such rapid succession. This is one of the games that will certainly go down in Rocket League history. And Akron, the fact that they're already up and they're holding their own against a team of Northwood, who they just felt a defeat from in the national championship, is great. It shows that they have improved and potentially that they can take advantage of their current states.
Yeah, and even though we've talked up Nitrous so much in this game, Northwood is missing Lion Blaze, who, if you ask a top Rocket League player who's the best player in the world for Collegiate Rocket League, they will say Lion Blaze without hesitation. He has just been unbelievable for Northwood. And Nitrous, he has big shoes to fill, but that's exactly what Northwood want from him. They want to see how he can do in a first land to get ready for Worlds going into June. They've got to put this guy on as many big stages as possible, because the tournaments just get insane from here. Still, though, battling for a $2,000 purse in this grand final. What a difference that would make.
Yeah, $2,000 goes to the winner of this tournament. $1,000 for second, but hey, I would rather take $2,000 over $1,000 any day of the week. But it's going to be fought hard for, and Northwood is going to make sure that Akron aren't going to beat them.
There's Buddy, the veteran, evening up this series and talking with Northwood before this game. I mean, Buddy was just the most genuinely calm person ever. He's so used to this kind of atmosphere, just in arena, playing a video game. It's just another day for Buddy, and he's going to be the hero here to tie up the game with just about 3 minutes left on the clock. How close has this series been? It's been incredible so far. Overtime in Game 1, Northwood won 3-4. If you're just checking in, Game 2 was decided 3-1 by Akron, and now, I mean, the closeness just continues.
We're continuing to see that closeness, but I'm honestly waiting for this next minute and 30 to go by, because that last minute has just been absolute fireworks anytime it's come down in today's matches. And I actually love to see that. That's where I get those duos. I'm slowly scooting up to the edge of my seat to see what's going on, analyze every little thing that we can, because Akron historically they're the people that will be able to turn it around from the brink. But right now they're actually holding their own. They're still at this even score line, essentially resetting it to the original marker, and it's great from them. They're maintaining this ball control consistently less, however. Northwood have been taking this back and forth. We've seen these larger clears throughout this last couple times.
And now as the battle continues here in midfield, as the ball is contested in the air, Northwood double commit up there. Maybe something's open downfield. Akron can't quite get it down as fast as possible, but still maybe a chance. A demolition comes through and another window is open. Tristan wants to take this one in the corner, maybe get a flashy assist to a teammate. Buzz comes in up top, can't get above the ball though. And once again, it's sent into the corner. A little bit of a double commit there from Akron, but they rotate back just fine. No danger whatsoever. And this is a great attack that Akron is mounting in the current moment in hockey. Has to go all the way up to the skybox. Down the field they go. A hard shot. Bullseye is there. He gets just enough of that to keep it out. And Tristan from the backboard keeps Akron tied.
Oh, Tristan, that was a clutch save. And yeah, Mr. Clutch coming up once again. It doesn't matter if we're on the offense or defense to prove that title against Oakland. And these ridiculous saves coming in at supersonic speed, they are able to make them. But of course, Bullseye has traditionally been the one to be there. Tristan's just kind of more the second hand. If things go down into absolute emergency mode, red lights flaring, but Bullseye's going to be the one to bail them out of danger.
Bullseye did that so many times in the semifinals where he is just nowhere on your screen, and then all of a sudden, he is just frame perfect to make a save in the waning moments as the ball is on its way to the goal line. Bullseye is just a thorn in Northwood's side, and that's what they were saying too in the pregame, that Bullseye recently has just been the most annoying player to play against because he's always just out of these plays, but he has great boost management and he can always just jump back in defensively when you least expect it.
I have to call the player annoying like that. I mean,
that's not my word.
True. Not your words, not your words. I guess it's more of a compliment in this scenario, to be fair, if you could be considered annoying by the rest of your opponents. And Bullseye's everywhere all at once. I don't feel like there's just one Bullseye on the field, but what there is one of is one goal apiece on either side. In these final couple of seconds here, we're going to see it volleyed up, but I think we're going to find ourselves likely within another overtime unless Nitrous can make something happen. Into this last play, we'll see Buddy going for the setup, just opted to let it drop. Get to this fresh kickoff, fresh start, and for the second time, we're going above regulation.
Above regulation, Northwood got the first overtime game in game number 1 here. We'll see if they can do it again. They're leading shots by quite a fair margin. 9 shots to 4, Northwood lead over Akron. And right now, their attack is already mounted deep into the Akron zone. But for now, the ball is chilling in a relatively risk-free spot. But Buddy in the crease, and Buddy scores! Northwood is 2-0 in overtime.
2-0 in overtime. This is the weakness that we've seen every time that Akron has gone to overtime thus far. They have lost, and it's been within that first 45 seconds that goal just drops out from underneath him, and it is really an icky feeling to take it all the way through those 5 minutes. Be like, all right, we held on, we can get to this extra time, take a breath, guys, move in, but to have that immediately taken away from you absolutely just hurts.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking to lose a game in overtime on a stage like this, and you're right, Akron has had 4 overtime games in the semis and the grand finals now, and they are 0-4. That is a hit to take, and you know that the next one that goes into overtime, you know how your team is done, right? So you know that you just have to live up to the task of hopefully getting back and winning an overtime game. That could give you a lot of positive mentality as this one goes forward and probably gets more competitive. But Tiny, this series has just been so even so far. It's just a one-game lead for Northwood. Probably what people expect on paper, the national champs coming back in, but I mean, they're not disappointing.
No, I'm not disappointed by this in the slightest. If anybody in here is disappointed by this, I hate to tell you, this is what the best of the best look like. This is the Rocket League at its absolute finest, especially at the collegiate level. A lot of these players even have professional experience themselves, which at its age is something that not a lot of people can really say that they have. Playing it out in the stage of the State Center at the Illini Esports Invitational is actually a really great thing to see. Not only just for these two teams specifically to come together, but every other game, every other school that was participating in this event as a whole.
Yeah, and you bring up pro experience too. I mean, College Rocket League is one of those esports where the highest level is almost pro. I mean, the best CRL teams, they might get beaten by pro teams in a long series, but they can take a game off of any of them. If they're playing their best, they're pro quality players, and that's what we're seeing too in this match. We've maybe seen 2 mistakes so far in this series. That can happen. Your first game on stage for Northwood. Akron, we saw them have some jitters in game number 1, but also the highlights have just been unbelievable. It's been really something to behold. On defense, we've had Bullseye just be stellar, and then Tristan, he's had a couple of clutch plays, but they've come up empty recently.
Yeah, Tristan really showed up when their team needs them the most. Just, I guess overtime is just not his game. Tristan hasn't been able to make work that same magic that we know he's capable of doing. And not to just put all the pressure onto one player's shoulders. It is a team effort after all. And I really do like to see these people come together and talk about how they can play the game and kind of work this one out. Because right now we are still pretty evenly matched, but with Northwood up 1. And before we continue any further, we are going to go ahead and go to a short break to figure out some tech issues. We'll be right back in a little bit. you all for your patience. The Illini Esports Invitational is ready to continue. The Rocket League Grand Finals have had an amazing start to them. Already, we've seen 3 amazing little rounds of this game so far. Northwood up to both of them coming up in overtime.
Yeah, it's crazy how you can pack so much action into just 5-minute games of Rocket League. But like you said, 2 games went to overtime. The one that ended in regulation went to Akron's favor. But Akron, we mentioned this just before the break, they're 0-4 in overtime in the semis and the finals. However, they have taken a map off Northwood. No other team in the Invitational could say that. Northwood, though, responded so well to that map loss, coming back and winning in overtime. We're pretty much ready to get straight into game number 4. Buddy was having some issues on his computer. It mattered not. Northwood still won that game, and they reset. We've got a new server. Everyone should be playing on a nice LAN connection, and we're ready to go with game number 4.
And the beauty of the LAN connection, we can see these players react at that high speed. Kickoff will be starting out here. And with Buddy getting the nice volley down to the back, looking for the follow. Nitrous will not be there in the time. Sending it straight back to the opposite corner. I love to see these rotations from Northwood begin to unfold. These kickoff goals have been no longer. Akron seem to have gotten all of those out of the way, out of their system, so not too much of a concern. However, this neutral game has been very back and forth ult charge between these guys. The majority of that gameplay taking place in the midfield. These low scores have just been the telltale of the series.
I'm really happy to see, too, that Akron has made the adjustments to really just hyper-focusing on these kickoffs to try and prevent Northwood from scoring early in the game and then having to play from behind like they did in Game 1, where Northwood scored 3 times in the first 30 seconds. Their kickoffs are just so good. I mean, they're the best team in the country for the reason. The reigning national champs, the reigning 2022 world champions. But Akron, they've hung with them so well for so long, and they are so starving to beat this team on the grand stage here at the State Farm Center. Buzz comes in, misses right there, and now we've got a chance for Tristan. Couldn't get the double touch.
No, not that double touch. Tristan does it so many times that I think Northwood can kind of predict that heading in. So Tristan double taps, while they are beautiful, they don't happen nearly as much, but that one is even prettier from all the way down. Northwood caught completely off guard, and Akron coming out of the gate strong.
And as we've mentioned a few times, how Lion Blaze, Northwood's best player who is not in attendance, is probably widely regarded as the best player in the country. Well, Buzz and Tristan, they're in that conversation too. They're certainly within the top 5 best players in the entire country. Those two, one, they have so much chemistry, but 2, they can just surprise you with goals like that, where Buzz just comes from his own end, a booming shot that goes bar down, perfect accuracy, such a high skill play, and Buddy comes in to even the score.
If you haven't been your name, I guess you're going to be the ones in that score feed right now. Buddy evening this one up really shortly after. I think that once one team starts to go down, they start brainstorming that answer. That kickoff is just enough time to allow them to get that out of their mouths and communicate that to their team. Here we are about a minute and a half through the gameplay and finding ourselves at that 1-1 scoreline, which we stuck with the entirety of the series. We had a long drought without anything really being scored and not really any decisive plays being made, except for Buddy coming in with one, bounces off the floor. Tristan will get that deflect out, and Northwood holding on.
And it's crazy, too, that last little air dribble attack by Buddy, how he got above the ball and tried to boost down and spike it, dunk it in like that. So many players, they think of an air dribble as just trying to keep the ball afloat, but Buddy was trying to just get above it and drive it down under the crossbar. It's just creative plays like that that just catch defenses off guard so much. Here, Northwood has another chance. Hockey puts one up top, but Buzz keeps it out of the net for the time being. He's going to be challenged over by Nitrous, though, as he tries to bring this one along toward the Northwood end. Maybe Akron can mount something from this attack. Bullseye with a chance to get a good shot. It goes off the ceiling. They can't get it, though, as Buddy streaks across the backboard. He's able to keep it out.
Akron had their opportunity to get some more shots in just through that play alone, showing that they're capable of that offensive play. However, we're looking back at this right now, and Northwood are 100% able to replicate that on their own side. So we're seeing these, once again, these back and forth, these long clears, these beautiful pass setup plays, and that one is going to Bullseye this time. Usually we see those roles reversed, but Tristan is happy to set up their teammate for a beautiful goal.
Yeah, that is really good stuff there by Tristan, who has been so used to scoring the big goals in this game. Well, here he gives one off to Bullseye for the go-ahead with 2:14 on the clock as Akron is fighting in the series, trying to take 2 games from Northwood. In the national championships, they lost to Northwood 4-1. So if they could even this one up at 2 apiece, that's already an improvement from that match that happened around a month ago. And I do believe that, Tiny, these 2 teams were scrimming this morning to get ready for their semifinals match. So weird to scrim the opponent that you're just probably going to play in the final. Maybe you pick up some tactics that they're using. Nice save there by Tristan in his own end.
I do wonder if that is why they scrimmed, that they kind of assumed that they would be in this position. I mean, then again, you typically don't want to play the grand finals opponent, or really any opponent you're expecting to face in the future, with the fear of your plays kind of being understood. It kind of gives your opponent more time to prepare for that matchup. But hearing from Northwood and those results, it sounded like that they performed really well in that, and even better. But look at that shot from Nitrous, and actually that save from Tristan should have been the highlight in that moment.
It was crazy how much power was on that last shot. And here's Buddy. That is such a nice setup for Nitrous, and he scores tied up again with 1:22 to go.
We're starting to see these passing plays, Old Charge, they're starting to come together. We've seen the struggle between both of them because the interceptions, it's a skill that both of these teams have absolutely mastered. So getting these passing plays off that they're very used to being able to complete easily has been a challenge, but suddenly those are starting to work, and it's showing within that score. We've doubled from what we've seen last game at that time. Tristan actually wants to make that a 5th, will not be the case.
Yeah, Buddy didn't let him get the flip reset double touch there, but Tristan, he was just trying to make a highlight reel goal happen. Now it's going to be Hockey trying to angle into the far side, but a nice 50-50. That is won by Northwood, and a double touch chance here. Nitrous, oh, he looks so comfortable up on that land stage.
Might be the new guy, but looks like an experienced professional out here. The mechanics, the double tap, the angling, everything was spot on. You could not get more precise than that. Northwood, they stole that lead back in that final minute. I emphasize the importance of these final 60 seconds earlier in our rounds today, and for a very good reason. Once these teams start to understand that, all right, we're getting to this time, it's do or die, now or never, suddenly these plays happen.
Yeah, you can see how those rotations speed up and how they favor the offensive end a lot more. And just nice save there by Tristan up in the corner. He's actually got Buzz downfield. Here's a chance here for something flashy, but Northwood has everyone back. So calm, cool, collected for now. They're going to keep this one out, no problem. Into the corner it goes. Bullseye sets up off the sidewall. He's got Buzz in the middle, but there we go. Northwood again. They're not letting much develop here for Akron.
Not at all. Northwood, all they got to do, hold on for another 20 seconds, and they are going to put themselves up to a match point. But you know very well Akron aren't going to go down without a fight. You have Tristan getting the ball up, wanting to maintain that control throughout, but it's forced back all the way to Buzz. A long distance to be traveled, but Bullseye setting it up nicely, but you're going to have to do it without Tristan. Only 2 players to set this one up. It simply is out of the cards this round. Northwood take round 4 and are up on match point.
And again, that was a game where Northwood did not score first, but they did end up winning. That is back-to-back games that has been the case. So Northwood, they respond so well to being down in a deficit, and they can just come up in the waning moments of a game. And of course, they're the best team in the country at holding on to a lead.
They certainly are. And, you know, even taking those leads back every single round except for our previous one, they've only managed to win in an overtime scenario. So this shows that Northwood, they were able to get these goals up quicker, and they're able to kind of move through that round. But I think that Akron wants to slow down the pace a little bit, as they'll be taking a time out here, trying to just go over a couple things before we move on with our series.
Yeah, in the last couple of games, Akron, I mean, they have had no trouble getting the very first goal of the game and getting a little bit of momentum, but now it's time for the coach to step in and say that I've found some things out. Maybe Northwood is kind of showing their hand a little bit. As a coach, you get to hang back, spectate, and then you can give your team a better chance going forward. These next 3 minutes are going to be a time of adjustments, and these top teams have top coaches as well, so they are ready to make those adjustments, say exactly what they need to, and communicate with their players effectively. In that last game, shots doubled. Northwood had 10, Akron had 5. Tiny, what do you think that Northwood was doing different? Because it started out in Akron's favor, but Northwood changed something.
I really do think that it was less on Northwood's end and honestly slightly on Akron. They weren't able to kind of intercept as many of these plays as what we've seen previously. Granted, some of them were so insanely ridiculous. Shout out to Nitrous that round for absolutely just coming alive, proving that they are deserving of being on this stage, and they're getting closer to filling the shoes of Lions Blaze, which is crazy to think about. Think about coming into this tournament in Nitrous's shoes, that you're coming in for one of the best players in the entirety of the collegiate team, and now you're on the grand final stage on match point, close to taking that victory.
Yeah, Nitrous performed at the very highest level in that last game. Not only didn't make mistakes, but made a huge impact as well. Scored 2 out of the 3 Northwood goals. Just phenomenal stuff from the guy in the middle who's trying to make a name for himself. Tiny, again, Akron, things started out for them. So I'm going to ask you, how did it start out so good?
Akron, I think they started out really good. They had a little bit of endurance running from their previous series. I think that the fact that they got that last goal, they kind of were close to the overtime. They managed to get there. And with Akron, they are one of those teams that once they're down, they can make those adaptations. They can do that. And that's why they called that timeout right now. So they can talk over with their coach in greater detail how they can continue to make those changes. So thinking about how Akron started and how they can continue, they need to show that they can be a championship level contender consistently throughout the Sire Series. You can't just have these highs, these really high highs, and then go down to kind of just average. That isn't going to fly against Northwood.
Yeah, it seems like maybe they scored and then they were focused on mainly keeping the ball out of their own net, which is not something you can rely on against a team like Northwood. They have some of the best talent in the country. They're going to find ways to score. You've got to tally a high goal total if you're going to beat them. The one game that Akron won, it was a 3-1 game. That's how it was decided. So if Akron can't put at least a 3 spot on the board, likely the talent that just drives this Northwood offense is going to get them back in that series pretty clean. So far this game, do you have a favorite play that you've seen?
I gotta say, it was this last goal from Nitrous here who kind of took that one completely into his own hands. When he took it, it was a straight air dribble, actually, down from their own defensive end to just escort it right into the net where it belongs. And I think that the reason that I hold that one so close is because Nitrous is just one of those players that is underestimated. I'm a fan of those underdogs. I like to see these dark horses just kind of come out and really take the shot that they deserve, and proving yourself on a stage such as this one.
And here we go. Game number 5 is already underway as Buzz gets up to try and get some momentum built off this kickoff. Tristan comes in now, actually has a ton of boost here. Challenged, though, by Hockey, and once again, it's kicked into the corner. Akron, their offense, they're just not allowed to develop long plays. Northwood is just cutting them off every single time. The 50-50s are so aggressive, and that is
Nitrous!
so unlucky, but Nitrous will take it day after day.
And let's see how unlucky this actually was. You get a nice rebound off the wall. Yep, kind of unlucky. I'm not sure if Nitrous actually planned to do that. It looked like they were actually going for a trap off of the ball. But hey, if it ends up going in, you certainly take those moving forwards because Northwood, they've once again established that early lead.
And yeah, the reason why I said it was unlucky is because there was some contact on that play, which didn't look like it was intended contact. It looked like that player on Northwood was just trying to flip over Tristan, and maybe didn't even see Tristan on their screen, but they collide and Tristan wasn't able to come up with a save. But now Akron has to respond. I mean, they scored first in the last couple of games and they ended up losing. So now that they're actually down 0-1, can they get it done? Because Northwood, they're threatening to win this game the same way they did the national championships, 4-1. Akron are looking for signs of improvement. I don't think they're going to settle with that 4-1 scoreline very well.
Absolutely not. Knowing the stakes that are at the peak right now, Northwood, they can win this all right here, and they're in a position to do so. If they just keep the ball out of their own net, you win this one easy. Well, far from easy, actually, because Akron, we know that once they're in these later games, this overtime starts, they truly get that last-minute buff. Those final 60 seconds are really where they shine through, and Buzz with an amazing save right there to keep this one at an even 1-0.
Yeah, Buzz came up really big right there for Akron, but now Nitrous is getting fancy again. That is now my favorite play of this tournament. Look at this. Oh my God. Watch Nitrous just settle this down, fakes the flip reset, and that sends Bullseye spiraling, and here we go. The flick top shelf. Nitrous is putting on a spectacle.
When we talked with Northwood earlier, they were saying that they don't really have set positions for all of their players. They're just going into these rotations. They're all flexible, not really in one particular role. But in this point in time, it seems that Nitrous has been taking that role of, because they are labeled as that more mechanical player on the team, being that striker, being the one with all of that power to control the ball in its final moments, the most important ones. And there they go again, looking for the hat trick, and he's gonna get it.
Nitrous, the first player in this grand final to get a hat trick, and it comes late in the series. Northwood is just clicking on all cylinders, and Nitrous is tuned up to 11. The kid was hoping for LAN experience, and that was the whole purpose of his presence at this tournament, and what experience like this. Late in the series, you're on match point. Nitrous with a hat trick, and such flashy goals at that.
Yeah. This is exactly what Northwood wanted to see from their rookie player to come out of the gates and just dominate at all levels. But hey, you get the old veterans on there too, because Betty is going to get in on the action.
That's a great play, too. I mean, this is the chemistry that we know from these players, right? Hockey and Buddy are just in sync with each other always, and that cross-crease pass, we see so much offense generated from the corner or generated from the sidewalls, but that's just a fundamental Rocket League play, right? The 2-on-1, you either go for the shot or you go for the pass. Hockey holds it for as long as possible before the goalie just can't get over in time. Tristan responds with a very nice goal, and there's still plenty of time left on the clock.
All right, I'm seeing Akron start to move around a little more. They don't look nearly as down and defeated looking at that player cam. You got one. You broke your drought of not getting anything in. This is where you can mount your comeback from. We know that Akron, they're capable of doing this. Think about all the way back to our very first series, or first round of this series. It was immediately 3 by Northwood, then Akron came back that final half, scored 3 of their own, took it to an OT. Completely doable with the time still allotted.
And here we go. They've got to get something going, of course. There's a lot of life left in this game, but you would love to get that goal back. I mean, cutting the lead to 2 would be massive at this stage for Akron. As every second goes by, the nerves just start to mount higher and higher and higher. Bullseye goes up for this one, but he's beaten to the ball by Nitrous, who has just been on it this game, and it generates the 5th goal for Northwood.
Yeah, we saw one defender of Akron just zip right past, attempting to get that last-minute save, but too little, too late. Northwood's lead has been extended by one more. 2:22 still on the clock, and Northwood, they're setting their sights on winning this grand final. They truly can take it all right here.
And what a fitting name, too, from Nitrous, because this dude is just all speed in this game. Yeah. He is winning races. They're not 50-50s when he goes up for it, because he is just so fast to the ball, and that just procs so many chances here for Northwood. Bit of a mistake here as Buddy is awkwardly hit into that ball, but still, Akron haven't found a goal from it yet, and Hockey is able to get it to the side. Now Nitrous comes down the field. He's got Hockey on his right, but he has to cycle this one back, and now a little bit of time for Northwood and Akron to breathe.
Yeah, bit more of this midfield action, not as nearly high pressure when it's definitively on one side. Akron, they are going to make that return momentarily, but it's back to Hockey, who we know is very capable of controlling the ball, manipulating it in the way that they want to. Get it out to Buddy. Tristan isn't there, and that's a 6th for Northwood.
Yeah, Buddy on the board with a hat trick as well. Northwood, they're looking to take this one the exact same way they did the national championship by a score in the series of 4-1. There's 96 seconds left. You've got to come back down 5 goals if you're Akron. Surely this looks insurmountable, but you can't count this team out just yet.
It ain't over till it's over. It never is, Akron. Just keep your heads in the game. Try to come up with something, because giving up right now is just admitting defeat. When you're facing Northwood, you don't want to give up. You don't want to go down easy. The fact that you made it here in the first place is absolutely insane. Fighting through the bracket of talented teams to get yourself to this position. You can try to turn it around. We know this final minute can be their strengths, but 5 goals is a lot to ask.
And in the final minute now, surely it can't be done. Akron, we've seen so much from them, but this offense has to just get going at a remarkable pace, an insane pace, an impossible pace as Northwood bring it down once more. And Hockey with the dunk. That has to be the dagger. 52 seconds on the clock. Hockey just gives Northwood an incredible amount of confidence.
Yep, Hockey just nails that one right in. Every member of Northwood has now gotten in on the goal. 3 for Buddy, 1 for Hockey, and 3 for Nitrous. This has just been a total team domination of Northwood in this last round. We thought Akron heading to that timeout, heading to that break, that would give them a new strategy, something to try. But, I mean, you have to when you're down, when you're on the brink of failing. But at this point in the series, Northwood clearly used that timeout to their own advantage as well.
Yeah, and I said at the start of the series, as it starts to wind down, that Akron was just so hungry to beat Northwood on a big stage. It's not going to be this stage as Nitrous scores yet again.
His 4th of the match, and you can tell we're not even like, oh my gosh, he scored. We're not surprised at this point. This is just Northwood. They're confident. They know that they've won at this point at Akron. what do? You really are just stuck here for the next 25 seconds, preventing this lead from going even further.
And here we go as the final plays start to transpire. Nitrous goes for a little air dribble there, and Hockey maybe to finish off the give-and-go dunk, but it's not going to happen as Bullseye puts his car in park for the moment as it seems like he is still playing. I don't know if he just had to wipe some sweat off his hands, but as the time ticks down at the start of this stream, I did say that Akron was hungry and hungry dogs run faster, but folks, big dogs stay eating. Northwood is your inaugural Illini Esports Invitational champions.
And Northwood are going to remain the champions, taking down Northwood for the second time in a month. First on the national stage, then once again here at the State Farm Center in that same 4-1 that we've seen from them. Pure dominance this tournament. They lost their very first round and the only one that they actually ended up losing against this team, a national level team. I mean, there's a reason that we knew these two would be at this level. We knew they would make it to this point, and this is the result that I think a lot of us expected going into it. Akron, they put up a good fight, but simply could not climb over the bar that was set.
No, I mean, Northwood just played at a cut above in that last game, and it got to a point where Akron had to take a ton of risks if they wanted to get back into that game, and that's when Northwood was just able to expand the lead because they didn't have to change a thing. It was Akron who had to continue to pull their last line of defense farther up the field, and that's just the way it goes, 8-1. What a statement. And as they head into Worlds, the eye is on Northwood to do incredibly well for back-to-back years.
Moving into this tournament, Northwood, I think there was a couple teams that are like, oh my gosh, they don't have Lion Blaze. They don't have that strong player that you would expect from this team. But you have Nitrous. Nitrous absolutely popped off these past 2 games, Ult Charge. This guy is still a freshman, mind you, has plenty of time still left to work with this roster.
Yeah, Nitrous had 9 goals, which is more than any other player in this grand final match. So it seems like he did just fine, Tiny.
Oh yeah, it's just fine. More than fine. One could even say great in the event that this has come through. I mean, looking at this roster all around, of course, Nitrous is great, but with Buddy and Hockey to back him up, there's simply nothing that can go wrong.
Yeah, there's no one more reliable in Collegiate Rocket League than Buddy and Hockey. That's been true for the previous 2 years, but Akron, I mean, their roster is just full of stars as well, and we saw it on full display in the semifinals. Akron looked so good in that game against Oakland A, and mainly it was just Tristan. We kept on calling him Mr. Clutch.
Yeah.
Such a great job by Tristan throughout this tournament. Buzz as well, Bullseye on the defense. Akron, they had a much more difficult road to the grand final, and maybe it was just a battle of attrition that Northwood ended up winning.
Northwood, they are experienced at this level. They're no strangers to the stage. They might have somebody that was there for the first time, but with the amount of veteran talent that they have, it's kind of crazy that they were able to pull this off. Kind of stumbled a little bit in the beginning. I mean, to be fair, this did go to 2 overtimes, and any round except for this last one was only decided by 1 point.
I know. I mean, that last round was really just the exception to the series so far, right? And Northwood was just so hungry for this trophy. You could just tell that once Akron had to start taking those risks, Northwood could just take advantage. And they're going to be awarded with this, the Illini Esports Invitational Rocket League trophy. And it is awfully pretty. We're going to be back with that award ceremony just after this.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are here to do one of the most exciting parts, I think, of an evening and a weekend like this is being able to hand out awards to our grand finals winners, mind you. And we just saw one end moments ago, but we've actually got 3 to talk about just right now for this Illini Esports Invitational. And we are grateful enough to be able to have the president here specifically of the organization to hand those trophies out, as we do want to first recognize, since we don't have the trophy here, but it did get played off stream and on broadcast, that we do have to recognize that UIUC actually took the Smash Ultimate Singles Grand Finals position after over 120 participants. Want to make sure that we give a shout out to them, since they did obtain that award, and are really excited to see them be able to do that for the university itself and get that win. But we can't go any further without also mentioning what we just saw moments ago live on stream, which was that Rocket League Grand Finals, which was absolutely spectacular. Northwood taking it, and we do want to give this amazing invitational award to all of you, because you well deserved it. Let's give them a round of applause, everybody. And while that was happening, we also can't go without saying to the amazing Michigan State University, who actually took the crew battle that we had as well for Smash Ultimate. They fought long and hard. A bracket reset had to come through. It was an extensive 2 days from Friday into today on Sunday. And we also want to give you this award as well for all of your hard work, and congratulations as well. And let's give a round of applause for them in addition. But we still have one more Grand Finals trophy to give away for this event, and that's going to be with League of Legends. So we will be heading to a short break before getting that underway to see who is going to claim that 4th and final one for this invitational. So don't go anywhere, because we're just itching to see who's going to take it. Good evening, State Farm Center. We are here in the final moments of this weekend event for the Illini Esports Invitational. It has been all leading up to this moment for so many teams, so many universities for each of their respective titles, and now we have our last, which is League of Legends, and we're going to be able to bring those players out here who have worked their way to this grand finals, and I am excited to first bring onto the stage Northwood as we're going to start off with their top laner, Izo. Let's give it up. Let's get some excitement for these players. They've had a long day. And then coming in for their jungle, it's going to be really big memes, RBM. Followed up in that mid lane, we have Reppy. And then for that ADC role, we have Chrono. And to top it all off for the 5 in-game, it is going to be their support player, Clyde. But none of this can be done without having a wonderful coach on the back end to make sure that they are playing at top performance, which is going to be Keelix. There's the cheers we want to hear. And now their opponent, who is going to battle against them. We have Michigan State University, and that's going to be their top laner, Levacious. Jungler to follow behind, we have Silanius. And in their mid laner, who we've seen be quite impeccable in their play, Zethel. Including the last 2 in the bot lane, which is going to be Lance as the ADC. And then to support that ADC, you always need someone at your back, and that's going to be Foxchar 2. And once again, this squad wouldn't be able to do all this without somebody being able to oversee their play, and we have to give it up here for their coach, Top G. These individuals have come down to this final moment. Who is going to be able to grasp that trophy in triumph? It is only a matter of time, but before we get into that, I have to for sure announce the 2 that are going to bring all that action. We've been waiting to see them on this main stage, and it's going to be both Space Ghost and Orbital to bring you every moment of those games.
Hello and welcome everyone. It has been quite a day and it's been a phenomenal set of series finales and grand finals. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is of course Orbital. With me is the ever so lovely Space Ghost, and we will be your hosts for the final series of the Illini Esports Invitational Grand Finals here. I am so excited.
Me too. We have seen some very good play here. We've had a couple of close calls, a few stomps, but this one in particular is going to be, I hate to say the B word, but it will be a banger.
Oh, I'm excited for that one. Come on, why is it going to be a banger? Come on, walk me through it.
All right, so listen, we've kind of kept this from you, but we have seen them play one game off stage due to scheduling. So it was pretty competitive. Some things went wrong here and there for our favorite cat guy team, but it was still competitive. There was kind of a silly draft. We had a bit of a silly draft. We had a Yumi Sivir on the side of MSU, and that turned out to be the kryptonite upon which they would lose their first match in this best of 3. However, you could see the determination in their faces to bounce back and make at least this one something very serious to watch.
Oh, absolutely, because again, MSU taking over against the Redbirds was something that you and I, we saw it as a possibility, an improbable possibility, but they did it. It was an amazing game to watch, and now they are playing for the trophy. The final prize at the end, the first place spot. They get some fantastic stuff. Not only a prize at the end, a cash prize, but they win an awesome trophy.
Yeah, it's gonna be excellent to watch. One thing here is that all of these players, well, not all of them, but many of these players already have pre-existing relationships, specifically connected by RBM, or Really Big Meme, as he is known colloquially in the scene here. So it's going to be him versus basically his old teammates, people he has mentored, people he has brought up in the scene with his knowledge. So this is essentially the RBM versus himself mirror match.
I love the fact that you pointed it out because we were talking to the players before, and even in some of their matches, you would actually see RBM going over and giving them advice. One of the funniest moments I think I heard, and I'm sure they hear me on stage right now, there was a question about what do I play into a Varus, and they yelled it across from MSU. They were like, "What do we play?" And RBM was like, "Play this!" So it was extremely entertaining, but please keep in mind, we have an amazing prize here. You see it on the desk here, and we are going to reveal it for you once. It is the ever so awesome trophy here. I am going to very gingerly place that right there.
Yeah, it'd be a shame if you broke that right before.
Let's not talk about my.
The director of the esports program would just come barreling out of the like just over the ledge here and just tackle you. Honestly.
You ever see that meme where it's like a player's head just kind of stays there and the body goes that way? It's like cartoon style. That would be me.
That would be you.
But looking at this on paper, we do have to talk about the pedigrees of Northwood and MSU coming up here. Game 1 was a little bit close. Where are we looking at for the players to give us a grand old time once again?
Yeah, so you were joking about how MSU asked for some advice during that first game with RBM, and I think that the joy of this next one is that it's going to be serious. I don't think they're going to be trading draft strategies on stage, although I don't mind the camaraderie if I'm being completely honest. If RBM wants to help people, he's going to do it. He's got that sort of mentorship spirit happening in the situation. But the last one, it was a fun, funky, fresh, off camera. They were all just having a good time. However, they are on stage now, and it's going to get serious. So I think what's going to start here, it's going to start with the draft. It starts with success. I'm just kidding. We're not going to start that one. But it will start with the draft here, and we'll just have to see. Honestly, MSU does seem to be having a good time, and it seems like they are ready for the competition. But, I mean, Redbirds are here to win with a capital W.
Northwoods are
Northwood,
here.
oh my gosh, you guys. It's been a hot minute here. So we've got Northwood University versus MSU. You guys.
We've had an amazing day, and to keep in mind how awesome this event has been, we had, I believe it's Super Smash Brothers coming out with some ridiculous sets in crew battles, 5 players on each side. That went the distance there. It was a bracket reset as well, so it was a massive amount of games, about an hour and a half to 2 hours for that one. And then we had a phenomenal ending to the Rocket League tournament as well. So there's been a lot of games. There's been a lot of people, a lot of games, and a lot of fun.
Lots of fierce competition as well.
Yeah, the best part, Northwood, I don't doubt that you got them confused because it's ridiculous to think they made finals for every single competitive game that they went into. They had a team in Super Smash Brothers. They had a team in the finals of Rocket League and now here as well. So it's been a phenomenal time for them. So I don't doubt. We were like, oh man, there should be some variety. No, Northwood are just that strong.
They really are.
Very excited. Taking a look though, player by player, walk me through. We talked about RBM. Any other players that you want to look out for here on Northwood?
I mean, everyone's pretty terrified of Izo in the top lane, who is also one of RBM's teammates. Let's not sing their praises too much because they are favored to win. Instead, let's talk about MSU, shall we?
Of course.
All right. I think one of the people here that we need to keep a very serious eye on is Zethel, who has done an incredible job in the mid lane. Picked his main in the last game, Zed. I mean, Zethel, Lethal, Zed, you get it. And he did a great job. He was one of the only shining spots in that last game for MSU. Even though it was kind of a funky, fresh, feel-good time for them, it didn't necessarily pan out the way that they wanted. Another person here who I think everybody is familiar with from MSU at this point is Levacious. And that's the one person that it seems like Northwood has actually been banning. Sorry. It's Northwood University has actually been banning to Levacious's champion pool, and it seems to be the one person, like you could hear them in that last game yelling at each other, kind of like talking a little bit of crap, being like, hey, Levacious, who we have essentially named top NA faker at this point.
It's the Gwen is nasty. The Gwen is disgusting, and the 1v2 scenarios are crazy. I even got even more intel on that, by the way, because you're talking about Levacious. I'm talking about Zethel even more, right? This is a player that in, I believe it was the winner's semifinals rounds, we actually saw Zethel perform a 1v2 on Cassiopeia. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous to watch. And because
happened twice.
Yes, and I talked with Northwood's coach, and he was like, yeah, we're kind of scared to actually deal with Zethel right now because anyone that can take a Cassiopeia, a late game champion, and turn it to a 1v2 scenario and win.
Level 3?
Yeah, you're like, no, I don't want to test the waters right now. But we are in the draft. Northwood is going to be on the blue side. Again, they are currently 1-0 in the series. And then MSU getting ready for game number 2, hoping to push. Looking looking at that really, really nice Game 2 push to a Game 3.
In the game 1 that we played offline, actually, at MSU, we saw Silanus actually yelling across the aisle. He was like, "You took my pig! You took my pig!" And it looks like Northwood, once again, has decided to take their pig.
Yes, the pig. Well, not exactly take the pig, right? The pig
Yeah.
has been kept on the sidelines for right now. So, you know, it didn't take
You
the pig.
banned my pig!
Yeah, okay, there we go. That's better. You know, it's like, man, I was going to win first place. I don't have it right now. But it is getting underway, and the Zeri coming out, we have seen both ADCs actually play the Zeri to very great effect.
We have.
But there is some words as well. I know you like to talk about MSU, Michigan State University. They were, hey, listen, the cat, we love cats. We love cats. Northwood were actually like, this is going to be fun. We have some strategies, and that's something that teams have been employing as well. Will the cat make it through? That is a question. They did play it in Game 1, and Northwood took advantage of it. So, looking at the rest here, it is the Udyr, it is the Wukong. They're cycling through all the top, and they banned the Fiora. No!
Levacious is, I don't think we'll ever see Levacious' Fiora
Nope.
actually on the
Nope.
Rift, which is to be expected. Fiora is one of the most popular champs in this tournament right now, especially for top lane players. So is that Gragas as well. I mean, the Gragas is extremely strong in the meta. It has tons and tons of utility, especially when your options are essentially this like heavier control mage favor, or you can pick Gragas and absolutely destroy their positioning. I mean, it's a really great answer to a lot of different questions that are currently in the meta. So strong bans coming out of everyone. The first pick, Varus, has been extremely high priority, not just in Collegiate League of Legends, but in the greater meta, the greater professional meta. And suffice to say, I mean, RBM and Izo are both professional League of Legends players. They've been paid to do so in previous years. They've also been featured on things like Twitch Rivals. So we are actually adhering to a larger pro meta here, which doesn't always happen in Collegiate. We see a lot of individual skilled players picking champions that aren't generally favored in the meta, but because of the skill involved, we see a lot of really fun, kooky drafts. So this one, we're going to be a little more serious, a little more on the professional side. As you can see, we're picking out that single target grab in the Vi, and then we've got the Xayah as well with this kiting ability.
Yeah, and that was into the Varus as well. It was
Yep.
that very high priority champion. So MSU going, okay, this is what we're dealing with. The Viego to answer, though, we actually saw this prior games, and it has been a monster to deal with. It allows Northwood to be very aggressive off the start, and if you get rolling, if you get pushed forward, if you get 1 or 2 kills, which the Xayah, unfortunately, pre-level 6, it's going to be a little bit dangerous, it can be such a powerhouse. So I like that they locked it in here. Now the question is, do you go for those supports? Do you go for those, you know, those utility pieces? What are you going to lock in here? And no, Northwood actually say, let's blind pick mid. Let's make sure that we get Reppy on a solid foundational pick.
And in the first game, Reppy was actually on this Ahri, so it was a good balm to the Zed that Zethel had picked out. I don't think we're going to pick into that again, but it's good to look. I mean, it could potentially be MSU's last game on stage, so we'll see if this, I think this next pick will tell us if it's a glory, glory, hallelujah, or if we're gonna buckle down and try to grab that shred of hope. And that is, that's not a Hail Mary. That is actually a very serious and competitive pick.
Yes. When you take a look at LeBlanc, again, people have taken a look, especially with some of the quality of life buffs that you
Absolutely.
get. You see the Q now refunds mana as well as cooldown if you kill a minion or a champion. But into the Ahri, it's such a good burst pick at level 3. You get to try and shove out as long as you dodge out on the charm. So it's a lot of fun to watch the technicality of the mid, as well as, again, going back to Zethel. It's like assassins only. Let's go hard. Cassiopeia, the outlier.
Assassinsonly.com, the new farmersonly.com.
With an asterisk that says, I'll play Cassiopeia every so often as well. That is the disclaimer at the end. But now taking a look, it is top lane, and this is where things get spicy. Once again, ban out Levacious. On the other side, ban out the run at you and beat you down Izo.
It's funny because the bans are almost exactly what the first game looked like in terms of mirroring. I mean, we saw the early Udyr ban. We didn't see the Olaf ban, but we did actually see that come out. So good bans all around. I also like the handshake of like the newer meta with the Garen. We've just like handshake, like it's no fun. Spin to win, not fun to play against, not fun to play, kind of boring. We've handshook and we said we don't want to do that right now. However, taking away Levacious's Gwen, we just talked about this. It's Zethel and Levacious are the ones that they seem to be banning towards.
Yes, they are, and that means that because all the bans went to the top side, support was left open to rule with, and the Karma has been another battle that the teams have been fighting over. MSU actually getting a lot of power picks right now. The Vi, the Zaya and the Karma. This now leads to a very bully-heavy lane matchup in the bot side with the potential to lock down that 50% champion, the 60% that is now endangered. Northwood do have to decide what kind of support do they want to run. This is a solid answer. You are sacrificing that possibility of, you know, decent sustain and saying, okay, we know we're going to get poked out, but we're just going to send it. If we get the chance, we're sending the Nautilus, and we're just going to fight you.
Yep. Oh, and sorry. I want to go back. I'm just a little bit of ADHD here.
Oh, yeah.
I want to go back to RBM's Heartbreaker, Viego. That's like the LCS closer special. Like,
Yeah.
probably one of the better junglers in Professional League of Legends in North America. Closer loves this champion, and not only because he's great in the meta right now, but he also just lets you have a lot of fun. Those resets make you really powerful. If you know a lot about League of Legends, I mean, Viego's ultimate, it helps you take on another champion's powers, and there's 180 champions, so being able to play Viego effectively does involve knowing that information. And of all the players on the stage right here, Izo and RBM both know these champion pools like the back of their hand, and it is a pleasure to watch RBM get those resets and then use those ults to great success.
Oh, it's phenomenal here, as at the end of the day, I want to see what they can pull out here. I want to see the Viego go ham, but we also locked in the top side. You now see the Ornn, you now see the Camille, and this is another matchup where you're just like, oh my gosh. The Ornn came out. What do? We send MSU. Levacious is allowed an opportunity to be a star, allowed that opportunity to maybe break through the Ornn. If you can break through the top side, then you can start rotating out. You can start locking down those scary champions, such as the RM Viego.
Yeah, it's the Ornn Horn corner. You know, you're stuck. You're in the Ornn corner, essentially. I mean, he's meant to keep whatever salient threat that is up there in that lane. You know, he's meant to be there as a stalwart way to keep you from breaking out of that top lane. And then later, as you move to the team fights, he is meant to use that CC and then also be a frontline fighter, right? But Camille has the potential to just shove and roam. And that's kind of a problem, but that doesn't mean Ornn can't follow
Only a
nor
little.
catch. Yeah, only a little bit. That doesn't mean that it's going to cause a very serious problem, especially if we get some ganks from RBM going on the top side. But keep in mind, we want to watch that top lane for MSU essentially saying, you know, we're ready to team fight right now. We're ready to get into it. Once we start seeing Levacious starting to join team fights, that's when things are going to get real dicey for Northwood. I personally think the lane phase will go really well. Izo is such a reliable staple in the top lane, and I also don't think that, I mean, Izo has a great grasp of the macro as well. He knows he needs to stay on that Camille. I don't think she's going to be able to yakety sacks and cause the same amount of damage, even in the hands of Levacious.
Yes, there will be no yakety sacks. There will be stalwart blacksmith only. But you bring up a really, really solid point. It is the Northwood style to suffocate the opponent. It's with the oppression coming.
Discipline.
Yes. And you start to get more desperate. There is something in League, you know, you can watch as a team kind of runs you over with absolute power.
Absolutely.
They will take you
Raffle
from level
stomping, I believe, is the technical term.
Yes, Raffle Stomp. There's also slaughters. There's also butchering. There's so many words.
Clown fiestas.
Yes, but the surgical ones, the ones that feel they pick you apart piece by piece, and before you know it, you are just dismantled.
I hate it. It's so damning to watch and exhausting because there's hope. There's hope for like the first 15 minutes, and then you look behind you and you realize you've lost so much.
Everything.
Yeah.
It's horrible, but that's what they do. Now, what shook them up, you and I were both watching the game, is MSU said, we're not dealing with that. They did something special that I have been asking for so much, and I'm so mad we didn't get it on air. Dang it.
It's the I word, isn't it?
Yes, it was the I word.
The I word. He means invade, which is a level 1, you know, where they go into the enemy's jungle and try to get some cheap kills. We call it sort of a cheesy strat, but I agree. It's dynamic, and it also would absolutely give MSU an edge that they would actually need. I don't expect Northwood to invade, but this is the grand finals, so we can only kind of watch and see helplessly as they use these champions in a way that they're hoping to surprise each other.
Yep. I also expect them, if they have the Nautilus and with MSU are wanting to do, I hard expect them to just go crazy, right? And the fact of the matter, if MSU did it once, that means the other team's like, okay, we know the invade's coming. Can we invade too? And it becomes this, it's two funny things. Either they both meet in a certain lane and both of them go, oh, crap. Or the other side is you watch them just like circle around each other. I don't know if you've ever seen that where both of them invade from different angles. And it's like they just walk by each other, but they don't see each other.
Two ships passing.
Yeah.
I love that. We call that vertical invading.
Yeah. I don't know the technical term. I know the, hi, Bob. Hi, Phil. How you doing today? Okay, we're good. And they just walk away. There have been so many instances of that.
It definitely, it's literally just vertical invading because it causes your jungler to have to farm vertically.
Yep.
Vertical jungling, you know how it is, but that is actually one of the funniest things because we as the viewer get to see it,
Yep.
and they have no idea. They're kind of
Nope.
expecting to meet somebody there, and then there's nobody there.
I'm expecting to get knocked up, pulled in, and killed, and then run down with the rest of my team. We're expecting all this, but we don't get it. Oh my gosh! But
I know, and there's so much potential there. It could be so fun. You're
Yes.
right, but
give me the kills.
we digress.
Yes, there is a high chance that we don't get that,
I
right? It
know.
really does feel that with Northwood being up 1, that is something that they have to consider, and they don't want it to get out of hand
No.
because that is actually something that happens with level 1s. The team that is seen as, I almost want to say, the underdog, the one that's not slated to win, will do that. They want to throw the game off kilter. They want to
Yeah.
cause chaos, and they don't want that straight road to continue.
That's such a good point that you actually brought up is that, you know, MSU has lost. They're down 1 right now. We don't want to put too fine a point on it. We kind of just want to celebrate these games as they come. However, they did lose that first game. What else do you have to lose? It's a best of 3. You lose 1 more game and you're out of the turn. I mean, that's it. It's
Yep.
over. They get the trophy. So why not indulge in some shenanigans?
Oh, yeah.
Why not indulge in shenanigans?
Yeah. The problem is, who do they invade with? Who are they actually going to jump in with? So I want to pause it to you, just in theory crafting.
Okay,
How
this is fun.
how the heck would MSU invade this? They have a Karma, they have a Zaya, they have a brain just absolutely crapped out on me. It is some sort of LeBlanc. That was it.
I was like, we have it
got
right here.
I know it's a champion that I actually don't see too often, and it's
Absolutely.
like, oh yeah, that champion's in the game. But LeBlanc, you have the top side, the Camille, and then in the jungle you have just silliness.
It's just silly.
Because my brain decided not to work. But they don't really have invade champions, right? You look down the line, you're like, you don't invade. How would they invade?
I
What would
think
you invade with?
The best you can hope for is that this is a
Be
great
honest,
theory.
be honest here,
No,
come on.
it's fun theory crafting too. I mean, why not have a little fun? You and I have done our best to be very accurate analytically. Why not just posit what would happen in our dream scenario? So I'm going to go with you on this journey. I think the best thing would be if we could get Karma's stun to trigger, but you know it takes a charging motion and then it has to fire off. So it
Yep.
projects incredibly well. I think the only way to have any sort of invade situation is while they're actually taking their buff to be able to try to capture at least 1 or 2 of them
Ooh,
on
late
that stun.
invade.
Yeah, a late invade, an extremely late invade. And if you can do it from the bush without projecting too much, they'd be confused. They don't know what's going on. As you get more excited to take your buff too, towards the end of that, you get really foolish. You're like, I just want to take this red buff and then I want to move on to my camps. You
Yep.
know, you start to get a little bit sloppy. You're not looking as much. You're not worried about anything. So I think, you know, there's no chance, no shot that they will do that. But that would be the key, is to get that one tiny bit of very serious projected CC onto 1 or 2 members. It's not going to happen, but it would be the biggest Chad move I've ever seen in a League of
Yes.
Legends grand final in my life.
They also need to be able to make it out of the invade in a good
Absolutely.
way, right? So
That's true, recovery, because
Yep.
the team can come back.
Another point is they also ran into that issue. So they late invaded, they semi-late invaded. It was in between like
Yep.
a regular and a late, and it was just awkward. They got the kills, MSU got the kills, but the Olaf returned to lane with no mana
No
and had to
mana.
play it out. So you also have to think of how much am I getting out
Risk
and how much.
versus reward.
Yes, and not just in the short term, but in the long term. You just impacted your lane for so long. You have to sacrifice. It's so minute, and
It's
that's why.
fun.
Yes. If you're thinking about League of Legends though and want to get into it, please, I beg of
listen to
you,
us.
do it with caution. Do it with like 1 foot in and 1 foot out the door, because we love you. We love your mental health.
We care about your elo and your LP gains. You know, we care about your
We
LP
care about
gains.
other people's, maybe not yours. I don't know. But there's so much depth when it comes to some of these moves that can only actually happen in competitive play. You don't find that in solo queue.
No, not at all. And that's why, like, this setup of potential invade, it's fun to think, because in Collegiate League, a lot of these people are friends and they want to have a good time. This is part of their college experience. So, you know, obviously they're not going to invade with what they've got, but it's super fun to talk about. And also, we know the players can hear us. So sometimes they actually give in to our just like absolutely unhinged demands. In fact, in the last game, I think we said Yumi enough times that they actually did Yumi Sivir. If you play League of Legends, that's
that you?
not an ideal
Was that
vibe.
you? Is that what you called?
Yes, I'm
Oh
the
my
reason that MSU lost that first game. That is actually me, and I'll take credit for that. But I appreciate that they indulge us on occasion. However, these players are actually interested, especially like the prizing also helps a ton with their quality of life. And I know that's such a silly thing to bring up, but the reality is that a lot of these players play this as their full-time job. And we know that RBM in the past has made, lots of strides talking about how players aren't necessarily enabled economically to be able to play these stable gigs and then also be able to make enough money to live. So one of the things that I highly encourage is if you are a fan or a parent or a supporter of College League of Legends, ask the students who are trying to go pro around you, who are taking the game very seriously, what you can do to help them, whether that's giving them some part-time work to make a little extra money, helping them get to a tournament or a LAN to make a little extra. It's really important that we support this this budding industry, because all of the things that are in place for general traditional sports, they don't exist here. We're doing our best to lead the charge. We see Maryville giving out scholarships for every single one of their players, one of which is from Australia. So all of that aside, the whole point of this invitational is to see some good competition, promote college esports, and get these players what they are owed, a solid college experience. Orbital, I'm so excited to be here.
I'm excited as well. We are on to the Rift for game number 1, or number 2, technically. It is Northwood with 1-0. MSU ready to go on the other side, ready to try and push for a game 3. And I'm very, very excited. We can already look down the road here, and you can see the itemization as well. They are playing for a relatively mid to late, at least in the bottom side. You see the Doran's Blades coming out here. The 2 different itemization components, of course. You might see a longsword and 3 pots. That lends itself to a very aggressive early state. You are looking for those fights, but it's Doran's Blade. You're looking to just kind of soak up. You're looking to try and farm up. Maybe the Nautilus gets a little bit chancy, but that only will be depending if it is going to be the RBM and Selenia show.
I thought you said that the Nautilus gets a little handsy. I was like, he doesn't.
Oh no.
All he really has is a hook here. So I think you table set very well here, by the way. And plus, we're getting just a little bit of fighting here from Reppy and Zethel. Hey guys, thank you so much for giving us a little bit of entertainment in lieu of being able to see that invade. A pretty standard start here from both of our junglers. We see Vi on that top side, and then Izo also provided a leash for really big meme. Oftentimes, that can mean that they're looking to go for an early gank. He wants to get a little bit ahead of Silanius so that he has more options when he does his first recall. I don't think we'll see a level 1, but it is possible because he's doing a full clear right now. We see Silanius also doing the same, but did not receive a leash. Do you want to explain what a leash is, actually? I mean, for the parents who are watching, folks who aren't sure what that is.
It's what we call a helping hand. It's a very, very nice time that we like to say helping your buddies, or not helping your buddies and stealing the buff. I don't know. It is actually just helping to clear out. When we talk about jungling, when we talk about these movements, it's how quickly can you get extra experience? How quickly can you get this extra piece of experience, of gold, of little bits of extra income to increase your chances at winning? For junglers, they do need help. It's a level 1 champion. It's the weakest of the weak, trying to grow a little bit stronger, but you help your teammates, and all of a sudden, you help everyone out. So that's what you're looking at. We are also now looking at full clears. The jungle is trying to clear out, and we're seeing them kind of transfer towards each other. But RBM walking back for that risk scuttle, actually opting to drop the Raptors and those Krugs, and instead looking towards that mid lane, trying to jump on Zethel here.
So that's why he got that leash. He wanted to get a little bit of tempo to be able to walk through that mid lane. You see the electrocute actually trigger there from Zethel, but it is not meant to be. RBM is going to just walk out. He's just going to walk out.
It's not even RBM, it's Reppy. Reppy actually had to flash and leave, and that now means they are currently exposed. You can actually see Reppy having to continuously stay away. One of the huge things about LeBlanc, her range, her dance of death, the distortion, the ability to teleport forward and jump on you, deal the damage. It's so scary. So Reppy actually losing out on the trade. We'll get back to lane, but it's so harsh to deal with.
It's nice to see that Zethel, instead of getting distracted by RBM wandering through his lane, he just kept his eyes on the prize and went for Reppy, knowing that RBM doesn't have the range to compete right now. So let's go ahead and see how this bot lane is going. We see the 3 members of MSU in the bot lane. That includes their jungler, but really big meme. He goes ahead and actually gets a level from the scuttle in mid lane, and then manages to go down there and just spend a little bit of time.
Top.
Izo! Oh my god, Izo gets taken out by Levacious. And oh, did Zethel actually roam up there? Oh my gosh, Zethel and Levacious working together to respond to RBM's early bot gank. That is a great reaction, and MSU will be rewarded by first blood.
And not just that, that was built off of Zethel's early win in the mid lane. Reppy had to back, Reppy had to walk backwards. Because of that, Zethel at still like full HP and a good 70% mana, you're allowed to walk up. It caught Iso by surprise. Just a heads up, LeBlanc shouldn't be roaming at level 3. That's like a level 5, level 6 situation. Phenomenal job by MSU, and again, this is a team that I've talked about previously. They tend to build their foundations of their lead one by one. They take steps, they walk forward, they get one kill, they back, they keep that up. They are already laying the groundwork for that style. It's now up to Northwood to try and push things a little bit faster, try and get that Ahri online a little bit better.
Yes, get that Ahri online and get a few more dubs here. I think what I love is that Northwood essentially showed where RBM was very early on, and MSU decided, you know what we're going to do? We're going to rotate around them. We're going to rotate in a way where they're already distracted on bot, 3 members, maybe even 4 members watching that bot lane, whereas we can just go ahead and quietly roam top on a LeBlanc that you just wouldn't expect. So great stuff coming out of MSU so far, very insightful. I'm afraid that we may have actually distracted MSU a little bit while they were playing, you know what I mean? Like, they were playing on the floor, Orbital and I are super hyper watching this thing, and I think MSU, now that they have a little bit of privacy, a little bit of time to sit back and buckle down, we're seeing some very good responses from them so far. They are keeping ahead of the curve. And the big thing with Northwood, Orbital, that you and I both identified in previous games, is that they will lead you around the rift on a leash. So you have to be the one making calls and making plays. You can't roll up to Dragon right now with Northwood already there. That's already a losing game. Northwood can't say, hey, walk into our jungle where we've set everything up real nice. You don't want to do that.
I actually also got to sit down. I love that you brought this up because it's so much fun. I get to talk more and more with the teams. Usually it's someone else that does it, and I just got to like piggyback along.
It's usually me. I'm a chatty person.
Yeah, and then I finally got to sit down and talk with them, and I kind of expanded on things. But they are very reactionary, but they're also very proactive. Northwood, they are very much a team that will make a snap call on a dime. They will say, okay, well, this is coming up. Let's go. Are we ready? I don't care. We're going. And it looks so clean. It's one of the most amazing things here. So I really, really do like to see it. But we do have a fight breaking down on the bot side here.
All right. Things are getting crazy. Chrono decides to enter the fray and actually manages to lock down Clyde. Oh no, these things are going really, really rough here. Really big meme. And Reppy is also going to join the fray and also gets the kill onto Foxchar on that Karma. Silanius running for his life with his little buddy there.
It was a solid attempt, though. Northwood started things out. MSU tried to counter, and yet it did not work. Reppy, with an earlier rotate, was on point, allowed for 2 kills to go back, and just like that, MSU's steps have been fully contested by the leap of Northwood.
Yeah, Northwood always keeping it fresh, always keeping it together here, and it looks like their response has been very swift and very serious. We see RBM actually go back to get more resources, and then we can take a look and turn our eyes at this Drake as time goes on. Meanwhile, Iso and Levacious locked in a beautiful embrace in top lane. I like this roam coming out from Clyde as well, just to lock down what is a potential Rift Herald. Although we don't see Reppy reacting in kind and pushing his lane out, it looks like he's going to go back to prepare for this Rift Herald. So that may be one of the priorities. It just kind of depends. Yeah, it looks like that priority is there. We also see the Ornn coming down Iso. I think we might see a little bit of blood at this Rift Herald. I think it would be unwise for MSU to try to compete with the lanes pushed in as they are.
Ooh, okay. What? Where would Zethel, I understand you want to have some fun, but please don't with a friggin' Nautilus running behind. That was a little bit dangerous.
Literally could have put your hooks in his face, bro. RBM already halfway through this Rift Herald. And you can kind of see when you're going for an objective, you see them all simultaneously push the lanes out. So we saw Iso push the lane out, and we also saw them shove in that mid lane beforehand and pushing Zethel back towards his turret. That does give MSU, though, the chance to push out this bot lane, which they have done at least halfway, and they can have their rights to this Drake as well. Oh, man. I'm excited to see MSU trying to stack objectives because they don't have the macro skill and aggression, I think, to continue to go toe-to-toe with Northwood. I think rotating around them and grabbing objectives is going to be vital for MSU's survival. So far, so good, though. They haven't been baited into any engages that they cannot win.
Such a good point to have. And again, that answer on the Dragon is important. As you said, take a little bit of time. You have to work around the obstacles in front of you. The question is how quickly will those obstacles decide to chase you around the map? It's like, oh gosh, now the bowling ball is actually rolling towards me at a very fast incremental pace. But Northwood has shown no signs of going aggressive, right? They've not shown any signs of we have to get antsy. Even at level 7, level 8 across the board, you're still okay taking it slow. And Reppy is the one that's going to eat it. That's going to be a flash forward and a dash under the tower, and they're going to follow through. That's just a solo kill, but it looks like it's traded back. That is going to be Selenius falling in return, so you know what? You'll take it. Reppy draws a 1-for-1.
From what we can see from the play so far, it definitely looks like MSU is looking to break Zethel out of his lane as soon as possible. And it's true, these other lanes are fairly independent. You can see how far out, you can see how MSU is pushed in, but it's not that bad. Unfortunately, it looks like we may be actually experiencing a turret dive here. The feathers fly. Oh, Lance goes for it and actually does manage to get the kill there onto Chrono, but there will be punishment coming in the form of a double kill. Yeah, that was nasty stuff coming out of RBM. He literally just waited for them to skirmish and then cleaned it up like a janitor. That was amazing.
The fact, though, that Lance and Foxchar were still able to pull that out, they had no right pulling that out, by the way. There was no reason they should have been able to get away with that. Chrono tried to flash to the side to actually dodge out on the feathers on the extra damage, but the recall was what got it. The feathers drawing back, slicing through his body, and it ended in a 2-for-2. So you know what? Yes, the kills did go to RBM. 3-0-1 now on this Kraken Slayer Viego, which we said is very dangerous.
Jesus.
It still leaves Lance a little bit of wiggle room, right? We are still 5-5. Yes, it's only about 1,000 gold difference. It's still doable, but it is one of those points where you sit there and go, okay, there are some dangerous threats on the board that we really have to keep eyes on, such as this one.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the gold disparity here. Despite kind of a difficult lane, Lance is still fairly ahead in gold. Yes, Northwood's entire strategy does hinge on Chrono and Clyde just keeping it together. They don't need to get into any crazy engagements. They don't need to be ahead in any sort of, they don't really need to be ahead at all. They can even be a little bit behind. So they just need to keep it down. But MSU, especially for that Xayah, they want a little bit more. Speaking of which, Silanius goes ahead and he's just abusing that Vi ult and then goes ahead and takes down Reppy, who, listen, Reppy's having a rough game, but is still going toe-to-toe with Zethel, despite the fact that they've been setting up a tent in that mid lane.
We knew that the LeBlanc was going to have to play some sort of challenge. We knew, again, laning is not LeBlanc's forte. Zethel said, all right, we roam, we fight, we roam, we fight. It's constant. When Selenius is picking it up, remember, Levacious we touted as one of those monsters in the late game. The Camille has yet to really fight, but even in the bot side, we're seeing even more. That's now finally going to be the kill for Clyde and Chrono, who have also been looking for an opportunity of their own, but now stuck on the opposite side. It is Deja Vu on the other side of things. Last time was RBM to help him out. But we are going to get that fight, but look at the damage. It is going out quite quickly, and they're actually caught. This is still a dangerous territory. Chrono was trying to make it happen, but they don't. That's going to be a bop in the face, and it is now turned off into a double kill for the Xayah.
Can we talk about how everything has been really high pressure here and everybody is keeping the coolest heads? Both MSU and Northwood, they're coming down with these very low health bars. You could get one shot, but they are sidestepping, they are keeping cooler heads, and they are making sure that they are there for each other. This Rift Herald is going to go ahead and take 2 plates in the mid lane, and that goes straight into Reppy's pocket. Reppy absolutely needs this, but it is not required. Once again, Northwood just needs to be able to get this Gathering Storm ahead, be able to get really big meme ahead, and then we will break the top open. Aiza will come down and they will have an incredible team fight. But the time to fight, it's all individual play right now.
I also like to see what you did. It was the Gathering Storm, and there is something in there. There is actually a rune system that Gathering Storm is one of their big proponents there, and it's nice. The longer the game goes on, the extra AD and AP that you have, it is quite fun. So to see it come out here, I hope to see some enjoyment come from the late game. But again, we are starting to see those disparities. You look at the bounties currently on the table. There is right now a 350 gold bounty on RBM's head. That is the dangerous scenario for Viego as someone that is trying to be front line. Right now with the Dragon going on though, Northwood have completely darkened the vision. There is no way that this dragon will be taken by MSU.
And you do not want to step into Northwood without having any idea exactly where they are in the process. Now we know that they've taken the dragon. Zethel decides to set a little bit of a trap, stopping Clyde from walking back to his lane just a little bit. That's not the intended target for what just happened, but it is a benefit. Every second counts, especially when we are literally less than 800 gold for benefits between.
Ooh. And then the bot side, Lance is starting to become a little bit of a carry as well. 5-2-1 in their own right. This bot lane, again, is getting spicy. So we are also now seeing the power points. Yes, RBM is big. We were wondering, is Zethel going to continue? You don't have to now. That Xayah is going to be so damaging. And Clyde trying to fight something back. Not really going to have it, of course. But again, these power points for both MSU and Northwood are starting to become very apparent.
Go ahead and take a look at Zethel, who's actually roaming on the back side. They are going to perform what should be a turret dive now, looking to take out Clyde. Meanwhile, Chrono is actually pathing back as well and could layer down some damage, specifically if Lance ends up taking a turret shot. But no, Zethel's on a killing spree, knocks out Clyde. Chrono on the way, could potentially 1D Lance in the face if he does land this. It looks like everybody is coming on the defense, and no, it is not meant to happen. I don't think Chrono actually has the completed items to actually take Lance out there, by the way. I want to clarify. It was kind of scary for a minute, though.
Oh, it was. And I also like the little sneak in of the CSGO reference. You are testing my gaming knowledge, by the way. I love this so much. But right now, we are seeing the top side now get aggressed on, and this is the appropriate response. MSU was on the bot side, and so in League of Legends, it's all about a give and take. You gave bot side by Northwood, so you punch up. There is now top lane broken open. Izo and Lavacious are now allowed out and allowed to roam ever further. We are now going to get those spicy mid-game fights that we have been so prepared for.
And Northwood definitely wants Izo basically on the RBM defense fund here to make sure that RBM can use this lead here, this 400 gold lead, to capitalize during any of these team fights and skirmishes. Look at him on the back end here. He has Clyde in front of him as well. They have invested in RBM, and it is very essential that he stays protected so they can continue to capitalize. He goes in first, head first there. Clyde is going to hopefully drop that depth charge, but gets stunned by the
double TP.
Yep, double TP coming in here. Izo uses the Ornhorn to lock Foxchar down, and Foxchar goes down. Zethel on the retreat, but still trying to do some kiting damage. It is not meant to be here. Lance heading back to the farming fields to see if he cannot get any sort of benefit from this oncoming wave here. But look, Northwood making Lance's life as hard as humanly possible. Even with Silanius there on the periphery, it looks like Izo is going to try to go in. Feathers fly, and they missed, but that was meant as a discretionary defensive move.
Honestly, that fight in the jungle looked like it was going to blow up into a 4v4 death ball. It was so primed and ready. A double TP from Northwood, and yet, honestly, they lost out. Yes, they got the tower. Yes, they got a kill. But you expended 2 TPs for that. You expended so many resources to get everyone in that fight that MSU now will have TP advantage for the upcoming global objectives. You take a look, Dragon will be up in about 2 minutes. Yes, that's not too long away. But the Camille, Lavacious, is still looking for some extra pain. You got the tower down a little bit. You were able to soak up a bit more CS that you've been losing out on. And so we are waiting to see what MSU can pull from this. Again, they are a foundational team. They take things one step at a time. If it's going slow, it's kind of to their own whims, because this is where they start exploding. This is where they start getting scrappy, and we start to see those team fights start breaking out all over the place.
Yeah, we have a 400 gold difference between these teams right now. So blood does need to spill, and Northwood, they were a little bit ahead of themselves, I think, in starting that fight, dropping all those resources. But that just means that they feel confident, and it meant that MSU had to back off. So will this be the second engage? We see the Ornhorn come out. It does hit Lance, who's the highest priority target on the side of MSU. He also goes down, and then we see Foxchar follow suit here. That is not how you want this middle engage to go. This game can be over very, very fast, especially when the mid lane is the fastest way to get to the enemy nexus. And now Northwood has cracked this open, and we are looking to win. Shelly goes ahead and hits what is left of that second turret, and now we are on an inhibitor turret. There will be no jitterbug tonight, my friends.
No, I was like, no way they end this right here. It's been so slow. It's been so calm.
I know. I started to feel disappointed.
I know. I was like, no, this can't be the way it ends. And you can see it here, right? The gold is now breaking open just a little bit. And the thing is, with the gold as it is, this small change of only about 2K is such a massive swing. It's crazy because, again, it has been only 400, 500 gold difference. You can see it there in the itemizations as well. It's just gently above each other. And the main section that we're now seeing is Viego. RBM is about 1K higher than their opponents. You can see it on the items there as well. Just ever so amazingly. It is so solid here.
Yeah,
With Dragon coming up, I am now also very, very scared as MSU may feel a bit of desperation.
Yep, MSU gets there first. Look at all of the red wards. So these wards allow them to see into the jungle. We're getting a little granular with it. We have people's parents watching, and we really want you to understand where this strategy is coming from. So we're going to get a little bit on the basic side for those veteran league players watching. That vision is basically an aura of protection because nobody can sneak up on you. They did a great job laying down that foundation. However, Northwood not sweating at all. I mean, they can give up a dragon for a competitive advantage, an advantage they have. They have cleared out the top side of MSU's jungle, and they no longer have rights to it. Northwood, nobody really knows where they are right now except Northwood themselves. MSU has a sneaking suspicion, but they do not have vision on that side of the map. Now, Clyde shows up on the map. We also see Chrono show up on the map, and they are now aware that they are likely topside doing Baron Nashor.
It's the only spot that you're really blind in, and so by inference, you're going to try and enter. Keep eyes on Clyde. This is going to be so dicey, and it's getting burned down very, very quickly. They have no idea where it is at. They see Clyde in there, and it looks like it's already gone, but they don't know that just yet. They're over the wall. They're going to break out, and look at the Orange Horde. Chases across the back line, but it's a split fight on the top side. The rest of MSU are running for their lives, and Northwood draw them back in. That hook lands on Levacious. They are running for their lives once again, but look at the chase. Look at the kills. Look at the death. RBM picks up a 5th, and it is a 3-0 in Baron for the side of Northwood.
Big bummers for MSU, but look, we did have split pushing Zethel on the side, the only person on this team with a bounty as well. That means Zethel doing maximum amount of worth based on that chase that Northwood gave. It looks like Northwood's still substantially ahead now, but it is not unrecoverable by any means. Levacious now on the hunt, looking for that delicious 200 gold bounty, but decides it is not worth it. Zethel, however, we have tons of vision from the previous dragon, and they watch RBM just walk out. That has to feel bad.
It really, really does. And you know what, though? You're happy. You are happy that you didn't lose more than that on the side of MSU, so you still have a chance at fighting for the upcoming global objectives. Yes, it's 3 minutes away, but you're kind of wanting, if you're Zethel, you want to push this power limit. You're 3-0-2, and you've not been allowed to really fight back yet, so you want to look for those picks, just like Chrono here, but you put yourself in a bad situation. Oh, no, you look for the kill, and you can't get much further. A devastating mistake leads to a very traumatic death.
Yeah, and you know, they do have to make these plays. They're in a desperate position where Zethel's doing his best trying to find picks, and that's the best way to find recovery. When a team like Northwood is so tight, the best thing you can do is hope that somebody's egoing on you. Speaking of egoing, Reppy is actually managing to entertain 3 members of MSU in the mid lane, but meanwhile, one member of Northwood, actually, Chrono, is pushing on that bot side. Unfortunately, MSU looks like we have a bit of a tilting situation here.
It's not just tilting, it is diverging, it is delaying, it is denying. They are keeping the rest of MSU away from recalling. That way Chrono can keep pushing, and that's why MSU are now forced into the position. A fight is breaking out, TB come in, and they're drawing even more, but keep eyes on the bot side. Chrono still looking for Zethel's life. That will be a kill for Lance, but it's only to deny the rest of the bot lane. That will be Orin taking a kill away, so Izo after the TP, able to collect 1 life, but they will lose their life in turn. But again, it is just delaying. You get 3 kills, but nothing more.
The amount of pressure that is on MSU right now is absolutely out of this world. Every second that passes that they don't catch up and get 2 additional turrets to compete with Northwood's current 5 turret count, it becomes such a nasty situation. They don't have access to their jungle, especially on the top side there. It's a really rough situation, especially on the bottom side there. It's a really rough situation for MSU, but they're doing a fairly admirable job of stopping the tide from opening their entire base and spilling out here. Although there is actually a double-edged sword there. If they don't take the inhibitors on the side of Northwood, that means MSU does not get the extra gold from super minions. So what Northwood is doing here is the classic Northwood slowly choking MSU out, making sure that they lay the foundation and do it correctly. You take an inhibitor just a little too early and you allow the enemy team a little too much recovery. And there isn't that big of a gold split between these teams. They have similar resources. It's just a matter of whether or not MSU can guard the ground they've lost.
It's also about how much of that gold is actually spent, right?
On the right place,
yeah,
too.
we want to see that gold being held on, and it is being held. You can see the itemization right now, 2.5 for a lot of the members of Northwood, but Chrono is actually the big one. They have found the ADC, and they might have found the pick. That's one. No, one more auto attack should take it, so now it is a shutdown, but Zeta will pay their life, and it looks like everyone is in a bit more dangerous situation. Reppy watches as that is a charm on one, and it looks like Chrono is going to happily take that L. You say, I get an L, but my team gets a W, and that opens up the bot lane to pressure ever forward.
Oh no, the bot lane is going, and we see the members of MSU trying to get back in a desperate attempt to defend their base. We see Levacious actually stay and try to continue the split push that they lost to members Solanius and Zethel for. They need to get something on this bot lane, but unfortunately it looks like Levacious really can't stand up to the beefcake meatball Izo.
Izo being the bully that they need, but these are the plays that start to show those cracks in the armor, maybe in the mental, the frustration that's coming out. MSU didn't really have a choice. They felt that Zethel had to make a play, and yes, it was a great pick, but because you went for it, because you drew in Solanius, I believe, it caused so many problems. You lost that bot lane pressure and opened up for the dragon to be taken. You could not put yourself on sole point. The next objective is now Baron. In 1 minute, you have a little bit of time to lay down your wards to get information, but Northwood are still now have that open inhibitor on the bot side that will pressure MSU, but not just that, they will have the strength, the numbers to power for this objective.
Yep, it looks like Northwood can actually bully their way through. However, they don't have that big of a stack. If we're talking in terms of poker, they can't quite bully MSU out of the tournament just yet. Both sets of resources are actually relatively closely matched, which means that MSU, if given the right conditions, if given the right situation, could potentially wipe Northwood. And at 25 minutes, a wipe can be devastating. Zethel going in, trying to get a pick on RBM there, but RBM says, absolutely not. I'm going to walk away from this one. I don't need to engage. Northwood doesn't need to take any risks whatsoever. All the risk is on the side of MSU. And you can see Zethel putting in this overtime work to attempt to find those picks. And then we have Levacious on the other side attempting to split push. So it's a whole thing. Reppy, Zethel. Oh, we may actually get the picks that we need here, but we don't see the damage coming out here. Reppy does not go down, and that means RBM actually takes on a farm and gets some resets. No, that Heartbreaker reset is going to absolutely destroy MSU's already shaky defense. Foxchar can walk away, but with Solanius and Lance both down, this is starting to look really dark for MSU. RBM back in a big way, and now on the pursuit for Zethel. He has never looked better. RBM, you are a hero here, letting Zethel walk away, doing an emote there. That was kind of a gentleman's move. I'm not going to lie. That was big Chad behavior. Good stuff.
It was, and because they knew there's bigger fish, when you know the feast is laid before you, you don't go for the appetizers. You go for the main course. It is the Baron once again for RBM and the rest of Northwood. And the huge thing again, Reppy, that was a mistake. I will not sugarcoat it. That was a mistake to walk into the bush. The thing is, you had the mechanics, you had the right mind to get back out. You itemized properly. That is a Banshee Zeal second, which normally you do not go. You normally want to go a little bit more aggression. You want that poke, you want that damage, but you prioritize your safety, and it saved you big time.
Big time. That is 100%. Even though you stepped into the bush, your team still managed to come back in a big way. I just want to talk about the main character energy of RBM today. Not only is he helping the enemy team with some of their drafts like we saw in the first game, but he is doing such an incredible job of carrying his own team and even showing some signs of respect to MSU. This is very clearly a tournament of friends with RBM at the helm as their sort of mentor, as a professional player that a lot of these folks really admire and strive for. So big credit to RBM for showing up here. We really appreciate it. I know Illini does as well. And now they are looking to push this top objective, hard-earned MSU. They are on the hunt and they are hoping to find something, anything, hopefully to catch that big RBM fish.
I want to see it. Now we do see a 5v4, and this might be the fight. It is a last-ditch effort. MSU going to go in, but look at the bully damage. It comes out of Northwood. They say, not today. At your own base, we will slaughter you where we stand.
Oh my
it is
God,
4, it is 5, it's a double, it's a triple. It's a full house of kills, and an ace to polish it off. Northwood, ace MSU, take the inhibitor, and will take the base to claim the crown. First place and more, the trophy, the style, the triumph of the Illini Esports Invitational.
Well, I introduce you, ladies and gentlemen, to your very first Illini Esports League of Legends Grand Finals. It is Northwood University, ladies and gentlemen, your champions.
Such an amazing time here. They played so well. And granted, again, at the start, it was much slower than we expected. And that played to MSU. We said there had to be something done, but it was a mid-game. We started to see Northwood. They showed their fangs, and you can see it here. Look at the stats. A lot of gold on RBM. You called it. Start, middle, finish. 14.3K. That is a ridiculous amount of gold to hang on to comparatively to Selenius, 8.7.
But you can see the effort from Lance, who has been called in previous years the no fun police of MSU, trying to keep it serious, trying to keep it together. He's the top damage dealer on the side of MSU. But meanwhile, I mean, the fact that you have a Viego that has only 3K less damage than your attack damage carry is really beautiful. And once again, a credit to Northwood for not only playing in this tournament, but providing such counsel and guidance to the members of MSU.
And not just that, it's every player stepped up. Again, throughout the tournament, when it comes to tournaments, I always like to look at not just the final scores, and not just the finals, but their journey forward. MSU were not slated to be in this finals at all. They were not slated as a team. They were slated to do well. They were slated to be one of the contenders, but you're up against the likes of Redbirds, Maryville, all these other teams, Northwood as well, and you beat these teams before. Redbirds was probably my most unexpected victory for them, and they did so well, and Zethel was a main component of that. In that game still, on the LeBlanc, I give a lot of LeBlanc players credit. It is hard past 15 minutes to do anything. You're just like, unless you're really fed, you don't do much. You're still looking for picks. You're still looking for opportunities. This is a team of friends that are excited to go into future tournaments.
Yeah, and you know, MSU, they were so humble when we went and talked to them as well. They were just saying, hey, we just want to have fun. We love the other team. We are friends with them. We learn from them, and we're just here to have fun. The fact that this was for fun for them in a lot of respects, the way that they approached it, and they made it to grand finals, that's the power of friendship in anime.
Oh, of course, of course. And because of that, the power of friendship in anime were not able to overcome the bruising power of Northwood as they claim the crown. We will go to a very quick break, and then we'll be back with the awards ceremony. Thank you so much for tuning in, and please do not go anywhere.
trophy categories. It is the League of Legends trophy that we get to hand out to our amazing Northwood squad. And before we get to hand that out again, we are here with the amazing president of the Illini
Illini.
I know, we're gonna make that right. Illini Esports Program Organization here for this amazing weekend event. It has been absolutely spectacular to be here for Illini and everything that they've been able to put on. And we actually get you to hand it out again as we've had the others. So congratulations to Northwood being able to take this championship trophy among so many other teams and can able to just put this among their mantle, among every other accomplishment that they've already been able to gain. And this would not all have been able to happen without so many individuals that have really supported this on the back end. We have to, of course, specifically start off with the State Farm Center giving us a space to be able to hold this massive event for these 3 days, along with so many others such as Coca-Cola. We have HP, Dell, MSI, Reactor Gaming, Andromeda Consultants. We have Visit Champaign County, of course, and then most importantly is the University of Illinois. And with everything that we've had over these 3 days, I know it's got to be rewarding for all of you as players, everyone that's here, you as staff, and everyone involved in this. So from us here at the broadcast, it has been a spectacular weekend. We appreciate all of you that support at home from a distance and all those here in the arena. So we hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Take care, happy gaming, and we'll see you next time.